Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the TSA. We've all worked a job we didn't like, right? I mean, nothing compares, right? TSA. But we've all worked a job that we didn't like. All of us viewers and myself have we've had to lick the boot a time or two. And some jobs are extremely mentally and physically taxing. But while it's normal for people to dislike their job, there are certain occupations out there that are particularly despised. The TSA, aka the Transportation Security Administration, has long since been ridiculed by both passengers and workers alike. People dread the process of being groped at the airport and then claim that TSA workers are often rude.
So is there a reason you're recording?
Is there a reason why you're chewing gum while you're talking to the public? That's rude.
And I will say, I agree with that. Every time that I go to the airport, Nick, you can test this, they always stop me. I think it's a tiny penis radar.
Yeah,
I'm almost positive that if you have a tiny dick, because every time it's like, I don't even look at the monitor anymore. Because there's a little monitor that has like a body that's like that, and it's like, look at where it's at. And it's always right where my dick's at. So that some guy has to like rub his knuckles over my tiny dick and balls. I am almost certain it's a tiny dick machine.
It's a little humiliation ritual.
It is. And they're like, do you want a private screening room? I'm like, no, dude. Just fucking rub your knuckles across my little baby nut and let's get done with it.
They're rude to you when you go through that thing.
I don't know why. They're always acting like I'm hiding something. They feel my fat, doughy thighs and then the tiniest penis head ever grazing across their knuckles. At a certain point, I'm just like, it is. I mean, what the fuck? What is this?
Maybe you have like some kind of piece of metal down there, man.
I legitimately believe that it's a tiny penis machine. If you're a guy and you have a tiny dick, go through. If you get caught, let me know. That's all I want to know. But the question is, are TSA agents justified in their anger? Are they allowed to be the biggest assholes of all time?
No.
Oh, okay. They are dickheads. They're dickheads, but do you not have any empathy towards them?
After a certain while, like when you're telling people to scoot up every
Move
day.
forward! Move forward! Electronics out of your bag! Every time it's like, I know I have to get it out. Electronics out! This goes here! I hate when they slam my shit.
Oh my god.
When you slam my shit, that's when I'm like, you should actually go fuck yourself. Jump off a bridge, is what I say.
You have too much stuff in your bin, so they take it out and put it somewhere else.
Yeah, and they don't say anything, and they look at you, you're like, say it. Say it, dude. I mean, what the fuck? Now you got me heated up a bit. Right now, how about a meter? We'll do a meter. There's the sympathy meter and the go fuck yourself meter. And right now, I'm on the go fuck yourself meter. There's gonna be one TSA guy who's like, oh, okay. All right, dude. Whatever.
Have you seen the TSA video where it's just like a girl in front of an iPad that's pointing left and right and she just clicks it? It's just telling people to go left or right lane and all she's doing is tapping.
People look at that job online and they'll be like, oh, I'd love that job. Because they think that it's very simple. That has to be the most mentally, that 8-hour shift must feel like 46 hours. If that's all you did, fuck that, dude. No way. Are they truly just bad people? Or is their job so soul-crushing that it turns even the nicest of bright-eyed college graduates into impatient, screaming banshees? So today, we're gonna find out if the TSA is the worst job in the world. But first, what is the TSA? The TSA is a government program that was created in the response of the events of 9/11 in an effort to bolster our transportation systems to prevent similar attacks from occurring. Terrorism. It's insane to think about movies. How new the TSA is still like, you would think that it's been around since forever, right? You watch old movies and it's like, I want to go to Chicago. All right, there you go. It's insane to me, right?
It's crazy too. You could just literally you used to be able to hug your parents and your family right at the gate.
Bye.
Well.
I'm heading out. Which, don't be wrong, I think you need to have a little something in order. What
Especially now with the internet.
Right? John Candy's dead. Steve Martin's about to go too. We have got to have some kind of defense, right? Some of the daily duties of the TSA include scanning passenger luggage for potential threats and performing bag searches as well as pat downs, right? Like I said, tiny dick, knuckles, and Allison always gets stops because she has like different face lotions. And they're always like, what is this? What the hell is this? And it'll say like clear of, like, I don't know, clear of era or whatever the fuck it is, whatever. It's just like, it's a face lotion. They'll open it and be like,
taste it.
okay, you're good.
Have you ever been tested for bombs? Like,
No.
I've gone on planes where they like say, sorry, random check, and they bring out like this fucking machine and they test you for gunpowder or like
Wow.
Yeah.
I always like how they say random check. I'm like, that was 100% calculated. Because also the thing when you travel, you have a lot of like camera bags, so they're probably like, oh, that's suspicious.
Oh yeah, that's the worst.
That's I've never seen that kind of camera. It's a Sony.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They when CPAPs were a new thing, they thought my dad was a terrorist because they saw the CPAP.
Honestly,
machine.
everyone that needs a CPAP machine, probably including myself, I should probably get it checked out. They are terrorists. Having to be like,
Yeah.
that's how you wake up. I feel refreshed after all night. I remember I saw my grandpa had one, and it was like so archaic. I mean, this is like, you know, the fucking 90s, whatever. But he had his on. It was like the tube, and he would sleep with his eyes open. And when I would like stay at his house, you'd hear him. He'd be like, like coughing,
Jesus.
and I'd like peek in his room. My grandma sound asleep, and his eyes, he'd just be like, and I'd be in the doorway.
This is with the CPAP machine on?
Yeah.
Okay, my dad did that without the CPAP.
Oh, okay. I think that's more common because I think that with the CPAP, it stops
supposed
you
to-
from
yeah.
choking and gasping.
But I guess
and everything.
if it was the 90s, yeah, it's new, not as efficient.
I'm like, yeah.
They're
Also,
silent now. They're really quiet.
I heard that it's just like you can put it just in your nose, or I don't know.
A little tiny thing.
Do they not even do the full over the mouth fucking harness anymore? Looks
They-
like a Ichabod Crane fucking invention from Sleepy Hollow or something like that.
It goes like like this now. So it's
I just feel like that. I mean, you obviously get used to it because you're like whatever, but I feel like that'd be such a hard adjustment knowing the things like on your face. I can't even have like a blanket on my face. I don't like it.
I wrap a blanket around my entire face, but leave my nose out so I can breathe.
But aside from that, their goal is to keep the incoming passengers moving through the security check lanes as quickly and as efficiently as possible, which, goddamn, they'll let you know. They'll scream at you, they'll do whatever. My favorite is like when a couple gets broken up,
Oh yeah.
whatever, and they'll try to cut in line. They'll be like, back! That's the only time where I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Some fucking like old bitch is taking too long, and her husband's just like, "Oh, come over here." He's like, no! I'm always like, it's the rules.
It's the rules. Sorry.
I wouldn't mind, honestly, but it's sorry.
I love it when they yell to move up in line as you're moving.
Yeah. Come on! I'm like, I'm moving towards you. I'm like walking already. Here! Yeah. The TSA is notorious for treating its employees poorly. No. It's because of this that workers tend to hate the job. Many feel that the pay is far too low considering the never-ending high-stress work that goes into it.
Yeah, we're preventing terrorists.
The non-stop assault from the jihad definitely at the Kansas City airport must be pretty crazy. Can I have a break? 15! I need 15! Despite having a job that is supposedly responsible for keeping the country safe from mass catastrophes, most positions in the TSA don't pay a comfortable salary. One TSA worker from Baltimore confirmed this, stating, quote, "Me and many of my co-workers really have always felt like we were bastard children of the federal government." I don't know why, but that seems very melodramatic to me.
Yeah,
I'm the bastard child of the USA. It's like, okay, dude. He's the one on the iPad too. He's like, Dad doesn't love me. Right? Let's go left. Online, there is an endless discussion about the TSA's terrible management, and at some point, it had gotten so bad that internal investigations revealed numerous security failures at some of the most frequently visited airports. I mean, in 2015, during tests where Homeland Security agents would go undercover to sneak fake explosives through TSA, there was a 95% failure rate. 95! I could just sneak a bomb on a plane immediately. That's fine. What is it? Did Tom got? Okay, just go ahead.
Have you seen the X-rays with all like my camera equipment? There's so much wires in there. I'm like, I can hide a bomb. I can hide a bomb.
And also like I like how they have like a 73-year-old woman who's like always at the control station. They always have the worst posture, and they're just like first off, why are you looking back and forth so much? It's one screen. They're like. So I always like to picture that they're actually looking at a fruit fly that's over there. They're like,
oh. But they'll get your toothpaste, but that's too big.
yeah, huh? Like whistle. It's Colgate. Okay, you're good to go. I love when they say, okay, you're good to go. Am I? By 2017, this improved to a 70% failure rate. That's still
That's-
not good, which is still alarmingly bad given the importance of the job. Yeah. Management also seems to be known for giving promotions based on favoritism instead of just hard work. Yeah, welcome to the fucking free world, dude. That's happens everywhere. You ever wonder why a 75-year-old man, all right, Jessica with perfect tits and beautiful pussy and asshole, your CFO? No. Favoritism? No. What is she doing that I'm not? The mix of working with chaotic and angry passengers, being screwed over by the higher-ups, and low earnings have resulted in the TSA having low morale and an incredibly high turnover rate. I mean, in 2016 alone, the rate of turnaround reached a range of 30 to 80%, which is a huge gap, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck?
30 to 80? How about we just meet in the middle at 50? Half of people that apply, yeah, 20 to 100% of people. It's like, word? Some have referred to the job as, quote, slow mental death. I could agree with that. One where you're always on the defense from potential threats and one mistake away from termination. You can't have one yawn. Ooh, that's when the guy slips in the bomb. Ooh, and that's where they... You know what I mean?
See, you know what? If I was a terrorist, I would detonate my explosive in the TSA line.
Why?
Because everyone's crowd. The LA airport, there's so many people. That's a whole plane of people right there.
That makes sense. It's less of a spectacle, though. No? I guess it's not true.
You're sending
The
a
fucking
message.
bomb going off in a building. I mean, that's still a very big spectacle. Where's the point of putting the bomb in the plane? I mean, that's true. You just go to a grocery store and just fucking put a bomb behind a box of Wheaties? I'm not gonna, I guess I don't want to speculate on terroristic theory here. And what makes the best terrorist, actually? Many people insist that working with the TSA is not nearly as bad as people make it seem. They also believe it is meant to act as a stepping stone to other agency jobs, which I think is true as well. You can move up the ranks and be like, you move from the TSA to somewhere else. Could be a nice way to, if you want a nice cushy government job. Regardless, there is undoubtedly going to be parts of the job that are incredibly disheartening. Look no further than the TSA injury rate. TSA workers are at a high risk of injury, far higher than what is expected at a typical federal government job. Part of this has to do with the chaotic nature of the job, where thousands of people are pushed through the screening process every day. Passengers can often be unruly and unpredictable at the airport, and one TSA agent vents his frustrations to Business Insider saying, quote, they're angry. I love that. They're angry. They're violent, and they want to fight. They want to throw things. The Atlanta officer said, which first off, that's not fair. That's the Atlanta airport. Have you ever been in an Atlanta airport? It is chaos. The Atlanta airport, first off, is like one of the busiest airports in the country. If you've never been to the,
Never.
Oh my God, dude. It's huge. It's so busy. It's huge, but yeah, unruly is what it is.
Is it busy or
Kind of reminds me of like Dallas Fort Worth too.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, Dallas is fucking annoying because people fight to get on the train system to get into the terminals, and it's the worst. But Atlanta is just like, it feels too small for how much traffic they get. So it's like really claustrophobic and push through. Also, it smells like fucking Bojangles in there because they have like 6 Why is there fried chicken in the airport? It smells horrible. There should be nothing but soup and Greek yogurt. That should be the only fucking thing they sell. I was in the Vegas airport. They were selling loafed garlic onion bread. Garlic onion bread.
Tasty.
First off, have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
You've heard of garlic onion bread.
Yeah. Garlic onion bagel.
Bro, okay, you're the problem. You're the problem. This has led to many strange physical confrontations among the TSA workers. In 2021, for example, a disgruntled passenger started biting TSA officers in a fit of rage. It always leads to biting, doesn't it? I would say we've read more people biting than we have someone throwing a punch. Is that weird?
That is weird. I think it's just
No one knows how to approach a bite.
no.
Some guy's like,
You do more damage with the bite.
I think so.
Fucking
Look
take-
at what Resident Evil has taught us. Do a lot of damage. Even last year, a man from Canada was arrested after going ballistic at the Miami International Airport. Cameron Dylan McDougal had already been causing chaos on his flight, forcing the plane to return to Miami after he struck a passenger. Holy shit. Once he got off the plane, he entered a TSA security checkpoint and immediately started punching an agent in the face out of nowhere. The other person's just on the computer and he's just like, ugh! He was shoved to the ground and arrested after landing several more hits on the guard that was trying to hold him down. Good God. See, that's why also I think if you're a TSA agent, I mean, if you're a government employee of any kind, I don't care if you fucking work for the post office, you should have a taser.
Oh, gun even.
I think post office people, you should have a gun.
Yeah, put a dog down that charges you.
Freeze! Nah, just a little shoot. You know, even a dog that's like, shouldn't have bit me. That's not fair, is it? Let me run around like a fucking idiot in these dumb shorts. If you have to wear the dumb shorts, you should be able to carry a shotgun. The worse your outfit is, the higher caliber of artillery you're gonna carry. A fucking guy has a grenade launcher. No, good. Good. That would actually stop porch pirates too. Imagine a post office worker. A guy's coming up and grabbing the gun. He's just. I'm not stealing from a porch again. Confrontations like this are more common than people think. A passenger of a Phoenix airport named Kia Shara Coleman lost her mind after being told that her bag would need to be checked, which, I have a little bit of sympathy there. Don't you ever tell me I have to check my bag. Also, they lie about this shit. There's not enough room if to check it. And you like look back and there's still plenty of room. I'm like, you fucking, I'm gonna kill somebody. And then you're like looking out the window. You see the guy sitting there and they're like chugging the bags.
Have you seen Japanese airport workers? They treat the luggage with so much respect. They like bow to it and pick it up and put it down very gently.
That's obnoxious. It's a bag. She responded by jumping onto the search table and lunging for her bag. After failing to grab it, she started viciously assaulting TSA officers. All right, now, I shouldn't have gotten on her side. I was with you at the beginning, but I'm like, actually, she grabbed one by the hair and began punching her multiple times, elbowing another worker in the head in the process. A third TSA officer tried to pry them away from each other, but Coleman started biting the woman's hair to keep her from doing so. I wonder if she means like she's like garden. She's like,
oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, I feel like we're going to get into biting in every story here. Biting, once you go feral, you do go feral. She was eventually arrested by airport police and pleaded guilty to her crimes, ultimately being sentenced to 4 months in prison. Holy shit. Sometimes when I'm telling you, man, the justice system feels so fucking weird.
Yeah, someone kills someone.
A guy fucking hits someone over the head with a hammer and blinds him and then kills him. It's like, all right, 2 years in prison. Bitch gets mad about some luggage being checked at the airport and throws some elbows and some fists, and she gets 4 months. At that point, I just kill him. I'm joking. It's a joke. Passengers are often unaware of the threats TSA agents face on a daily basis and just feel that they are incredibly rude and disrespectful. According to one disgruntled passenger, the TSA will aggressively scream directions at people in condescending tones, treating everyone like cattle. The sentiment is echoed by a young autistic passenger who vents about the endless bullying she receives every time she goes through TSA. She claims that even when actively doing whatever she can to not bother the TSA agents, they scream at her for every minor misunderstanding.
Okay, maybe she's just sensitive.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like also when people yell, it almost makes it harder to understand them. Put your bags inside! You're like, you say put my bag, put the bags on this. Like you're like, couldn't hear you the first time. That thing. So I understand that.
Excuse me, sir. Can you put the bag in this?
No! In one case, after being given conflicting instructions about whether or not she can wear her belt during the x-ray process, you can't, the TSA agent started mocking the clothes she was wearing right in front of her. That's awesome. That stupid fucking shirt. Look at her dumb fucking shirt. What do you think she was wearing?
Swifty outfit. She had like what I was wearing. She had like the dress with the belt.
Yeah, who even are you? Even know your own identity? What the fuck is this? One upset passenger includes a football player for the New York Giants. In 2018, AJ Francis was furious after finding out that the TSA had potentially destroyed his mother's ashes on his flight. How do you slip up that bad? Oh, what the hell is this? Is this Cocoa Mix? Throw it out. Her remains were enclosed in a container that was placed in a bag in the checked luggage. After his flight, he found that the bag contained a notice of inspection tag on it. Also, I just want to say, if it's your mom's ashes, do you check? You hold on to the ashes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you bring that. That's a carry-on item.
You're throwing your mama in the bottom of the plane? All right, dog. When he looked inside, the ashes were opened and spilled all over his clothing. Mama. After an angry Twitter rant, the TSA apologized but denied any wrongdoing. Listen, buddy, we're sorry, but you fucked up. I mentioned that's what the tweet was. Also, like it's a twit ranter, and the TSA is just like lol.
Yeah, it's a like
wafflecopter. Yeah, they're just like, why would you check your dead mom, bro? That's kind of weird. Send, retweet, the fuck. Eventually, surveillance footage of AJ's bag was released. In it, the container holding the ashes is clearly unmarked, open and loosely wrapped in tinfoil. I'm gonna go on a limb and say he did not have the best relationship with his mom. Honestly, though, to be fair, I do that to my mom too. She's gone. What's she gonna do? Stop it? Just put her in the deal. I'd probably just actually I'd go outside and I'd just. Bye, mom. She's in hell. Bye.
I'm gonna do the thing at Disney. I'm gonna spread it at the Star Wars.
I think that's kind of fucked up.
Why?
Spreading dead ashes on like in a fucking public like theme park. Does that not seem
where
weird?
My mom wants to be. She loves Disney.
Your mom, are you serious? Some passengers are simply frustrated that they have to go through humiliating searches at the airport. In some cases, women have had their crotches flagged by airport security for what is deemed a swamp crotch. Dude, maybe that's what I have, dude. I have so much fat in my fucking grundle area that they're just like, that's a swamp pussy. These alarms can sometimes give false readings when someone is sweating a lot. Oh, dude, maybe that's what it is. I got swamp nuts. I got a baby swamp dick, and yeah, that's what it is. It has to be that. This leads to scanners mistaking the moisture in a woman's undercarriage for her prohibited item. Swampy pussy, dude. Little Elmer's glue down there. Sticky. Another woman who endured the same scenario also recalled a TSA agent referring to it as a swamp rod, which she found incredibly embarrassing. That's awesome.
We got a swamp rod.
If he was not in Florida when he said that, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Florida, it's just swamp rod. Go on, girl. Hits her ass. Get on out. That's just how they do it in Tampa. Sometimes even people working for TSA can get fed up with their attitude. In a rare act of TSA on TSA violence, one man was bullied so hard for the size of his penis that he beat down one of his own coworkers. God damn. See, I'll never have this problem. I wish the story's about me. It can't be. 44-year-old Rolando Negrin. Just believe it. Was doing a body scanner training exercise during which he walked through it only to reveal to his coworkers that he had a small penis. Preach. He became the subject of ridicule day after day until Rolando finally decided that he had enough. According to police, he claimed that it caused him to lose his mind. One of the coworkers, Hugo Osorno, was heading back to his car one night to find that Rolando had been waiting for him. He insisted that they resolve this problem. After some resistance, Rolando pulled out a police baton and told Hugo, "Get on your knees or I will kill you and you better apologize." And according to police, he allegedly threatened to blow his head off. Rolando began beating Hugo until he eventually apologized. The next day, he was arrested and charged with aggravated battery. Holy shit.
Don't make fun of small penises.
People don't treat it lightly, man.
Can you imagine working at TSA and being made fun for small cock?
Where is my mind? Where is my mind? That's what it must feel like. Especially, sorry, I got to pat down. Man, here's the guy who has to pat down other guys. Yeah, sorry, it's a little big. Can I go? Yeah.
Maybe that's why the guy did that. He just wanted to make sure.
That wasn't bigger than him? He's like, all right, you're smaller than me. Go ahead. I wonder how many times that saved my life.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a lot. Unlike you, Nick, with your big dick. While some TSA workers are simply out of line, others claim that they are simply giving passengers the same energy they bring onto them. Bullshit. For the ones that do treat people poorly, it seems to be because they've been broken down from the hellish work environment. Not my problem.
Go work at a fucking coal mine, dude.
Wasn't it just like I'm like literally coming up and I'm putting my bag on the what energy am I reciprocating to you? I gotta treat you this way because my job doesn't treat me nicely. Fuck yeah. Is that weird?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
No.
I don't stand for that. So if anything, I should have been like, no, I won't do that. I have a gun in there, and if you take it out, I will kill you. Granted, I go to prison, but still. One TSA officer admits that while he started the job with the intention of being kind to every passenger, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Everything changed within a matter of months. Passengers who constantly get angry at him for telling them they can't bring certain things on the plane, and people would call him a disgusting pig for doing standard pat-downs on a woman who pinged the alarm. Don't get me wrong, there are terrible people that are gonna say nasty, mean things, but you have to rise above it. You are the TSA. Just because that stupid bitch says that doesn't mean you have to take it. You know, you'd be like, all right, well, guess what? Actually, I think we're gonna have to, if anything, I would never say anything too, because I don't want them to be like, all right, well, we gotta do an extra screening, intentionally have you fuck up your flight.
Oh, yeah. Put you in the waiting room.
We gotta check all of your bags too. Bummer. He also admits that passengers kept misunderstanding directions to the point that his supervisors were screaming at him when one of them didn't take the laptop out of their bag for screening.
That'd be frustrating.
I would be frustrating. Are we growing sympathy towards him? Where's the meter at still?
in the middle.
Oh, so you're all right. He's gaining some sympathy. All right. This results in some workers being more aggravated when instructing people, fearing that their job is on the line because passengers can't understand simple directions, which is true. I've been around people where they're clearly not listening, and you want to grab the back of their neck and be like,
"I'll fucking kill this fucking candle in its own bed."
The mounting pressure of keeping things as streamlined as possible while being hounded by passengers and management leads to workers becoming less and less kind to the people around them. And it seems to be understated just how often TSA officers have to put up with strange or disrespectful passengers. In Indianapolis, a 38-year-old man was arrested after drunkenly harassing a TSO, George Stevens, who was heavily intoxicated at the time, triggered the alarm, and was sent for additional screening. While being pat down in the groin area, George started calling the agent a freak. When he was told to take off his belt, George decided to squat down and shake his ass in the officer's face. He kept doing this to different workers, and when he was told a police officer was on his way, he pulled his pants and underwear down and flashed everyone in the vicinity. Well, buddy, I tell you, you're going to jail. Taking it a step further, he took off his underwear and pressed it into an officer's face. Once completely naked, he started running towards the supervisor while he was detained by the police. George was sentenced to 33 months in federal prison. Couldn't drink and fly. That's all I gotta say. Holy shit.
Don't they ban you? I thought if you get drunk in an airport, they ban you.
I feel like with something like that, you're definitely on a no-fly list, probably. At least for a period of time, I don't know. Many people succeed in bringing food through TSA, much to the passengers' dismay. According to one man, he sat next to a man that brought a pile of tuna pouches onto his flight. He was chowing down on the tuna packs for 5 hours straight, losing count after he ate through 7 of them.
When I was a kid, I thought this girl eating food next to me was literally eating shit from a diaper, because she had this little bag, and she'd like look around, and then she'd take it out, open it up, and go, and every time she opened it up, it smelled like shit. But I'm pretty sure it's. Have you ever heard of the durian fruit? I think it was that. But the entire flight, 3-hour flight.
God. It's not just food that is snuck through TSA. In a truly baffling story, a passenger heading to Haiti was caught with raw chicken. After opening up, TSA agents found that a wrapped firearm was shoved inside of it. They're never gonna suspect this one.
Someone did that too, going from Germany to America. They like threw in a bunch of like raw food, and then like at the end of the flight, they noticed like maggots were crawling out.
Ugh. On many occasions, TSA agents have had to hold their laughter as they find and inspect countless sex toys. In one video, a man looks humiliated watching a female agent pull out a gigantic dildo from his bag as a group of people film themselves laughing at him. In one of the more humiliating examples, one man pinged the metal detector alarm multiple times, and eventually TSA agents discovered that he had been wearing a chastity belt that his wife forced him to wear due to him having an affair during his last trip. He had to be pulled aside to have it removed. She's like, no! What if he all right, we have to take it off. He like unbuckles it and he's like,
Yeah.
thank you. Do you have any idea what you've just done? One of the more insane things that people attempt to sneak through TSA are live animals, whether it's pets or the passengers hope to bring with them on vacation, or rare animals stolen from the tropical locations they visit. Just this year, a woman from Florida had the bright idea of putting 2 turtles in her bra as she passed Miami International Airport. She had wrapped them up using plastic and gauze, hoping it would keep them safe for the trip.
What?
Did she fucking suffocate them? She was caught and forced to return the turtles, and it seemed that one of them had died along the way. Aww. Poor turtle. The remaining one was returned to the Florida Department of Fish and Wildlife without his brother.
Or his wife.
Or his wife.
Or his lover.
Okay. The TSA had to make a statement on social media begging people to stop hiding animals in weird places on your body and then trying to sneak them through airport security. It's not gonna work. In a similar story that also took place this year, a man from East Stroudsburg tried to sneak in a rare species of turtle through TSA. What's up with all these turtles? One sec, can we get a fucking cheetah in here? What's going on? After tripping the alarm, his groin was inspected, and after being asked if there was any suspicious activity they should know about, the man shoved his hands down his crotch and yanked out a 5-inch long turtle wrapped in a towel. The specific type of turtle was identified as a very invasive species and had to be confiscated by TSA and handled by animal controllers, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Brought in a shiny turtle. Oh, it's rare! Some passengers are far more bold in their efforts to steal rare live animals. At LAX, a woman named Ji Jian Pan was heading to her flight when the TSA noticed that she was wearing particularly bulky clothing. A pat-down revealed 2 birds wrapped tightly inside of her sock. One was taped to her chest, and the other was taped to her leg. It was discovered that she was attempting to smuggle the birds into China. One of them happened to be a golden parakeet, which was identified as an endangered tropical parrot, and they were taken away from her, and both seemed to still be in good shape. Thank God. Zia was arrested by U.S. Fish and Wildlife officers for the attempted smuggling of an endangered species. My God. It's true that going through TSA is one of the most inconvenient things ever. It's one of the most excruciating things to have to deal with, and you just have to put your head down and just barrel through. That being said, it's a little understandable that people working at TSA are a little irritable. On one hand, it's part of the job and you just have to deal with the shit that people give you. But on the other, could you say that you'd be endlessly kind if you had to deal with the most obnoxious people every single day you come to work? I'm not sure. I think I'm still in the middle on my meter.
I think, yeah.
If I had to say it all, I still say go fuck yourself. In many cases, it's a matter of will. Do you have the stomach to endure the terrible people that come through without it affecting your day and the other nice people that pass through? I don't know.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, you don't have to be like super bright and bubbly, but just like, why are you yelling at me? I'm following the rules.
Did you sway back over?
It's the same. It's like
You can't fence ride. I was gonna say I was gonna fence ride too. Which side are you choosing?
TSA. I mean, there are a lot of dumb people out there. Yell at the dumb people, but
all right, then you're fine. Yeah, I don't know. People are terrible. Everyone's terrible. TSA people can be dickheads, but I will say there's probably just so many terrible, dumb civilians coming through, flying places, and acting like you're inconveniencing their entire life. So TSA, I will say, my hat's off to you. It sucks. But until next time, fly safely, everybody, and don't bring any turtles up your pussy. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to be talking about real life vampires. No, I'm serious. They're real. Vampires have been a topic of interest for quite a long time. Whether it's Bram Stoker's Dracula or the Twilight franchise, they seem to have a timeless presence within pop culture history. What if I told you that vampires were far more than fictional characters bound to the pages of romance fantasy novels where people flick their beans? That's right! If you travel around the world, you'll find many small communities who truly believe that they are vampires. They drink blood, they have fangs, and only come out at night, just like in the legends of old. In fact, in 2016 alone, there were as many as 5,000 people in the United States that publicly identified themselves as vampires. Grand scheme of the United States, not a lot, but that's still too many in my opinion. You don't need to be acting like that.
Times have changed where you could just publicly come out as a vampire.
If it was Puritan times, dude, you'd be probably fucking burned.
Oh yeah, they'd drive a stake through your heart.
Yeah, I'm a vampire. These days, their presence only grows stronger. So grab your wooden stakes as we dive deep into the mysterious depths. It goes without saying that franchises like Twilight greatly boosted the popularity of vampires in pop culture. You had a weird time in the early 2000s where late 90s you had Blade and all kinds of other shit. Blade, Underworld, Queen of the Damned, all these Hollywood movies where it was sexy, action-packed vampires. And those people decided to turn it to tweeny bop stuff and make it Twilight, which was just a little like, oh, I wish my boyfriend was a sexy, glittery vampire. There were so many people who had that first Twilight book.
Oh.
Was the apple on it? Holy shit. That and I was at a bookstore when that first came out, and it was like girls like screaming and grabbing off the shelf. And then also I got what's the last? Deathly Hollows? That was another one where it was just absurd. It was insane. Pandemonium. One of my favorite things, though, is whenever back in the day when Half-Blood Prince came out, people drove by and they were like, our Snape kills Dumbledore.
There's that one where it's like, Hermione kills Dumbledore.
And people were like, no! In the line, no!
Snape kills Dumbledore!
Which that is fucked up, but, you know, looking back now, it's funny.
He was just trolling.
Well, I'm talking about the guy that he was spitting facts.
Dobby and Hedwig die.
Oh, fuck! Hey, guys!
While vampires in the media have often been portrayed as sultry, these movies turned them into beloved heartthrobs. People on TikTok have long since used people's love for vampire aesthetics to create thirst trap videos. Ooh, sexy, isn't that nice? I'm a vampire. Let me suck ya! Some will throw on some fangs and smolder at the camera, while other creators on TikTok, like Vampire Jack, dedicate their entire online career to dressing in full vampire garb and playing the character. which you have to appreciate the commitment. These videos can range from comedic skits to seductive vampire ASMR videos. Others engage in vampire roleplay games like Reign of Blood, a text-based roleplay game which claims to have been running for over 18 years and still have active players to this day. And a majority of these content creators and roleplay enjoyers are simply doing it for the fun of and for online attention, right? You do it because you want, there's other freaks out there and you're trying to meet your people, right? It's the same thing like playing a game, making a post that has a certain kind of music. You're trying to reach a community. I don't blame them. However, this is where things kind of take an odd turn. Right? There are many people out there who reach far beyond simple roleplay. Sam the Vampire is a woman on TikTok who seems to genuinely think that she is a vampire. According to her, she turned when she was 22 years old after being bitten by a vampire in the year 1888, which makes her 135 years old in vampire years, of course. She makes countless videos talking about her vampire tales, like the time she was kidnapped by a rival vampire named Ava, and that she plans to enact revenge on that vampire. There's various videos of her explaining what types of power she possesses, and they include hypnotism, mind reading, jumping very high. Hypnotism, mind reading, I can leap, I can jump high. She has superhuman strength and the ability to seduce whoever she wants. She then adds that she can only use said seduction powers if the other person consents, because you gotta have that. She's a consent queen despite her being from the 19th century. That doesn't really seem to track to me, but you know what? She's, you know, of the times.
Wait, how does that work?
It's a way for a girl to sit there and then be like, then if someone's like, I'm not attracted to you, she'd be like, well, I didn't use my powers on you. It's that. It's the female version of this. Lift this car. I don't want to break a finger now. Also, she has the ability to show her true, horrifying vampire form, but doesn't because she isn't allowed to. I love female, like Redditor stuff like that. It's so good. She's ridiculed online for being delusional, with many being unclear if it's a satire or something more grim. Regardless, her constant insistence of being a real-life vampire led to her being banned off TikTok live due to spreading misinformation. She's like, they wish that they knew the truth. I love how it's a bannable offense to be like, I'm a vampire. TikTok's like, no, banned. You can't say I'm a kangaroo. Oh my God, no. Unless she was just like, well, let's talk about where Corona really started.
Oh, okay, then, yeah.
I think that's what it might be. I think she's like, yeah, it's because I'm a vampire. It's like, no, because you kept saying a bunch of racial slurs towards Chinese people. That may have happened once or twice.
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. It's almost the new year, which means a fresh start. But if you're stuck with the same debt that's only getting worse and worse each month, you'll find yourself stuck in the You'll find yourself stuck when the calendar changes over. But you can change your story. You can let PDS Debt help you find personalized solutions. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your situation to give you a personalized solution. Oh yeah, the real personal. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands find solutions to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. There's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt, not having any money can be extremely stressful, and I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help you, give PDS Debt a try. Don't wait another month. Change your store in 30 seconds. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com. That's what I said. I said that. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Hey, thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video.
Sam also claims that she drinks blood. Ooh. While this may sound ridiculous to most passing viewers, it turns out that she is far from the first person to do so. Sanguinarians are a community within vampire subculture. They're different from lifestyle vampires who simply take on the aesthetic of wearing fangs and gothic style clothing and looking super hot. Sanguinarians are vampires who engage in consumption supposedly for the sake of sustaining their health.
I must.
Smart, yeah. If I don't, I'm going to perish. They practice this by utilizing donors, sometimes referred to as black swans, who are people or romantic partners that are willingly allow their blood to be drunk. In some cases, they'll do it for financial compensation. Need some cash? Don't need to go down to the plasma bank. Let me suck on your neck. Would you, if you could go donate plasma once a week for 5 weeks, you got $250 after all of it. Or if one guy was like, will you let me suck on your neck? I'll give you $500 right now.
No.
You do the plasma?
I do the plasma.
What if he said it'll be 2 minutes?
I don't want. No. If the thing was, I'd only do that if I knew I wasn't gonna get.
What if it was 1,000?
If I knew I wasn't gonna.
$2,000.
I don't want some. He's probably got nasty ass teeth. He doesn't brush his.
$4,000.
No, I'm not risking.
$10,000.
I'm not risking
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
$50,000. 2 minutes.
That's a long time.
2 minutes. That's 120 seconds.
Okay, he's got to ensure that he's brushed his teeth.
50,000. You don't get to insure anything. 50 grand.
That's a long time to be sucking my blood.
$100,000.
All right, now you're talking.
Thank God. See, exactly. So it's always somewhere it's like, okay. Like, what if he said $500,000?
Oh yeah. It's
Okay.
like, yeah.
So that's okay. What
I'd
about?
hire a nurse to watch.
No.
I would hire.
He has to hide in the darkness. He can't see anybody see him.
I put a little GoPro, stream it. I have a nurse on standby.
Would you just be looking to the GoPro like this?
Yeah. I'd be like, am I okay? Is this good? I'd consult a doctor first. I'm like, this guy's maybe $500,000.
I'd be too nervous. If a guy is paying you $500,000, I'd be like, he's in everybody's pocket. He goes, I just wanted to get a checkup. The doctor is like white face paint on.
I think it's a good idea, actually.
Thank you, doctor.
Actually, now you got me scared because now I got to feel like he ain't paying me the $500,000. I'm dying. He's killing me. I'm gonna be
true.
like, stop.
That's
stop.
true. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's an actual vampire. See, that's how he's an actual vampire.
It's real. It's real. Yeah. Some opt to drink blood of animals, while others engage in auto-vampirism, the act of consuming your own blood, which is fucking lame, dude. Oh, I taste good. Fucking give me someone else's blood, dude, and not a dog. I want man blood. Each supposed vampire has their own method for feeding. Some, for example, use a disposable scalpel, make a small incision on their donor, and squeeze the blood out before drinking it and patching up the wound. Many claim that this is not an elaborate roleplay, and that drinking blood stops them from experiencing severe headaches and debilitating stomach pain. Other Sanguarians believe their thirst for blood is purely psychological. Regardless, there is a lack of scientific evidence to support this as a legitimate remedy.
It's all mental, yeah. I'm
Yeah!
a vampire. Oh,
What kind of mental illness is this? It's got to be like it's a microdose of autism, almost, right? You're microdosing at this point.
It's delusional. You're just delusional. You're.
It seems like autism and narcissism. I don't act as if I have a choice. I don't want this curse. Please just give me a suck. Let me suck at least once. Also, the person that's sitting there and they're drinking for themselves, what a fucking pick-me girl. Oh, I have to do this.
She's not a real vampire. She's just fucking retarded.
Fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
There are various types of real-life vampires. For example, psychic vampires, who feed on the life force of their humans rather than consume their blood. Boring! Supposedly, this can be done with or without physical contact, and some feed off people by talking directly to people, while others choose to circulate crowds at concerts or clubs to siphon it out of them more subtly, which is definitely just like a fucking loner or outcast who just awkwardly walks around and he's just like, I'm full. Instead of having a human connection with anybody, I'm actually more of a vampire. I can't talk to you because I don't want to kill you. Why is the accent always so? It's always the same accent too. Why is that? What is it about the social cadence that it always sounds like?
Because they're trying to be cool. That's like the anime thing. Yeah.
So does it stem from anime?
I think so. Yeah.
Like that would make me feel really good, but maybe I won't. It's
anime.
Is it just anime?
It's 100%.
It's all of them.
They watch anime. They're watching
All right.
vampire anime.
Vampire Hunter D, you say? That's pretty cool. There are even hybrid vampires who utilize the feeding techniques of Sanguarians and psychic vampires depending on what's available to them. What a fucking cop-out. What a cop-out. That's such bullshit. This may seem silly, yeah, to the average person, to anybody. to anyone. But it seems that the allure of the vampire lifestyle has captured the hearts and minds of many because people are horny. It's mentally ill people who they're hard. And they don't know how to express it. I'm stiff in the pants, but at the same time, I'm kind of tired.
There's one thing where you're like, oh, I just find it hot to role play. But if you're actually believe you're a vampire, you're delusional.
You're delusional. You're mentally ill. Get help. Which, take Andres Bathory, for example, a self-proclaimed vampire from Romania that changed his entire life after the warlord Vlad Tepes, aka the Vlad the Impaler, spoke to him in a dream. According to the interview he did with The Mirror, he became engrossed with the vampire community soon after. While he refuses to drink blood, he admits to sleeping in a coffin in order to bring his mind peace as well as connect with unseen forces. And apparently, he learned that this was possible after doing his own personal research, where he would spend day after day in cemeteries. He claims that discussing his vampirism is dangerous and can only be understood by people with high levels of intellect. Do you think that, like, there's some people who, so like the coffin thing, sleeping in a coffin, whatever, take that aside, do you think it's just the mental fortitude of being like, I'm not claustrophobic, I'm like, I like being mentally strong enough to just be like, I'm in this confined space, sleeping, that makes you feel like you have clarity?
Yeah, I mean, it's all psychological, where it's just like...
What was that fucking movie with Adrian Brody? They put him in a straitjacket and they put you in like a cadaver, like a...
It's like an ice box.
Like a locker, like a body locker or whatever. But he's in there and it's like super claustrophobic, and it was supposed to be like which this is a movie. I'm not saying it's real, but I'm just saying, like, I wonder if there is some benefits to like being able to like ease your mind, like you panic and then you're able to like focus your mind and stuff. It's punishing. It feels horrible, but after a while, it, like, you know, has all these benefits, which granted, ice baths, there's a lot of medical shit that is beneficial, but I don't know.
The coffin could be a thing where it's just like, it's an enclosed space where you're just like, if you're not claustrophobic, it's just like, oh, it's comforting. It's pitch black.
Almost like a weighted blanket.
Yeah, almost like that. You're like in,
what are the fucking, the tanks? What are the
yeah, sensory deprivation.
Yeah, sensory deprivation tanks. It's like that.
Could be like that too.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Real life vampires, whether they drink the blood of donors or simply like to wear flashy attire and make cringe TikToks, are generally pretty harmless. In some cases, however, self-proclaimed vampires can take things a bit too far. Lyle Monroe Besley, a 19-year-old from Texas, believed he was a 500-year-old vampire from hell. I could stop it right there, and that would be enough, but we'll have to keep going. At one point, he had convinced himself that he needed to feed on human blood. Dressed in nothing but his boxer shorts, he broke into a woman's apartment and began biting her on the neck. The woman freaked the fuck out, like anyone would, and escaped her home, jumping in her neighbor's car for protection. The man began banging on the car before it was able to drive away. Officers arrived to find Lyle pacing around the parking lot, hissing and growling like a dog. And the officers chased a half-naked vampire who scaled multiple fences as he screamed about how he didn't want to have to feed on humans. I don't want to have to do this! Eventually, he was captured and put in jail, where he requested that he be restrained because his desire to feed was so great that it would put their lives in danger. Autism. Because the Twilight movies were still being released around this time to massive success, clinical psychologists suggested that this was psychotic episode fueled by vampire-related hallucination. Motherfucker got like so horny during the Twilight movie that he's just like, I have to break into a woman's house and bite the fuck out of her. I could see that being the Dilly sitting there, he's like rubbing his dick, and I say, he's like, why are so I feel weird. I got butterflies in my tummy.
He wanted to be Edward.
Am I sparkling? Someone's like, shut up. We're trying to watch a movie. Oh my God. I'm sparkling. How do they see me? You're not invisible. What? Vampires are often depicted as solitary creatures held up in their crypts far away from a hamlet in the valley. However, one vampire has managed to gather hundreds of others for full cult-like gatherings. They call themselves the Sabertooth Clan. This is a weird one, boys. It all started back in '94 when Aaron Todd Hoyt used his grandmother's orthodontist tools to make a pair of vampire fangs for himself and his mother. Right? Harmless little fun. Grandfather, whatever. A year later, he would form the Sabertooth Clan, where he began creating and selling fangs to people that could live out their vampire dreams. He found a nice little niche. It was nice. His business grew to be very successful and harbored a very devoted customer base. To thank his customers and gather vampire enthusiasts all in one place, he began hosting a New York Vampire Ball in 1996. Only 2 years later, he founded the infamous Endless Night Festival in New Orleans. Since then, his festivals have only grown, with thousands of people attending multiple events across the nation each year. At each event, you can expect to find heavy metal bands, burlesque shows, masquerade dances, open bars, and various special guest speakers. This might seem like a really awesome party, but the deeper you dig, the weirder things get. For starters, everyone at the party or in Aaron's circle addresses him as Father Sebastian or Primus. These events are not all open to the public, and many of them are inner court only, which means you have to be a part of his exclusive Sabertooth Club. To get into the inner court, you must receive a pair of fangs from the master fangsmith himself, Father Sebastian. First, you got to choose a style of fang, how many you want. Depending on your choice, you may be charged between $200 to $400 per session. Once you have your fangs, you have to go through the Rite of Transformation, which is an induction ceremony for all new members, and there are 4 steps to this ritual. 1, I will not sleep with my fangs on, by the power of Sebastian. In a southern accent, that's very important. Look at yourself in the mirror with your fangs on, receive your vampire name, and finally, pray to Ankh, an ancient Egyptian symbol meant to represent life, immortality, and rebirth. New members are also instructed on 4 key principles that represent what it means to be a modern-day vampire. 1, primal instinct. Being connected to your animalistic impulses. You gotta have that. 2, magic. Wearing your fangs can transform your appearance to otherworldly creatures in the eyes of others. Pretty sweet. 3, escapism. Your fangs are a mask that conceal your identity, allowing yourself to take on a new form. It's kind of like the shapeshift. It doesn't matter. Keep going. 4, desire. The fangs are also used as a way to enhance arousal and pleasure. AKA, dude, bite her clit. She'll love it. Once you become part of the Sabertooth clan, you are admitted to Sanguinarium, an exclusive forum for all members. Though its dark secrets are not fully accessible to the outer court, they were gracious enough to give us access to some of the inner workings of the group. Among the rituals and rules of the group is a page that details the group's religious beliefs, titled Scrolls of Alorath 1. Intro to Living Vampirism. You can see how the clan practices Zephyr or self-transformation through specific rituals. They believe that people can experience a vampiric awakening through metamorphosis and self-growth. This belief, which they acknowledge, is also tied to the Temple of Set. Are you with us? The Temple of Set is a splinter group from the Church of Satan, following what is known as the left-hand path, which focuses on spiritual power, self-dedication, and individual transformation. They also deal with magic and psychic energy, which is a core belief of Sabertooth Clan's transformation process. Keep up. So big, in fact, that people who have attended that everlasting midnight balls claim that Father Sebastian proclaims himself as a religious prophet, one who performs rituals that siphon energy from his patrons at the party and give it to a deity named Fred Samedi. He's not an Italian Toyota dealer. It's a deity. The deity to whom he sends all his energy appeared to him in a dream during a vision quest while he was preparing for his endless night ball in New Orleans just before Hurricane Katrina. Dear fucking God. Now, at nearly every event, there are altars to Fred where people leave coins and beads. The parallels don't stop there. The Temple of Set also features religious texts that include interviews with vampires and members of the Order of the Vampire, all of which focus on their ability to use psychic powers to drain the life rather than drink blood. This continues with the 4th step for joining the clan, swearing over Ankh, the Temple of Set, also as a subgroup, the Order of Setni Kamost, or whatever, that studies Egyptian magic, including Ankh's powers. Please keep up. So essentially, the Sabertooth clan is a satanic vampire energy cult that gets new members through selling fangs. It's like a pyramid scheme for Satanism.
They're expensive too.
They are. It's $400 like a tooth. It's fucking crazy. A pyramid scheme that results in vampiric Satanism is awesome.
And they're preying on delusional...
And they're playing on delusional, horny, autistic people online who think they're going to get their dick sucked at a New Orleans party. That's what this is, okay? All of these beliefs are reinforced by Father Sebastian's long list of books, including his Black Veil series, which is essentially the cult's Bible. And Sebastian claims that these books represent his teachings and research on vampire culture over the past 25 years, since the year 2000. Just want to say that out loud, all right? People are so devout to his teachings that they come to his festivals to get married in full vampire attire. Despite being the head of a massive group with clear teachings of self-transformation and self-betterment, trouble still found its way in. Multiple former members have accused Father Sebastian of manipulative behavior, grooming, and ignoring safety concerns at his gatherings. No. What?
A cult-like figure doing
Come
that?
on, a cult-like figure doing that? No. Father Sebastian has outright denied that the Sabertooth clan is a cult in his now deleted lectures, but his group's core values are directly tied to the occult. He has also made it very clear that you are not just buying fangs, but buying into vampire culture, And if you leave, you'll essentially ostracize yourself from the majority of the vampires. Does that sound like a cult? Hello? This manipulative behavior is exposed more through the interviews with women who claim to be groomed by him. They claim that members who earned access to inner circles through repeated event attendance and personal devotion were given exclusive ritual access. Yeah, that's what it was.
Got to suck my
You can
cock.
come into my quarters. You get exclusive access to you get exclusive access to my balls. Lucky you. These invites made them and all club members feel exclusive, like they belong to an elite group. The process getting fangs from Father Sebastian has also been described as vampiric baptism that you can't back out of. You cannot back out of it. You are in. Hello. During these rituals, Sebastian uses terms like egregor, I don't know what the fuck that is, feeding and priestess, making obedience seem like a spiritual practice. Members were told they were reclaiming their energy, but were really giving him control over their identity and sexuality. Multiple women have claimed to be sexually assaulted at an altar and were even trapped inside by a bodyguard so they could continue with the ritual. They won't let him leave. Fun stuff. While these atrocities occur behind the closed doors, people who are regular members admit to being harassed by people who claim to be more devoted than them. Does this sound like a cult? Are you in a cult? A satanic vampiric cult for autistic people to have sex. That's your cult. Okay. One woman admitted to feeling unsafe after being bullied and harassed by men who believed they were entitled to them. Fun. Others are being harassed by insisting Father Sebastian debunk the cult rumors. And all these cries fall on deaf ears because if these claims were addressed, it would hurt his empire, right? Motherfucker's got fangs to sell. Sebastian's books are not free and can be purchased either on his website or Amazon. It appears he wants to use his influence to not only sell fangs, but build a multimedia empire. He has also been on countless TV networks advertising books along with his documentaries on vampire lifestyle, and this is all aided in growing his reputation as one of the leaders of vampire community. Zach Bagans even invited him to 2 episodes of Ghost Adventures because he is considered a professional in multiple fields related to ghost and the undead. He sells teeth! He sells fake teeth! In one of the episodes, Father Sebastian passed out from a light anomaly shooting into his body from a cursed mirror. It's very funny. Roll the clip.
You can see that he never puts his hand out to break his fall, and he also strikes his head on the wooden floor so hard that his feet fly up in the air.
Although it may seem like all is well, people are starting to catch on. Not only are his horrific deeds within the vampire community becoming more well known, but some are exposing the fact that many of his books include plagiarism.
This guy sounds awesome.
What a fucking nightmare. God. Listen, the world of real-life vampires can be strange at best and truly nightmarish at worst. It's one thing to roleplay and talk about your imaginary vampire powers, but those who take things too far by drinking blood can actually end up doing damage to their health. If you want to get involved with this type of community, don't take it too seriously. Grab a pair of fangs and go to a goth club. Get your dick sucked, right? Have some guy eat out your pussy with some fucking fangs in. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And watch Underworld. Just watch Underworld and you'll be fine. You don't have to do any of it. You just watch Underworld and be like, that's my fix. I loved it. If you're carrying around disposable scalpels and asking people for their blood, you might have gone too far. Stay out of the sun, my friends, and we will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or maybe stay in the sun. Get some sun. Go outside. Please go outside.
Welcome back to the Papa Mate channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about everybody's favorite relationship status. Being polyamorous. I don't know. Is that polyamorous? Polygamy. We're talking about the nuts and bolts and the of it all, huh? You know, we live in an age of sex positivity. Every day we see more and more people setting aside the traditional concept of love and relationships in exchange for a potentially more freeing and exciting lifestyle. AKA, you get to just swap spit with everybody.
Sinners.
Heathens. Downright goobers. You know what, off the cuff before we even go into it, what do you think, Nick?
As long as you're not hurting nobody, I don't care. But for me, I couldn't do it. Be too jealous. Thinking about his, you know.
As long as you're not hurting anybody or thinking about his seed.
My thing is, I would definitely be like the third wheel.
Yeah, they're having dinner or whatever, and you're in the back of the car like, can you give me some onion rings? Yeah, we'll see. Pipsqueak.
Yeah, they're pulling me.
She doesn't even have sex with you. You're my boyfriend. Pay the electricity bill.
I'm just happy to be here. You know what I say? I say this. You know what? I bet there's some people out there where it works just fine. I think in a lot of regards, I think it's a lot of bullshit.
Everybody that I know has been in a poly relationship. They've broken up because one of them ends up putting someone behind their back.
Yeah, it's weird. It's supposed to be this open thing, but it's, I don't know. You can't escape that primal jealousy. You know what I mean? Our monkey brains, we can't handle it. And every year, polyamory continues to grow in popularity, likely due to its rise in representation in popular culture like TV, movies, and dating apps. Being polyamorous essentially means having more than one partner. That's what it means. Why would you want the hassle?
I could hardly keep up with one.
Oh, God, dude. Relationships are very difficult. Did you even just sit there and be like, let's throw in another egg in the mix? Oh, God, please, could I? Sleepless nights, please. Could I, please?
For me, when I got Teddy, I was like, oh, I'll get Max as a second dog so they can be friends. Now it's just a bigger headache for me.
I just want to say, I'm going to put it out there. Kind of makes it seem like you're in a relationship with your dogs. I can only afford so much peanut butter. It always feels like poly relationships are people who are too spineless to break up with somebody. They're like, let's just, can we bring in someone else? And they're just trying to transition someone out of their life. I think that we're just wanting somebody else in our group instead of just being like, I don't like you anymore. I want to break up. That's how I look at it a lot of the times. And also too, you can get out and still.
Or you found your new favorite. This thing is just kind of like your side.
What the fuck is that phrase? It's like, get your cake and eat it too or whatever. There's no way I said that right. It's like baking a cake and eating it. There's certainly a large group that continues to stigmatize the poly lifestyle, believing that being monogamous is the true natural order of things. Some believe that the cost of living has risen so much that people no longer strive for the financial benefits of marriage, instead opting for non-traditional family structures. Believe it or not, it was revealed in 2023 that 19% of adults from the UK participated in polyamorous or non-monogamous relationships. Like it or not, lifestyle isn't going anywhere. So if you're considering the poly lifestyle and don't know where to start, look no further, my friends. Today we're going to talk about the convoluted world of poly relationships.
Because it gets complicated.
We've got a lot of vocabulary to review. Get your notebook and pens out because it's more convoluted than you think. These are the types of polyamorous relationships, my friends. 1, polyamory, right? This is one we know. I'm gonna also probably pronounce these wrong. We just need to know that that's usually what happens with these things, so don't know, I'm supposed to tell you. Polyamory comes from the Greek word poly, meaning many, and amor, which means love. It's a lifestyle that entails having multiple partners. This type of relationship requires consent from all people involved on top of having its own unique set of boundaries and responsibilities. Doesn't that sound fun? In this arrangement, people are allowed to form new relationships outside the group. This information needs to be communicated to the other partners, and some groups require an open approval system and requires you to have their permission to engage. So you're in this wolf pack, right? And then you're like this other thing, you're like, well, we're already doing this thing. I'm just gonna go do this. You need a written letter of approval from your wolf pack before you can go out on the hunt again. How is that, dude?
Pretty soon you're going to be outnumbered the more people get in.
Then the larger your group becomes, it's like, it's a 3-to-1 vote, dude. We don't like Jacob, man. You're not going to fuck him. Those are the rules. It's like, what do you have to do? As a 30-day notice also if you want to leave. Don't forget that there is the $250 deposit fee. It is what it is.
What if you start growing this pack and then everybody kicks you out?
That is how it has to be. Because also, too, I'm going to say this, in every poly group, there's just one, like, pig. That everybody is like, oh, I like this person. You know what I mean? Because I would imagine a lot of poly relationships, if you're a poly guy and you like a girl, but then the rest of the guys are guys, are they gay for each other, too? Some of them are. You went on that one, though, remember, where they were, like, testing it out to see if you want to, like, fuck them?
Oh, I never went on a date.
I thought you went to dinner with them.
No, they offered.
Oh, they offered it.
That's as far as it got, and I think the next day I was like, that's not for me.
But you were considering it for a second.
Well, the whole thing was like, he wouldn't fuck you, but he definitely wants to touch your balls.
I still like how there's like a thing of you like in your room like drinking wine being like, go on. Could you give me a day to think about it? Could you give me a brisk 24? This means that even in a relationship involving multiple people, it's still technically possible to cheat in the established rules if the established rules are broken. So if you go on and fuck somebody else, they're like, you just cheated on all of us. And then we move on to polyfidelity. It's another form of polyamorous relationships in which those involved have agreed to not expand the relationship beyond the initial group, choosing to stay more exclusive. This is the tighter knit wolf pack, right? You howl together. Also, in polyamorous relationships, they probably say that too because they're just like, we don't want you f***ing some random person and then bringing that disease back into the group, which makes sense, but also a little silly still.
You got to get tested to get in the wolf pack.
Yeah, exactly. Also, they're trying to act like in a poly relationship, whatever, trying to act like, you know, we're the clean ones. Imagine me, blue hair, my eyes are even more gaunt. I don't want someone else, I don't want to swap someone else's spit. You know what I mean? Got Cheeto dust all over my fucking like hands and my shirt. Common polyfidelity setups include a triad, where 3 people are involved with each other romantically and sexually, or a quad involving 4 people. A triad is not to be confused with a V, which is when one partner has 2 romantic partners that are in no way involved with each other. In a V, a hinge is the shared partner between the 2. Are you keeping up? And many polyamorous relationships are hierarchical. Many polyamorous relationships have a hierarchy consisting of a primary and a secondary relationship structure that dictates their priority.
There it is. There it is. I'm going to be at the bottom of the totem pole.
Exactly. We're getting into it, but it feels fucked up that you are in this relationship and then they have a designated dog. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you get the sometimes. You know, on a blue moon on Christmas. What about Kwanzaa? Do keep pushing your luck, pal. For example, a primary relationship may form between the 2 that spend the most time together. They may even get married, live together, and have children. And for the secondary relationship, they often receive less time than the primary, as well as having less influence in making decisions. I have a full relationship, and this is just my dog that gives me gifts and I get attention from when I'm tired of my primary. This does not feel like the most selfish thing imaginable. Only one person is benefiting from everything. The woman. And an anchor partner is the non-hierarchical relationship equivalent of a primary partner, being the one that is the most stable and reliable figure within the group. The person that has a job. Okay. Can we at least say what it is? The guy who's working full time. That's the anchor partner, all right? Within polyamorous relationships, there are also those known as comets, which are people in the relationship that you do not contact nearly as frequently, whether it's due to conflicting schedules or distance to each other. Comets, aka buddies. I don't know, we can call it whatever cosmic thing we want to call it. That's what that is. Or no, it's not even a relationship, it's just they come over sometimes. They're coming. Pass by. There's also polygamy, which requires being married to multiple spouses. This takes place in the form of polygyny, where one man is married to multiple women, or polyandry, where one woman is married to multiple men, aka my boys in the Mormon church. They live on compounds, and it's like really that one show. It's like one dude, 5 wives or whatever. It's too, because it's just like he keeps marrying younger women. So the first wife, she's just like, we used to have a lot of fun back in the day, and then he's like only spends time at like the younger person's house. He has like multiple houses in this cul-de-sac, and he's just like, on Mondays I sleep here, on Tuesdays I sleep here. It's so but as you can see, as we start to get into the hyper-specific poly arrangements, things start to get a little complex. For example, the phrase solo poly, which you would think that's just a regular person, right? But a solo poly is ascribed to those who are single and polyamorous, choosing to prioritize their own needs even while engaging with multiple partners. They often prefer not to have a nesting partner, a term used to describe the partner that you choose to live with.
Yeah, so you're just sleeping around.
Okay, yes, it could look like you being a buddy who's basically just a couch potato hopping from house to house or from nest to nest. Ooh. You're a couch server. You're a whore. You're a homeless person having sex with random people. No, it's a nest. You're not a bird. You're a whore. Solo poly people can also engage in parallel polyamory. Be like a Doctor Strange or something. I'm like... Parallel polyamory, where their various partners are aware of each other but don't meet or interact with each other.
Do not talk to him.
Yeah, so it's like you know of their existence, but you don't ever want to speak to them, which to me also means that person does not know about you. There's also monopoly, where only one member in a couple engages in polyamorous relationships. Some couples use this setup to save a relationship when one partner has a tendency to cheat, which doesn't always end well. I know you're gonna cheat, but I love you, so go out there and do it. Isn't that just called a hall pass?
I guess so, yeah.
Wouldn't he just be like, yeah, go ahead? Unless he's just like, babe, you can't keep this dog on a leash. For those who reject normative relationship structures, there's relationship anarchy. This means that so long as there is mutual respect between partners, you can follow your heart and structure things as you see fit. Relationship anarchy has a negative connotation to many, as some will use it as an excuse to be selfish, cheat, and manipulate people. However, there is more to this lifestyle. Relationship anarchy can be, for example, building a family that consists of not only romantic partners, but platonic friends. A polycule, also known as a polyweb or a polyfamily, is the connection made among various people living in polyamorous lifestyles. Essentially, it's a family in which you are not only connected by your own partners, but your partner's partner, and so on. And not all members of the polycule need to be romantically entangled. It's a portmanteau of the words polyamory and molecule. Some people who participate in this will create charts to explain the complex web of relationships contained in their polycule. You probably thought you were on Ancestry.com. No. This is a polycule, my friends.
I like how it's showing former partners. Well, we were dating, and I was a part of their thing.
What's this thing, dude? You gotta have a little ancestry. You gotta have a little family tree of your polycule. Because you probably are also like, I might go back. I feel like these are like little islands. They're like little Mario worlds you get to travel to.
What are some of these asexual, non-sexual partnerships? Long distance?
I like how it's just friend. Non-sexual partnership, so it's a buddy. I'm gonna say every one of my employees now. I'm in a polyamorous relationship with all of them.
That's what I was gonna say. That'd be kind of fucked up if it's just like, I'm just friends with these guys.
No, you're in the polycule. If I went over to my buddy's house and we were like, yeah, we watch football and we drink beers, and I look over and there's a tack board that's at a polycule and my face is on it, I'm gonna be pissed. But this can result in a tight-knit family-like dynamic that consists of multiple different relationships who are on romantic or friendly terms, known as kitchen table polyamory. Some polycules keep their relationships fairly separated and private, but are still comfortable occasionally meeting up without responsibility or fully merging the two groups' lives together. This is known as garden party polyamory. It borders on cult-like mentality.
A little, yeah.
We can also talk about compersion, which is the feeling happiness on behalf of your partner who is in another relationship. The word frugal is an informal and playful variation of the word. All right, so I just... a lot of poly talk. I'm going to be throwing a lot of shit at you. I'm getting lost myself. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Metamor, which is your partner's partner, whom you are not directly engaged with romantically or sexually. This is like the person, my partner's partner. So it's like I'm in a relationship with her, but she goes and meets up with her other boyfriend at Taco Tuesday, whatever, El Sombrero. Yeah, exactly. We also have the unicorn, which is a woman, usually bisexual, who wants to be in a relationship with both the man and the woman that are together. Unicorn hunting refers to the heterosexual couple's pursuit in finding that person. You were a unicorn. How does that feel?
Special.
That feels kind of sick that you're a unicorn. Would you reconsider if they would have told you you're a unicorn?
Yeah, maybe if they use that language.
If he wouldn't have said he wants to touch your balls, why that?
As a test, I think, of just like, he's attracted to you, so we'll start off slow.
We'll start off slow. He's gonna slap your balls around like a boxer on those bags. And then there's cowboys and cowgirls, which is someone who enters a polyamorous relationship only to try and convince one of their partners to leave and enter a monogamous one. So that's like a homewrecker. You don't want to be a cowboy or a cowgirl. They're like, hey, I'm gonna join this thing. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's go. I like you and not him.
You're the villain. You're Sauron.
You're a terrorist. You're Sauron. You're a terrorist. With that said, it doesn't take a genius to understand that poly relationships are open to tons and tons of complications, right? Having a healthy monogamous relationship is already hard enough, so managing several can often lead to a lot of problems. A polyamorous relationship is no place for people who struggle with proper communication, as it can easily make or break the entire thing. These setups often have lots of boundaries, rules, and expectations that need to be addressed to avoid misunderstanding and hurt people's feelings. A big issue for poly relationships is jealousy. More commonly, with people who are new to the scene, the excitement of a new partner coming into the mix can turn into jealousy quickly, depending on the person and how it's handled. With so many people involved, this means having to make time for multiple people so nobody feels neglected. And to do this, you need to now juggle multiple schedules and manage your time, something that can become very mentally taxing. Imagine, when you're just like, I need a break from work. How many times have I been out? I've been like, oh, you want to go do this? And I'm like, yeah, but you do it anyways because you're just like, what am I gonna, I'm not an ass. Imagine having to do that 2 times or 3 times, like back to back. All right, I went to do this one. What about me? You know what I mean? It's one of those things, knock, knock. Oh, goddamn, dude. It's a common joke that people in large poly relationships need to master using Google Calendar to organize their time. Some people on the r/polyamory subreddit even post detailed guides on how to be the most efficient with the app. And speaking of r/polyamory, let's look at potential complaints people have had with polyamorous relationships to get a glimpse of what could go wrong. Which someone says, many people, especially men, but not always, use polyamory just as an excuse to have a harem and not really have a mutual love relationship with multiple partners. Yeah. Like what? No shit. What do you mean? Can you believe they just want to He doesn't actually want to go to the rave with me. He just wants to fuck me. He doesn't actually want to go to Joann's Fabric and pick up yarn. He just wants to have sex. It's like, yeah, duh.
How do people manage their sex schedule? I have 3 partners. 2 of my partners have 3 partners, and 1 partner has just me. But dates. I feel like everyone in the expanded polycule has a role. Sometimes that's just activity partner, nesting partner, and for me, I guess I'm the sex partner. Each of my 3 partners has guaranteed 2 times a week with me, where I'm available for sex, and most of the time they arrange a 3rd time each as well. The result is, I have sex 7 to 10 times a week. I kinda don't want to have sex this much, but at the same time, I'm so used to it now that I also get antsy if I've gone more than 12 hours without sex. My partners get a little sad if they think one of my other partners is having more sex, so there is definitely a little competition going on. Though, we're not supposed to mention when people are having sex with each other to avoid FOMO. In many ways, that makes it worse, because everyone assumes everyone else is having sex whenever they're spending time with me, which a lot of the time is true, but only because they feel like they want to keep up.
You may be deterred by some of these stories, but don't let this fool you. Those who are able to engage in polyamorous relationships in a healthy way find themselves much happier than they ever would have been in a monogamous relationship. Okay? Many feel like it's greatly improved their lives to have a larger support system of loved ones that are there when times are tough. And for those who have children, the extra help makes a big difference. In the case of TikTok star Larissa, she claims that polyandry cured her depression, and others feel that the combined income also makes their lives far less stressful than that of a typical 2-person relationship. There's the added bonus of freedom that polyamorous people enjoy, allowing them to experience things that monogamous people may never get to do. Believe it or not, there are even success stories involving a 20-person polycule in Boston. I hate to see that Irish mess, dude. You give me all that red hair tangled together. That's a disgusting tumbleweed I don't want to be a part of. Their community began in 2020 and eventually became a large positive relationship in which everyone feels deeply in love with each other. Together, they learned the proper communication tactics, set boundaries, wingman each other, and schedule their time in a way that appeases all their partners. I call bull. I think people are gonna be like, yeah, it's fine. All right, we're in harmony. I'm like, who's the dogs, dude? Who's the dogs? I want to know who are the secondaries or the thirdaries. I mean, who's the 20? Who's number 20, dude? It's the guy with the like Jimmy John bags coming in. All right, who had the Italian? That's the 20, dude. But now let's talk about a particularly interesting and strange polycule relationship story. Let's talk about Sam Bankman-Fried's weird poly penthouse. You guys remember Sam Bankman-Fried and his weird gopher mole girlfriend? She threw his ass under the bus, didn't she?
I think so, yeah. She did.
He did all of it. All of it.
She's like trigger someone.
Jesus.
Is that what they were doing here? You'll find out. Sam Bankman-Fried, known as a cryptocurrency prodigy, became wrapped up in one of the biggest financial scandals in recent history. In 2019, he founded FTX, a massive cryptocurrency exchange and hedge fund. During its peak, it was one of the most successful cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, averaging $10 billion in trading volumes per day. This all collapsed, however, when it was discovered that CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was misusing the funds from his customers. In short, tons of investors began pulling out of FTX, but they did not have the money, leading to its bankruptcy. Fried was later sentenced to 25 years in prison. Something that was revealed amidst the chaos was that Fried and his other company executives were involved in a wild polyamorous lifestyle. So funny. Supposedly, they all operated out of a luxury penthouse in the Bahamas within a 10-person polycule relationship. Caroline Ellison, the CEO of Alameda Research, was allegedly involved as well, writing graphic blog posts on Tumblr about it. She stated that while she used to be a trad woman, she now realizes that the only acceptable style of poly is best characterized as something like Imperial Chinese harem. If you can't be busting out Imperial Chinese harem and they're not smoking the opium pipe. Those motherfuckers definitely have like an 86-year-old Chinese dude in the back who's just like passing the stuff along. And they're all like lounging on big like satin purple pillows. And that gopher chick's rolling around. That gopher chick freaks me out, dude. She goes on to say that she thinks all relationships should have a hierarchy where there should be a, and I quote, vicious power struggle for higher rank. Like, imagine your relationship right now, your partner looking at you and saying there should be a vicious power struggle for higher ranks in a relationship. It's like, how tall are we going here? You know what I mean? That's a billionaire activity, though. You know what I mean? That's billionaire mindset. We have to crush them all like each other, like cockroaches, survive nuclear winter together.
I was gonna say, this feels just very like power trippy. Like, I want people to be fawning over me.
Yeah, I think it's the jealousy thing. Today, I'm the top dog. I'm not the grunt anymore. But you know, the power struggle changes. Who knows? In a particularly cringy Tumblr post, she chastises boy positivity posts on Tumblr, detailing what she finds attractive in men. One being, quote, controlling most major world governments. Now that is attractive. This is her, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the top dog.
She looks like she was beaten with a wiffle ball bat. Can I just say that? Can I be so bold? You know what? I'm gonna be rude because she's a crook. Within their polycule penthouse, they took copious amounts of drugs. There's the opium den. Copious amounts of drugs and swap partners as they pitched billion-dollar ideas. They would take stimulants in the morning and sleeping pills at night. And a high society figure in Miami described his experience meeting them at a crypto conference, stating that they smelled horrible and spent the night popping pills like a bunch of frat bros. You look at Sam Bankman-Fried, you know that motherfucker smells like yeast.
He's a little sweat lord.
Yeah, you ever smell like old rye bread? That's what I imagine Sam Bankman-Fried smells like, just like dry, I don't know, marbly. And it goes without saying, but while there are many success stories in the world of poly relationships, some are darker and have ended much more grim. Like Ezra Miller's polycule cult. People haven't talked about Ezra Miller in a bit. Remember Ezra Miller?
He's so cute. Remember him as the Flash?
Ezra Miller, most recently known for his role as the Flash, was put under intense scrutiny around 2020 over claims that he was operating a commune in Iceland, among other things. While Miller has talked about his polyamorous lifestyle in the past, one of his friends opened up to reporters about how his actions more resembled a patriarchal dictatorship. And another referred to it as court harem.
The power controlling world governments.
I'm the Flash. He rented out an Airbnb in Reykjavik, inviting all sorts of friends and artists to come down, some of which being spiritual advisors. Thank God. There, Miller was seen as some sort of idol, according to one visitor, stating that everyone seemed completely hypnotized by him. The actor gave long spiritual speeches, claiming he had superpowers, and at times, he would experience intense mood swings and become enraged at his guests, which is unlike him. There's definitely no footage of him anywhere ever being, I guess, aggressive or mad. That's not like Ezra. Miller's friends detailed his manipulative and abusive behavior in his makeshift commune, saying, quote, Ezra controls all the sex as the man and plays the women against each other, screams at them, belittles them in front of the others. That's fun. One of the women involved with him in Iceland, who was 18 at the time, had sex with him on 3 occasions. During her time staying with him at the hotel, she recounted him becoming weirdly obsessed with her breeding capabilities, worshiping her womb by talking to it and hugging it. All the female viewers right now being like, okay, all right, a man who worships his womb? I do have breeding capabilities. That's what I'd be. If I was a woman, that's what I'd be saying. I'm a breed machine. You don't even know how much is going to be popping out. Further testimony alleges that Miller had invited teenagers to his commune as well, supposedly engaging in sexual acts with them during their stay. And it seemed that the commune had come to an end in the late 2020, and a string of crimes and signs of mental decline from Ezra Miller poisoned his reputation in the eyes of the public. Whatever happened to Ezra Miller? I feel like he just ran off into the tall grass. We never saw him again. Into the weeds, and you're like, all right. But in some cases, toxic polyamorous relationships have ended in death. In 2018, 31-year-old Aline Sadine's battered body was found on the side of a road in Florida. According to Sadine's close friend, Aline had been entangled in a throuple, or triad, as we know, between 2 partners, Zachary Abel and Christina Araujo. Zachary Abel, over time, became jealous over the amount of time that Aline and Araujo would spend together. He was unable to adjust to the new arrangements he agreed upon, turning to physical violence. Aline was terrified of Abel at this point, but was too scared to call the police because Araujo's father worked in law enforcement. Her close friend constantly pushed her to leave the relationship before things could escalate, but it was too late. Her body was found, covered head to toe in bruises after being tortured and killed by the couple. Investigators found the motel room covered in blood, putting the pieces together quickly before discovering the body, and eventually the 2 of them were convicted and arrested. Araujo was sentenced to 20 years and Abel was sentenced to life in prison. We always just gotta throw a little horrible zest at the end, don't you? Instead of putting a cherry on top, we just shoot like the liquid that's in a mustard. You know when you have mustard, it shoots out the mustard piss before the actual sauce. It's like a very fine cake. You're like, oh wow, instead of a cherry, mustard piss all over it. Now it goes without saying that lots of these crazy channel, how you doing? Come in and sit them down because today we're talking about disasters.
Gotta put it in the shoe.
long does a man have to wait to kind of joke about disasters? It's not even a rhetorical question. I'm literally asking. 6 months? A year? 10 years? What about 2,000 years? Surely that gives us enough time to give a little chuckle, I would assume. Right? Things can be horrible, awful, bad thing can happen. If 2,000 years has passed, I mean, we can have a little chuckle, or we can at least talk about it in a lighthearted way, which is what I wanted to do today about the death statues of Pompeii, which I want to say that the Pompeii death statues, not even death statues, they're just burnt up people. Gonna get that right out of the way, all right? These aren't art pieces. These were human beings. Let's say you've never heard of it. Let me give you a nice little fill-in on what the Pompeii disaster was. Pompeii was a middle-class Roman city in southern Italy, founded 600 BC, and its population consisted of around 20,000 people. It was a thriving city, filled with restaurants, bars, bakeries, and even brothels. The city sat next to a large volcano called Mount Vesuvius. Such a good name. If I was going to die by any volcano, give me that one. Which had been dormant for centuries. But that all changed on October 24th, 79 AD.
Did you know that there's contention on when it exploded? There's a million dates. They say it's August, and then it's September.
It was a long time ago. Ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can tell you what, black holes went out. Around 1 p.m., Mount Vesuvius erupted violently, and for 18 hours, the volcano covered the city in ash and rained volcanic stones to the point of initiating mass evacuations. And approximately 2,000 residents stayed behind to weather the storm, hiding wherever they could. Rocks, ash, and toxic gases rushed down towards the city at around 180 miles per hour, destroying buildings
and suffocating people.
Death was that's the Grim Reaper, okay? Over time, the entire city was completely flooded with volcanic debris. Some were able to escape at the last second, but the rest faced brutal deaths. One of the only survivors, Pliny the Younger, recounted how the city was buried under 17 feet of ash and volcanic rock. He recounted how people covered their heads with pillows as the only defense against the showering stones. Don't think that's gonna work. Over the years, the remains of victims have been found and excavated in a sort of plaster cast state, displaying their final moments before death. The total number of casualties is not known, but 1,044 casts have been discovered. And just a little food for thought, the last eruption of Mount Vesuvius was 1944 and is expected to erupt again in the near future. So, you know, maybe we'll get more plaster sculptures of people. All right, so albeit disrespectful, I think is going to be a lot of fun because today we are doing the Pompeii feels wrong to say. We are doing the Pompeii Death Pose Statue Tournament. We're gonna see which is the best. What does that mean exactly? I don't know. Without further ado, let's start going. Like I said, there's 1,000 of them, but I think we're just going with 16 because a lot of them, it's gonna sound disrespectful, a lot of them are kind of doing the same thing, all right? So we have to kind of, they're either like, oh, or they're laying down, justifiably so, okay? But we gotta have some separation to make this thing work. So, you know, there's a lot of them, but we're only talking about a couple of them. 16 of the best, cream of the crop, ways to pose when you die. Let's get into it. So first off, I'm gonna look at, it's crawling in my skin or the first selfie. First off, I want to say the first selfie, is that their actual teeth?
I don't know.
If that's their actual teeth, that is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, who's going to sit there and be like, put in some fake ones with some dentures?
I was reading some Reddit posts and people were like, those aren't real. And someone was like, they had really great teeth back then.
Okay, I just want to say the first selfie, the teeth are really selling me. But at the same time, crawling in my skin, that's a Linkin Park reference. I want to say looks more like Creed's Human Clay album cover. Also, it's kind of fucked up. The first selfie one kind of looks like they're smiling, doesn't it? Like, what kind of sadistic is like drowning in gas and in volcanic stone and they're just like this? The crawling in my skin one, that motherfucker's going through it. You can tell he's trying to crawl. There ain't no crawling away from anything. But this is where you're gonna see a lot of these forks in the road. Which one's better? First selfie was just like, I don't even give a f. They're kind of smiling at the end. Barely hurts! The other one seems like a guy who's just like, I will not die here. But he did, which I guess if that's the case, I feel like I'd want to go out being like, I don't give a f.
Like Monkey D. Luffy, smiling when you die.
What are you talking about?
Oh, in One Piece, if you have the will of D, you smile before you die.
What does that mean, Nick?
That's just what it is.
Because of that, I'm going to choose the crawling in my skin one. No, I'll do first selfie. First selfie, I'll give it to first selfie. Next one up is, ooh, the nice wave and just a baby. It's just a baby. First off, we're saying wave, but how do we know that he didn't, like, in his final moments, he wasn't just like, oh. He was flooded with the future, and that's him actually driving a car, and he's waving to his neighbor. Technology, or the technology, because they're in Italy.
It looks like he's driving like a little go-kart.
At the Mario Kart, we popular Japanese people are going to make Italians very popular. He's like, Mario Banana. And then just catches him there. I'm not gonna lie, the baby one, that is haunting. Why does it kind of look like he was like straight up like diving? Or somebody held him like a spear and they're like, whoa, fly baby, fly.
You know what it reminds me of? The dancing baby gif. If you like tilted him.
He's jumping. It's making me sad versus the wave one. I'll tell you what, when I zoomed in on it, I don't mind the wave. I like that he looks like he's driving a Mario Kart, but at the same time, him not having fingers just really shows how painful it is. Also, like the plaster sealing his nose and lips where he's just like... is kind of horrifying as well. But I feel like I would like to have just a jolly wave forever. See, when I die, what I want to happen, I don't want to be buried because I'm claustrophobic. I want to be in a mausoleum. But I want to be in a glass case so my family can come see me. I'm naked. I want to be airtight sealed so I can try to be preserved as long as I can. But if something happens where I'm able to come back to life somehow, don't know how that works. It only opens from the inside. So people can't just come in, fondle me and do whatever they want with me or like steal my brain or like a leg. Yeah, it's like the only person I can only open it from the inside. But then I get scared that sometimes if I do come back, that I'm sitting there and I'm like, ah, this guy's case. But at least I'm not buried.
Well, you have the little pull tab that says pull here.
If I can't open up a door handle, I'm already gone. All right, I'm going with wave. Also, I just don't like babies. You know what I hate about when people have babies for the first time? They're always just like, this is him doing that. Your baby, every baby is ugly. Let me at least agree there. Child and mother. Oh my god. And pray. What's that? Is a kid on her stomach?
Also, apparently it's a man.
This is a man? How do we know where they weren't playing? He's like bobbing him up and down. Whee! One of those things. They didn't even know what was going on, the commotion. Daddy, why are people yelling? Don't worry about it. Woo! Bouncing him up and down. God, the prey one goes so hard. That's so sick. I don't know what the hell's going on with that father and son one.
It looks like the son's like beating him.
His dad's like, stop hitting him in the face. And his son's just fucking wailing on him. Because maybe, what if you can create some backstory is, what if he pushed his mom into the gas or whatever, and the kid saw it, and that was him attacking his dad. This is the final moments of him being like, we're both gonna die. He's like, I don't give a or I don't give a daddy. But I mean, he's punched him like that, and he rips off his Italian mustache because they all have the big mustaches, and he takes off the chef hat, and he's like fucking strangling him with it. Die, Dad. Die.
Jesus.
I mean, it's kind of cool. I will say the guy sitting there praying, though, goes so hard.
What do you think he's praying for?
Probably listen to... What's that song say?
Pray to a God that don't believe me. I got freedom.
Who is that? Is that Bruno Mars? Don't tell me. I'm going to just assume it's Bruno Mars. But see, now with the backstory that I have, I like the dad and son more. I like the kind of camaraderie there. But at the same time, this is just kind of sick. It's kind of horrifying, too, actually. He's got big-ass knees.
What if he's not praying? What if he's squatting and taking it? Because that's how they did back then.
Yeah, but wouldn't he be kind of standing up? Oh, you know what's kind of fucked up? If you were sitting in that position and you were taking it, and your poop slides out like a little snail out of your... in front of you. What if at some point there was a little petrified piece of shit there and he sat there and his limp was over there and the shit grazed underneath the underside of his... He was like, whoa, and then... So now we have the poop prey or we have the Scorsese film. Which one would you say? Which one do you like more?
The child one's funny, but the prey one is just... goes way harder.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about if I was in my pose, even if I was beating the shit out of my dad, I don't think I want to be sitting on my dad's lap forever. I'm gonna go with prey.
It does look kind of sexual.
Well, I didn't want to bring that up, but it does look very sexual. Okay. Buck teeth. Oh, man. Brutal. And sleepy time. Okay. The sleepy time labeling is so disrespectful of a guy you can tell contorting in pain. You can see that. And it's like, he's just dead. And it's like, sleepy time. This one's kind of easy because first off, that pig-nosed buck-tooth son of a bitch. Imagine that's your face forever. People are like this. You're preserved in a museum. You're like, you're a victim of a horrible tragedy. And you're like, well, at least people understand what I went through. And then every time someone looks at you, they do this.
Kind of looks like a cyclops.
He does look like a fucking cyclops. Oh. That's what the voice sounds like. Oh. It looks like he's bricking a bit, doesn't it? Oh. The sleepy time one, it's like he's in pain, but he's kind of comfortable with it. He's like, fingers all contorted, and he's just like, His face kind of looks like, You got some big ass lips too. I have a feeling people have kissed this one before. Look at those lips, big ass lips. What if you're kissing him? You're like, should I kiss him? Whatever. Like, yeah, no one's looking, and you do it. And then you look, you open your eyes, and he's like, I guess sleepy time, I guess. The buck teeth thing, also the expression, I don't know. It's kind of a scary one, man. The two ones here are, excuse me, too, that's nice. This photo shows the skeletal remains of two victims identified as a wealthy man who attempted to flee the Pompeii disaster alongside his male slave. It is likely that the rich man was between his 30s and 40s, while the slave was around 18 to 23. The slave was speculated to have a crushed vertebrae based on his skeletal form, which implies that he was either crushed during the escape or forced to do heavy slave labor. Or maybe he's getting them back shots like crazy. Coitus. Kind of does look like he's eating some here, doesn't it? Yeah, actually, this one's kind of rules, dude. Imagine you're sitting there and for all time you get to have some on your head. That's kind of not a bad deal. And also, dude, he's caked up. Got a nice ass for all eternity? Are you kidding me? You got nice ass and titties on your head, or you got a baby's thumb poking out and you're just like, no, everybody knows my tiny. And you got the guy who's just like, and I did slave labor on this guy. He crushed his goddamn pelvis. I would assume something fell on him. Well, actually, if something fell on him, I feel like his legs would be gone. Structural integrity with that.
Do you think the guy who's on his back and got crushed?
Well, actually, I don't know. It's hard to say.
I feel like a rock hit his back and then he was on his side.
Oh! Is it too disrespectful to be like their death noises, the last death noise?
No, I think it's...
I think the guy with the tiny and he's sitting there and he's just like... Sound like Post Malone, whatever. I have some help. One of those things.
It takes two.
It takes two to bring on.
I mean, I gotta go with the guy with parrot teeth on his head and he's all caked up. I don't think there's anything better, dude. Laying with a sexy ass woman forever, being able to show like, yeah, dude, look at this big ass I had. You know, he was peacocking that thing around too. When he walked, he definitely moved his sides back and forth. You know what I mean? They're like, there goes Poncavius, or where the f his name is. He's just like,
Hello, everybody.
The girl's also doing like the Rizzler thing.
my boy's just a pair of bones. Is that just, yeah, it's just a skeleton. Is that a pose? It's just a full-fledged skeleton.
Is that Pompeii?
Well, yeah, but that's not a pose. That boy is just a skeleton.
Yeah, but look, he got hit by some kind of building.
That is a Wile E. Coyote if I've ever seen it right there, dude. You think the gas was coming? He had the sign.
Uh-oh.
Also, cheese is brutal. How metal is that, though? Half of your face, you still have some of your nose, whatever, and you're just like, ah! You know what happened to, actually, when it's up here, the guy was definitely like, ah! And then died. That's that's horrifying.
It kind of looks like he's having a little pleasure. It was 180 miles per hour. That's how fast the lava was.
This frozen time. All right, we'll go with cheese. You convinced me. It's a nice cheese.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. If you're in the mood to get up, get active, and get out, you better start drinking Gamer Subs, baby. I've completely sworn off all energy drinks besides Gamer Subs because Gamer Subs is keto friendly, it's sugar free, and goddamn do the flavors taste good. I have my own personal flavor called raw meat that is, oh, dare I say, the best one out there. But also, how are you gonna drink these things? Well, they have beautiful anime shakers, big old biddies on these shakers that make everyone gawk and look at you. Also, they're selling blood diamonds on the aftermarket, so be sure and look out because they resell for high value. Okay. You can use our promo code PAPAMEAT to get 10% off your order, and you know what? Even sign up for a couple free samples, because guess what? When you sign up, you're definitely coming back because they're that goddamn tasty. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for always sponsoring the video. And back to the video.
My boy is beaten off. A man got covered in lava while he was beating it to like the entry of a door. Yeah, he got up for the day. He's getting ready to like walk out of his house and he's like, oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh. Poncavius? Huh? Oh. I'm guessing it would probably evaporate. What if you wrecked, shot it up and it also froze with it like strands, like an icicle?
Yeah, probably instant steam.
Oh, yeah. You breathed in his face. Oh! Got that spunky gas. Oh!
What if he did it on his belly?
Ooh!
Your gas, you can see the detail.
My God, that's 2,000-year-old jisms if I've ever seen it. Face down, ass up, dude. Some of these people are caked up. I'll tell you what, though. It looks like this is what it looks like, a gray alien. Also, remove the gravel underneath them. Can we put them on a bed forever? You're just on a bed of gravel, ass up in the air. You know, people are looking at it too. Like they're like, oh my, how tragic can they do? What if there's a perfectly preserved starfish right there between his cheeks? So scratch and sniff. Take your thumbnail. If I could look like a cheese alien jacking off for the rest of time, I absolutely would do that. Let me be the cheese alien jacking it.
Curling his toes, too.
Curling his toes and gripping the sheets. He's like, ah! If anything, it's a perfect encapsulated moment of human ecstasy, and that's just a beautiful human moment. So I will do jerking it. Bedtime and doggo. My boy just looks comfortable. Is that a piece of cloth he's on? Put him on a cloth. They put the other guy on a bed of gravel. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, isn't that kind of fucked up? All right, bedtime. Bedtime looks good. Also, my boy was doing well. Look at that belly. He looks like, does he look like Jigsaw kind of?
Oh my God.
His face looks a lot like Jigsaw. The dog one's just sad.
Now he's getting his belly scratched.
I don't like seeing it. Also, he's like on embers. They didn't even put him on clean rock. They're just like, throw him in the lava rock. Hey, that's easy. I'd go bedtime. Also, just, I don't know why. It's easy to laugh at humans being dead, but for animals, it's just, it feels disgusting. All right, well, that's the first round done. Those are all really good, though. I don't know why first selfie. This is kind of a minor complaint for me. That one little gap of light shining in my eye forever. It just seems cruel. Doesn't it seem a bit torturous? Also, having one of your arms up. But then if you're doing that complaint, then it's like for my wave, I'm always holding my arms up like this. But then I'm a bit of a show pony. He does have a millennial smirk a bit, doesn't he? Does it not look like he's like this? Put a fedora on that right now and try to tell me that's not a millennial. He has like a lap full of Office DVDs. Well, my kitty, I guess I'm going to have to spoil you tonight. Now, see, now the Wave guy, he's getting, I'm gonna give it to Wave. Give it to Wave! Prey versus Sleepy Time. God, Prey is just so hard, dude. And also picturing the piece of shit coming out of his there too. One thing I don't understand with this picture, why is all those pots around him? Is that, do you think that's just that they found in, maybe he's a pot maker. He's making bowls and he's taking it to his workstation because they wouldn't give him the day off. And he's like, fuck you guys, I'm gonna get mine.
What do you think his last sound was?
That's actually before. And then he got done, he was like, and then he died. So that was actually all before what happened. Okay. Sleepy Time. It looks like he's got a nice comfy shirt on too, though, doesn't it? Look at him. He's got some full-on robes, whatever, looking comfy.
This is what I think. He's walking, and then he had a heart attack and fell over.
Yeah, I like to think that he had a heart attack, died, and then the whole thing happened. No one found him. No one came across his body yet. You can kind of see it in his ankle here a little bit. It looks like maybe an animal got at him for a second, but then they felt the rumbling and they ran off. Don't want to be in the Sleepy Time, but then I'm in a robe too. Whole thing is with the Prey, you're barely human. You know what I mean? You're kind of a blob. Granted, the thing is awesome, or you could be lounging around forever. And you got I don't know, man. The praying one is a better pose. I want to say that, but also, I don't know. You know what? I feel like if you're laying down, you're kind of one of many. I think you got to go with Prey just because of that. Even though I will say Sleepy Time, dare I say, looks like the comfiest of the death poses. And I like to think that he did have a heart attack beforehand, so he died his own way, right? Oh, head or say cheese. Man, that's one is going to be hard. You got a full ass, you got a full pair of, and you're like cheeked up, snuggled up forever with somebody.
And it looks like he was pulling her pants down. You see that?
God damn, Nick. This is actually just sad. Kind of hits me in waves a little bit, doesn't it? Just sad. I mean, look at that. It's like the Titanic or something. We're gonna be fine. And then just...
You don't think that's like a little dress? He's like...
No. I'm not going to take this man who has on his head and make him look like a creep. All right? He's assed out, cheeked up, chilling with this girl. I mean, he's pushing hard into her stomach, too. God damn. I feel like it's almost like borderline headbutt. How do we know he didn't tackle this woman? See, now you got me all messed up now, too. God damn it. The say cheese guy, I love the half-preserved half skull. It's metal as
teeth are there, too.
Man, if he had some nipples, I'd probably give it to him. You just can't beat it on the head, though, man. You know what I mean? I got a schnoz, though, didn't he? Holy hell.
Yeah, why is that? That's like a perfectly preserved nose.
I want to say, and I don't want to speculate here, I don't know who runs the museum over there in Pompeii. How do we know that isn't just gray Play-Doh? That they stuck? Because that is a well-preserved nose. Is that not a well-preserved? No one else has a nose. Where's all the other noses? How do we know some guy didn't come in there and he was just like...
Just put a little teeth in there?
Put the teeth around, slap some fucking Play-Doh on his face. There you go. Isn't that funny? And then everyone's like, oh my God. He's like, all right. I know. He just like ran with it. I know. It's weird. It's half preserved, huh? I gotta give it to the head. Wait, so okay. So, oh, wow. Jerking it or bedtime? So the last guy who was laying down sleeping, you didn't give it to him, even though it looks comfortable. I think bedtime might be the most comfortable looking one. I think if anything, this man might have actually died in his sleep. Versus jerking it, there's something so insanely cool and real about jacking off and on your stomach, and then you are immediately lit in flames and preserved forever in a molten cheese. We come to the point where David Carradine wrapped around a belt around his neck. That's the ultimate form of autoerotic asphyxiation, is what it sounds like. I mean, not that you're choking yourself, but put yourself to the brink of death. If you could feel yourself, boom, while death was like caressing your cheek, that's gotta be insane. Jerking it's gotta get it. Wow. Okay, semifinals. We're in the semifinals round here. So we have the Wave versus Prey. The Wave is so jolly, and the Prey is so sad. Should we try attributing what would I want to be preserved as forever, and also the pose itself, and also, I think, general shape. Like when I say general shape, I mean the Prey, you're barely human. you're a blob man. Versus Wave, you still got eyes on them. He's like I said, you got the millennial smirk. You got the OG millennial there, the original Redditor right there waving at you. Even looks like he's got some goddamn khakis on, doesn't it?
You know what? The Wave guy, it kind of looks like he did a cannonball. He jumped into the lava.
It does kind of look like he did. He's just like, embrace it! And he just jumped into it. I think he was on some kind of like weird device that he made that people were like, what the fuck is this? He's like, it's a tricycle.
I like to imagine it was a flying machine.
It's a fly, I'm a bird. People were like, what? And he's like, ah! It just gets burned real quick. Kind of embraced the pain for, yeah, he was carrying it through. Well, that's what he was doing. He was taking his way here. He had the millennial smirk going. He's like, and he was getting ready to race. He's like, to do that, but he's like, and he was almost there. The Wave is the OG millennial. Prey goes hard, but there's just not enough features to make this the best, I don't think.
That looks like mud. Like someone just put through mud.
If the piece of poop was there, it would have gone way farther. Or you could have also speculated it was like a tail. You're like, maybe this was like the demon that summoned it, right? But you're like, nah, I mean, it was a now, what if it was perfectly preserved prolapse, just like not a piece of poop? That would have been kind of cool. I mean, it's not here, but you know. You think anybody in Pompeii, do you think any of them had a prolapse ass? Everything just looked like red cabbage over there. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Looked like little monkey brains popping out of their ass cheeks. I'm gonna give it to Wave. All right, this is easily the hardest matchup of the day. It has to be. Head rustled in, caked up, or straight up lying on the ground, jerking it forever. The best pose. Also, both beautifully preserved. Jerking it looks a little more cheesy, a little more like moldy cheesy, and the coitus one is smooth. I mean, it's very beautifully preserved. You got all in my head about him pulling down her panties and stuff earlier, so now I'm all like,
it's all consensual.
Oh, you don't know that. Here's the biggest factor for me, because both of them are kind of sexy. You get these in your head forever, but the coitus one, you get to be with someone forever. That's got to be huge. But granted, if you're in a museum and people are seeing you, you're seeing people every day. So you might even want to be alone a little bit after a while. You're like, give me some time, dude. To be fair, you were there underground or under a sheet of ash for who knows how long. Long time. He had, what if he was also had this is kind of sad too, is what if he had a baby? He's like, I love you. You're saying I love you to the baby. That's why he's so close up to the stomach.
I love you, you little meatball. Daddy gonna take care.
And that's the dad talking to the baby.
Don't worry, my little matzo ball. I got it.
And she's like,
Alfredo!
this is a much more sad scene versus the jerking it guy. That motherfucker was living in the moment. Somehow he transported to the future and he was listening to Ricky Martin in his head, I feel like. Living la vida loca. Think about the on the stomach. You're perpetually forever in a jerk-off stance. That's kind of embarrassing.
But you're a legend.
You are a legend. You are a legend versus if you're with your wife, you got on your head, and you got somebody to cuddle with forever. That's gonna be good. This is actually so hard. Funny points, jerking it wins. Actual story and like preservation, you gotta give it to coitus. I'm giving it to jerking it. I'm giving it to jerking it, and I know that I feel wrong for doing that. I feel like I've betrayed the people. I feel like I've betrayed love, but that is, you know, it is what it is. The boys just gotta jerk it. So that means our finals here is the original millennial with the wave, or my boy Fiesto Jerky. Jim Halperino or Fiesto Jerky is kind of what is where I'm at here. Preservation on both, great. It looks like there's actually more detail on jerking it. Less embarrassing pose on Wave, more embarrassing pose on jerking it. This doesn't feel like a contest, does it? It feels like jerking it has to be our champion. But the Wave looks like he does have a pair of like Birkenstocks on. I don't think I like that. You know, like slippers or Birkenstocks or something, which would also be very millennial. I also have a pair of Doc Marten boots in my closet. It's jerking it. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion has to be jerking it. Jerking it's our champion. Out of all the horrible things that happened in Pompeii that day, which is just one. Out of all the horrible things. Yeah. Also, can you believe we got rain? Yeah, we got mud in the house. We tracked mud in, the dog got, I don't know where the dog went. You know, out of all the people that died in the Pompeii disaster, it was a horrible, horrible thing to be fried alive and preserved for everyone to see forever, right? Forever. Preserved forever. And for a man to have died on the floor, jerking it, leg up, toes curled, in a moment of ecstasy, preserved forever, is not something to gawk at, ladies and gentlemen. It is something to admire. When the world is gone and the Pompeii people are still preserved and aliens come and visit us, they'll wonder what this face is, and I think they'll know it was joy. I think they'll know that in this final moments, it was what humans were meant to do, and it was meant to brick, to nut. That's what we were meant to do. Am I wrong? For me, this is the most beautiful thing. Beautifully preserved, creepy at the same time, badass, stoic, and just represents the most beautiful thing a human can do. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is your Pompeii winner. Like I said, there was a lot more. They're all kind of doing the same thing, lying around and clenching their teeth and cowering.
Is there a pose you wish you saw?
A pose I wish I saw? I wish there was a guy like either like this.
Yeah.
On his knees. or the same thing on his knees, like flipping off the bird. I would have loved like one of those. I imagine people like that though. They're probably just disintegrated. Who stumbled upon that? Do you think people thought it was art at first, or do you think it was so fresh where they're just like, oh, oh, mamma mia. Oh.
But they were like, what did they do with the guns?
You know how f***ed up if they did know about this and they're just like,
Leave it.
how f***ed up is that?
No burial. They're like a crispy.
Don't touch crispy.
Yeah, don't touch a crispy. Get on your hands. That's a curse from a god.
Italians are scum. I gotta say, this feels like maybe the lowest we've ever gone.
We can get lower.
For at least... Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about disgusting people doing disgusting things.
Just don't have to worry about it.
It's not safe. Kevin is living on top of the bomb. I mean, he doesn't even understand. That is very dangerous, my friend.
Ah! The spring is right around the corner. You know, getting things nice and organized. Throwing out some of the unused junk, which I'm a hoarder. I mean, if you look at the back of my room here, I have a dog. My dogs haven't been up here in how long, and I have a dog bed.
Just in case.
Just in case, you never know. But today I wanted to take time to talk about one of my favorite things, people collecting trash and being unable to throw things away because emotionally they are connected to them somehow. I love the idea. I am unable to throw away a bucket. Your mind gets attached to a bucket full of like dead rats or something like that, and you're like, I need it. I can't live without this bucket. What is a hoarding disorder? If you've never heard of hoarding, this is what it is. There is a misconception that hoarders are simply lazy people who don't want to clean or organize their living space. In reality, it's much more complex. It actually became recognized as a mental illness, one that leads to people struggling to part ways with their possessions. It becomes a necessary comfort to keep these items, and discarding them can lead to intense emotional distress. That's what you're talking about. The first catalyst to a hoarder is whenever the kids have those on the back of your door, the Hot Wheel collector thing. It's weird. It's like, look at my Hot Wheel collection. You shut your door, that thing would do. I swear to God, that is the starting point to emotional stress collecting. I gotta fill them up. Because then, if anything, I remember I was like talking with this friend of mine, and I was like, you have 3 of these. There's like 200 slots on the back of them. He's like, I don't. So he just started putting all kinds of shit. He'd find like twigs and rocks from outside, break them, and like put them in the thing. It felt like a I was like, all right, man, cool. Mom, come pick me up. Many feel the need to hold on to their things as a way to feel like they have a sense of control over their lives. People experiencing dementia, OCD, or depression can sometimes find themselves experiencing these same tendencies. Maybe you're depressed. Better hold on to some of this stuff. Over time, however, this comes at a cost of their own personal health. Their living space can become cramped, dangerous, and covered in health violations. It often leads to isolation, which erodes relationships with friends and family. Which the first case I think of is that one that was people were talking about a lot, was the girl who like hoards her poop.
This house has a septic issue.
Oh yeah, we got that in there.
Okay, good. We're talking about the poop hoarder.
There's still some space in the toilet, but I don't want it to overflow.
My grandma's kind of a hoarder. I had to clean her house.
Your grandma was a hoarder? Like, really? Or were you just like, what are these dolls? I can see you bullying your grandma, dude.
Nick, leave me alone. Stop it, Nick.
I cleaned her house for free. I spent 2 days.
Touch me there.
Just take your medicine and go to sleep, grandma.
She had dog shit, like, stamped in the carpet.
Oh, dude. See, that was one of the reasons why I hated going to my grandma's retirement home. Old dementia kooks walking around and stuff. One of them had a cat that was dead, that like was under the bed, and like nurses would try to come in and clean up, and she's like, get out of here. And she like freak out. It was horrifying. To be an owner of a retirement home like 30 years ago or whatever, gold mine. Oh my God, just put them in a closet. Come see them at Christmas. There's 5 stages of hoarding. Level 1, one who feels the compulsion to collect things but has kept it to a minimum. Their home is still easy accessible. I think that I'm at a level 1 or maybe a level 2, which is how, I mean, if you look around just the things that I collect, I think anybody who's like collects a little something, everyone has a moment in time where they're like, what is this? And like, oh, I just keep it. That's, well, see, for me, it's like I'm just so fat, all my clothes doesn't fit anymore. And my wife's like, you should just get rid of these. And I'm like, oh, I'll slim down. I wonder what it is if it's anti-hoarding.
I had that. I used to just throw away shit.
What is, I wonder what that is for.
Well, just more like, I have no use for this. And then you throw away family memorabilia and then they cry.
I think my sister has that. My mom will buy her like a new couch or whatever. And she's like, it just took up too much space. And she's like, throw it. You're like, so you don't have a couch in your house? It's just like a folding chair and a TV, and Bob's Burgers playing on the TV. You're like, all right, dude. Or we could talk about level 2. While not too extreme, there's noticeably more garbage and old food laying around. Perhaps animal waste as well. I've even had some buddies like that, left out food and shit. But it's not even like lazy to throw away. They're like, well, I might eat it. Like, pizza crust that's like just like as hard as a rock. It's good stuff, man. Pizza shop cracker crust. Oh, good stuff. Level 3. A nasty odor begins to ruminate. And bedrooms and bathrooms become unsanitary and unusable. Items begin to collect and stack, taking up a more noticeable amount of space. And then you move into level 4. The odor becomes unbearable, and an abundance of animal feces, bugs, and rodents infest the house. At this point, the junk makes it hard to navigate the property. I like how you actually become like a Greek myth after a while. You literally just have like a labyrinth forming. That's when the Minotaur moves in. And of course, lastly, level 5, the end of the road, the worst stage, where everything is elevated. This can pose great risks to health, as sections of the house will be permanently damaged from the horrible conditions. In extreme cases, bottles of human waste can be found as well. Well, yeah, dude, and at this point, you're like, I don't know how to get the fuck out of here. How do you keep bringing stuff in, though, is what I want to know. You know what I've seen a lot with hoarders is like newspapers and mailers and shit. Can you imagine not being able to throw away junk mailers? Holy credit card offers and stuff like that. I gotta know. You never know. Well, I remember I saw one where a guy was like, see, I'm eligible for $500. I'm eligible for $1,400 credit. Many people find themselves drawn to the extreme levels of hoarding. Let's talk about some of the weirdest and most real examples that are happening in the world. Starting off with the Japanese hoarder. A Japanese woman online known as... Okay, dude.
Shirokuma
Tiandedesku Uzuki. What the fuck is this? What, we play Mad Libs here with the deal? Oh, come on, like, this is her name.
Sharo Kumadendasuki 4444.
Whatever, that's her. I don't know what I can tell you. Why can't it could just never be like Sarah, like Jean? Fucking racist for me to say. Why can't her name just be Sarah? A Japanese woman online who gives people a strange deep dive into a young hoarder trying to live her life in alarmingly bleak housing conditions. The photos here, my God.
I thought this was fake. She was showing how she made like stew. She was like putting carrots in, like, and then there's like cockroaches and stuff. But
I could see it maybe being a bit of a troll.
No, but it's real. Unless she just owns a house, she throws garbage in.
What's I'm saying? It might be that, or even just committing to the bit. Like, I'm not really a hoarder, but like this gets clicks, so fuck it, I don't give a shit. That's like a grub human thing, right? Little goblin mode type shit. Her content mainly revolves around her cooking meals, but people became alarmed at the incredibly cluttered rooms. In many videos, it is clear that her apartment has been grossly infected by hordes of insects, and supposedly she has not paid rent in over a year. That's awesome. I'm just not gonna pay it. And began wearing an outfit consisting of overdue payment and eviction forms. You can see these forms decorated all over her room, making a outfit out of people being like, we're gonna kick you out, and she's just like... But over time, her trash began spreading to neighboring apartments and businesses. Her apartment became so much of a fire hazard that firefighters had to break inside the building to forcefully remove the clutter. She is open about her battle with mental health, but has not made much progress throughout her time online. I feel like the worst thing you can do is take your hoarding obsession and make it into a content generator. You're just totally enabling the person to be like, this is awesome. You're a freak. And she's like, awesome. That's engagement. If you were a firefighter and you broke into just like a person's house and they were a hoarder, do you have to keep a professional face? Because the person's got to be right there, right? You break in and they're like in the, like you see like the top of their head and their eyes from a stack. Do you think people are like, oh my God? Or is it more just like stoic and calm?
They probably say, this is a fire hazard, lady.
It's the first thing to say. They break down the hinges of the door. This is a fire hazard, lady. Drag her out by her ankle.
My brother worked at God Junk and he used to go de-junkify hoarders' houses every once in a while. They would have to remove the hoarder from the house.
They stopped him from collecting the shit. They'll be like, no, not that thing.
This is all contaminated.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. This is unhealthy. It has to be burned. I can't even throw this. I'm not allowed to throw this at the dump. This has to go be fired up and burned.
I mean, they don't forcibly put them out, but I think they're just like, are you ready? And I think that they're like, yeah. But I think they're outside like throwing up and like shitting themselves and stuff. They're like, no, you know, that kind of thing.
Wait, we want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dragon. We here at Papa Meat are very, very good friends with Bad Dragon, and we want to take time to thank them for being an amazing sponsor. If you're looking to spice up things in the bedroom or even for yourself, consider going to Bad Dragon and getting a little something on the sexier side. We've been to the factory, we've seen how the cookies are made, and let me tell you, the cookies are sweet and the quality's amazing. So if you're looking to spice things up, please consider going to our dear friends Bad Dragon and just check it out and see if there's anything for you or a loved one that may be amazing. Something for grandma. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But let's go back in time a little bit, right? We need to go back in time to appreciate what some called the first hoarder house, the first recorded hoarder house. That's what they say, which is called the Collier Mansion. Hoarding is not a new thing. In fact, one of the first and most famously known cases of hoarding took place inside a mansion in 1947. That's how you know, too. It was definitely a hoarding house. They're just won the war. And he's just like, I'm not throwing out a thing. Everything's a trophy now. off, Germany. The Collier brothers, Homer Collier and Langley Collier, were born to an unfathomably wealthy American family. Upon their death, they left their luxurious estate to the two of them to live together in. I don't know, like that. If you were super wealthy, would you be like, we're gonna live together forever, bro?
If I was tight with my bro.
You would live with your, even because you were tight with your brother, you would live with him forever.
Yeah.
You would never establish a sense of independence for yourself.
Well, it's like him and Harry, dude. You know, they're already doing it.
I guess that's true. You're already doing it with Harry, I guess. The death of their family had a massive impact on them, causing the brothers to isolate themselves in their new home. This was exacerbated when Langley began to go blind in 1932. What started as Langley collecting things he enjoyed, like toys and books, slowly turned into filling the place with an assortment of junk. Not only did this include things like camera equipment or random furniture, but even jarred organs that belonged to his father when he worked as a doctor. God, dude, those old medical, like this is Dad's spleen. He's like, it's not mine, I just have it in a jar. Langley, who was unable to work or tend to himself because of his worsening blindness, was cared for by Homer. Their home was broken into multiple occasions, and in response, Langley used his obscenely large collection of stuff to create a maze that would stop intruders from finding their way in. That is, this is the premise to a horror film. Well, it's like, what the fuck was that movie? Don't Breathe? Is that what it was called? Whatever, the dudes break into the blind dude's house. Whatever, which to be fair, he's doing like a Home Alone, like Macaulay Culkin thing in that movie. But can you imagine you go in and it's a maze and he's just like, welcome. You've made your choice. The smell was becoming unbearable, reaching far beyond their property and towards their neighbors' homes. In response, the city council offered to clean the house, but the brothers refused. One night in 1947, a nasty, rotting smell led to a neighbor calling the police. Officers were sent to inspect the place, but physically could not, as the windows were reinforced with iron bars. There were so many piles of junk at the entrance that an officer had to break in on the second floor just to avoid the impenetrable wall of filth, which I love this picture here. It looks like a Buster Keaton movie. The guy's just like, don't worry, I'll get up there and see if I can fish him out myself, boys. After 5 hours of digging, they found Homer's body. It was perceived he had died from starvation as well as heart disease. Langley was nowhere to be found. People were confused, and the narrative became a story in which Langley killed his own brother and called in the tip himself before fleeing the country. However, after 3 weeks of deep cleaning the Collier mansion, it was discovered that Langley was home the entire time, buried 10 feet away from where Homer's remains after being crushed by his many possessions. This is a Greek tragedy right here. Their story was one bred from severe untreated trauma and mental health struggles, leading to the debilitating need to hoard their belongings. This event led to the phrase Collier's Mansion, to be used by firefighters to refer to a home belonging to a hoarder. How is this not a movie yet? This feels prime for a movie.
Yeah, make it a horror movie too.
You can make it a horror movie, but it could also be something where you could just, especially Hollywood, whatever, you know what they do? They throw like a ghost in there. I have to collect. What's wrong, brother? One guy gets trapped and he's haunting the place or whatever. I can't leave.
Maybe that's how they stop the ghost.
We can't let this evil out in the world. Stack up Dad's jar of organs. This is like, you know, it could be, you could probably do like a movie like 1408. 1408 is like John Cusack goes to a hotel and like this room is supposed to be haunted. It's like a really surrealist shit where he like tries to leave, but like won't let him leave, all that kind of stuff. Whatever. It's actually not a bad movie. Or we could talk about a hoarder who owns 300 to 500 animals. Bit of a weird scale there. It's in that range somewhere. This year, Warren County humane officers were randomly called by a woman from the hospital. She admitted that she had a serious hoarding problem and that her 200 animals were home alone and in need of care. Like, now it's 200. All right, easy. Well, let's see what happens here. When they arrived at the location, they were shocked to find that she greatly downplayed the situation. Not only was the home already covered in dead animals, but they found between 300 to 500 in total. I want to know the day she faced that demon, though, where she was like, yeah, I might have a bit of a problem. I think I might be a hoarder. They found stacks of rodent cages containing hamsters, gerbils, and rats. That would freak me out. That would freak me out. In a horrific scene, several huskies were found dead in the backyard. Only one was still alive when the humane officers arrived, and the animals were transferred to a shelter as it was more than obvious that the woman was not equipped to care for any of them properly. What a fun little story. Wasn't that nice? I'm wondering how much of it is like, does she steal other people's animals and bring them in?
It's a breeding problem. My aunt had that. She let in like...
How many members of your family are you talking about in this one too? Good Lord.
My aunt, she would like feed stray cats and they started breeding, and then she had like 30 in her house.
Oh, they were breeding inside of her house?
Yeah, because she's like, well, I feel bad for them. When my aunt went out of town, my mom was watching her house, and the first day she found a dead cat on the floor. Granted, they knew it was going to die.
You're like, but don't even get me started on my cousin. Or we can talk about the hoarder junkyard, which created a fire hazard, which I feel like, are these all not fire hazards? Let's see. In 2024, an LA, okay, so it's in LA. An LA family became fed up with their neighbors' hoarding habits. Alina Malone and her husband Josh purchased their dream home in 2021. They spent $1.2 million on it, convinced that this would be their home for the rest of their lives. Out in LA. Their neighbor, however, would collect an insane number of items that would eventually spread to his backyard. Over time, his 5-acre property became a dangerous junkyard filled with absurd objects, refrigerators, shipping containers, burnt car batteries, and piles of moldy clothes. There are 114 vehicles total, some of which are believed by Highway Patrol to be stolen or previously used to enact crimes. Alina knew things had gone too far when she was unable to visit her husband, who was in the middle of chemotherapy. He was vomiting uncontrollably, and Alina physically couldn't leave the house to pick him up because a car was blocking the front gate. What do you do when you're just like, hey, move your shit? Do you think is the guy just like, no? Or do you even see him? Is he like a like mystery figure? Not only was this a fire hazard, but the area they lived in specifically was no stranger to harsh weather conditions, because if a rock falls on the ground in LA, it goes up in flames. The owner of the property believes that her son's hoarding started after their house was destroyed by fire in 2017, which led him to feeling the need to constantly scavenge for materials. What? This is District 9? Like, what are you talking about, dude? The house is down. We need wood. We need firewood. This kicked off the bad habit. I had only worsened over time due to other possible trauma. The Malones are forced to wait until the city clears out all the numerous cars in the neighborhood yards. Only then can the LAPD enter the property, according to Alina. It seems that nobody will really be pushed to fix the issue until another serious disaster strikes. I love how that one ends of just like, that's just her life now. Forever stuck in her house. Her husband on chemotherapy is still there. You know, he's fully recovered now with a new family. He has a full head of hair and couldn't be happier right now. She's just in the gate though. She just orders DoorDash and she has to like reach to the gate. Can we just throw it? Just throw it. Or in 2022, Robert Elsie was found dead, buried underneath a pile of garbage. It's always just great when the sentences start off like that. You're like, you know, there it is. Police were called in after his neighbors noticed his mail began to stack up on his front porch. Like, what do you mean stacked up? The guy's just like, Police were called in after his neighbors noticed his mail began to stack up on his front porch. It seemed that he had trapped himself inside his own hoarded possessions, possibly dying from asphyxia. He suffocated amongst his own trash, which I guess, like, looking at the pictures here, that is insane. No! Investigators were told by his neighbors that Robert's mother passed away 10 years ago, but there was no record of this available. When one of Robert's storage units was put up for auction, the new owner was shocked to find that amongst more piles of garbage, there was a box that contained the skeleton of his dead mother. Robert decided to hide her death to keep it off record and continue collecting her Social Security and retirement payments. That's the thing too, is he was trying to swim through the trash in his house to, like, the mailman was just like throwing the checks at the door and he's like, can we just throw it? Man, imagine finding you like in Storage Wars. That's how you know this show sucks dick. You didn't find one skeleton once. There's not one dead woman. And yeah, this is a crazy buy. Or in 2016, a senile Brooklyn woman named Rita Wolfenson. A senile Brooklyn woman.
Take her pick.
Yeah, honestly, buddy. That's all of them. In 2016, a senile Brooklyn woman named Rita Wolfenson had been inadvertently living with the skeletal remains of her son for up to 20 years. What do you mean inadvertently? He left one day. His like full corpse is just like there on the floor. Rita was not only a hoarder, but she was completely blind. Nah, okay. Don't start me off with like she's senile, nothing else. Just kidding, she's blind. One day, she was in the hospital and needed a relative to go to her house to pick up a few things. When her sister-in-law arrived, the house had a pungent, rotting smell. She soon discovered a skeleton laying on his back on the floor. It was still fully dressed and seemingly untouched.
20 years?
20 years in the same outfit, dude. Law enforcement described the scene as being straight out of a horror movie. Rita was totally convinced that her son simply moved out and wasn't reaching out to her. A funeral was prepared over a decade after his death. So I like how she's just like, one day she's just like, I guess he's never talking to me again. Like, just totally, didn't even want to say goodbye. I think he's just gone. There's no way she didn't trip over them like once or twice. I don't think she just knew and she accepted it. I think that she just didn't care. I've been in a room where my dog has taken a shit and like it's just immediately noticeable. If you're blind, your sense of smell is going to be way off the charts with that. You probably can hear him like wheezing and shit. We could talk about a hoarder's house that was engulfed in flames. Jesus Christ. That's got to be like a superconductor, doesn't it? You light one match in a hoarder's house, it's gone. Barbara Verboven, these are great names, by the way. Barbara Verboven was a former member of the Greenwich Board Education before becoming greatly ill, which led to her being cared for by her 42-year-old son, Dean. My name is Dean Verboven. Why do you look so, like, suspicious? I'm Dean Verboven. The state of the home began a slow decline as Barbara spent her days glued to her bed, unable to do anything but eat, sleep, and watch TV. Preach. Fast forward to 2016. The home was in an unbearably bad state, which infuriated her neighbors. They believed it made the entire neighborhood look hideous, on top of it being a safety hazard. No one gives a fuck about it being a safety hazard. There's like some war vet. He's like sitting there like mowing his yard, and he's like, making us all look bad. Eventually, state social workers were directed to enter the home and clear out the mess. This infuriated Dean. And to get revenge on those responsible, he decided to burn down his own home before they could arrive. All right, Dean. Okay, Dean. I'm Dean Verboven. Dean was killed in the process, either from his self-inflicted wound or being trapped in his hoarder den, unable to escape in time. Barbara, however, made it out with only a few injuries. How the f did Barbara make it out, dude? What was Dean hiding in there? His birth certificate, that's it. I'm Dean Verboven. You go in that house, I'll kill myself. We get into a nice little true crime thing here, which is the duck sauce killer saga. What's duck sauce?
Duck sauce is a sauce.
Is that just a normal thing? Duck sauce? In a strange story from 2022, a hoarder murdered an innocent delivery driver over his strange desire to collect duck sauce. I really feel we are in the end time somehow. One night, a Chinese food delivery man named Z110 was shot to death in Queens. New York again, buddy. Police began to investigate the murder. After talking to the staff of Great Wall, the Chinese restaurant, they discovered the existence of a suspicious customer named Glenn Hirsch. One day, a man named Glenn Hirsch ordered takeout from Great Wall and became infuriated at the lack of duck sauce given to him in his order. He was denied a refund, which sparked several months of intense harassment towards the staff. The 50-year-old disgruntled customer was known to destroy employee vehicles and slash their tires. And in one instance, he confronted the owner and pulled a gun on him over duck sauce, dude. God! Glenn asked the owner how his car is doing before saying, "Remember me? I will kill your entire family." That's a direct quote. Remember me? Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Z-Win helped wrestle the gun away from him, and Glenn vowed to get his revenge. I like how Z-Win was just like, give me that gun, idiot. Weeks later, Glenn Hirsch was arrested after surveillance video revealed him circling the restaurant for hours as he waited for Z-Win to come out. The video shows the entire encounter, including the shooting. He was charged with second-degree murder as well as criminal possession of a loaded firearm on top of stalking. His estranged wife was also charged for firearm possession after Glenn's stash of illegal pistols were found in her apartment wrapped in tinfoil. And if you look at the apartment, it's just when Glenn's home was searched, police quickly realized that Glenn was a hoarder. Rooms were covered in various boxes, CDs, magazines, and bags of trash. Strangely enough, his refrigerator was filled to the brim exclusively with condiments, mainly duck sauce. 4 months after the shooting took place, Glenn Hirsch shot himself to death in fear of being sent to prison. His suicide note claimed he was innocent, determined that photographers purposely destroyed his house to make him look like a hoarder, and that the quantity of condiments in his fridge was greatly exaggerated. You, Glenn Hirsch. This felt like a flimsy defense to many, especially after photos released where you could see Glenn threatening employees at the restaurant with the gun. Look at this guy, dude. Glenn Hirsch. What a monster. Like a mental breakdown had to have happened there. Your entire fridge is just condiments and it's mostly duck sauce. What do you think the obsession with duck sauce was?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like he liked it. Maybe just like the color.
I had a buddy one time who would keep tons of chocolate sauce, like chocolate syrup, in his fridge. And it's just because one time he like became obsessed with it because one time I think a girl sucked his cock with chocolate sauce on it. And he was just like, I'm just in case. It was like the greatest moment of his life, which I was like, more power to you. Also too, you could always get some chocolate milk whenever you want when you were there. Very nice. We've talked about some real stuff, but we got to talk about the industry, media, cable television's effects on hoarders, and the beautiful show, one of the greatest television programs of all time, which is the Hoarders TV show itself. And we got to talk about probably the best episode. I mean, if you've seen one episode of Hoarders, you've kind of seen all of them.
Every house is different, unique.
No, I think everybody just has newspapers and, empty boxes of cereals. But there is one that stands out above all, Nick. You are right about that. Which Hoarders, if you don't know, is a very popular TV show that delves into the lives of hoarder families in an attempt to clean up their homes and help them treat their hoarding disorder. I don't think it ever works. It's kind of like intervention. He's been clean for 2 months. Motherfucker's back on like air duster. One of the most infamous episodes is in season 6, where they visit the home of Shauna in Washington. Shauna, who already experienced hoarding tendencies, had returned to live with her mom, who was already a serious hoarder. Hoarder meets hoarder. Wonder what that outcome could be. This led to Shauna's habits becoming worse and worse until her mother eventually died from cancer 13 years later. According to Will, Shanna's brother, the condition of the house undoubtedly led to the mom's death. That guy's just like, Shanna gave my mom cancer. That's kind of like a up thing to say, right? The house is dirty. Shanna, I hope you burn in hell. Shanna, who now lived alone in the house off disability benefits, is surrounded wall to wall in absolute filth. There is hardly a single inch of the floor that isn't stacked to the brim with garbage. The city was fed up with the state of her yard, which was covered in human waste and other random objects. They began fining her $250 per day until it was cleaned up, which led to the Hoarders TV crew stepping in to stop the city from taking away their home. Because goddamn, that's a good episode. When cleaning specialist Matt Paxton spends the night at Shanna's place to better understand her situation, it's worse than he could have possibly imagined.
This house is disgusting. It's hands down the worst smelling house I've ever smelled in my life.
This is pretty disgusting, y'all. Serious. The smells were sickening, and jugs of urine and feces were found all over, some of which belonging to her deceased mother. Not even all of it Shanna's mix. Not even her own brew. If I was a hoarder and my mom died like that, you better believe I'd be keeping like piss and shit jugs from her. Miss you, Mom? Scattered across the floor, he found bloody tampons and black mold. That's a disastrous combo. We cannot allow those chemicals to mix. A septic issue rendered the toilet unusable, even though it remains filled to the brim with feces. Instead, she opted to use a Home Depot bucket to relieve herself. Damn good buckets.
This is her bucket, man.
Because the bucket would become too heavy to lift, she would use separate jugs and buckets to slowly transport the waste to the backyard where she would dump it out. Because it's what am I going to do? Every time I go, I'm going to dump it. So yeah, I have like a series of small jugs and stuff in the backyard. Without washing her hands, she proceeds to make dinner for the two of them by filling a paper bowl with canned soup and cooking it in the toaster oven. When the bowl begins to burn, she claims that that's normal.
I smell smoke right now.
Oh no, it does burn it a little bit when I put it in the toaster oven.
She's like eating microplastics, right? The brother comes in. He's like, what did I say? She sits down next to piles of trash and feces as she eats. And when Matt discusses the source of the smell, Shanna is absolutely shocked that it's because of the piles of human waste, rather than, quote, a musty odor due to mold and dust.
What is the main cause of the smell?
Musty odor, having to do with mold and dust.
No.
No?
It's the feces and urine that's in the house.
Okay, so it's still musty.
Yeah. But it's from feces and urine.
Not because the mold and dust is getting on everything.
Dust is nothing compared to all the feces and urine. Is that brand new information to you? To think that the feces and urine has something to do with the smell?
I guess so, because I thought it was due to the mold and dust.
After this discovery, she tells Matt, quote, I've learned a lesson about fecal matter today, if nothing else. And she's like, I have not even thought about a single other thing. I'm just more interested than I am. I'm not saying that I'm going to change anything. I'm just saying that kind of interesting. As the cleaners begin to sift through her kitchen, they are surprised to see that Shanna prefers to keep her moldy bread because she can cut off the moldy parts. When pushed to throw it out, she compares her situation to an intervention where the addict just wants to, quote, go out in a blaze of glory. AKA, she eats the moldy, expired food one last time. When they refuse to let her, she is quoted saying, again, why does it matter? I've been eating poop for 12 years. Awesome. And she's just like, moldy bread? You have no idea.
I would not eat a salad that had poop on it.
Well, I'm still hell-bent.
In the end, Shanna was not deemed capable of living on her own. Resources were provided to help her move into a transitional housing so she could find a safer living condition. The house, meanwhile, was so damaged from the filth that it was cheaper to bulldoze it and buy a new one than try to salvage what was there, which you have a little before and after. I mean, it looks like a house that was holding shit. That's just what even the after. It's insane. Those hardwood floors just being like, put me out of my misery, peel me up and throw me away. Of course, we got to go to Reddit. We went to the TV. Let's go back to, let's check out Reddit on r/Child of Hoarder subreddit support group. God damn, dude. Probably could have labeled that something a little less horrific too. Child of Hoarder. For children who were unfortunate enough to be born in the living conditions of a hoarder, a subreddit was created that allowed them to vent about their frustrations and receive support. So these are people who are just like, does anyone else have a mom who's just hoarding? Many have discussed the intense burnout they feel trying to clean an endlessly replenishing source of garbage. Others voice their struggles staying clean with their entire home outside their room is extremely filthy. So people are like, I feel like I have to clean all the time, or I feel like I'm disgusting all the time because I'm sleeping next to Little Debbie wrappers and boxes of toasters and shit like that. You know what I mean? This is an interesting post here. It's just titled Smell. How do I keep my room and myself smelling clean when my house smells like mold, piss, and shit? Literally. I shower every day, wash my hair every other day, scrub myself the down, wear deodorant, clean clothes, perfume, and lotion, but I'm still scared I smell bad because some boy said, "Ew, you guys need some new perfume. You smell," to a friend and I. They could have been joking, but still. My room, air filter on 24/7, and if I don't have that on, I have a candle on. Trash in my room gets taken out when necessary, so like 2 times a week maybe, but I feel like it could still smell, so I don't know. Just need some suggestions. And in worst cases, users have been posted about how they have to call the Department of Health and Child Protective Services on their own parents just to get themselves out of their living situation. That's horrible. I guess to end this video, you know, hoarding seems kind of funny. On the surface, it seems pretty funny. You know, you collect trash. What the hell are you thinking? But with anything that's mentally disturbing, it's like always based in some kind of deep-rooted trauma. I could easily see people folding into a hoarding lifestyle. Hoarding is the long game. Starts off with a little something, and then you blink 15 years later, and then you're dying underneath in your own labyrinth of filth, basically. The Minotaur is putting his hoof on your chest, being like, "Good night." So if you're starting to collect things, just know that collecting things can be fine. Sometimes you don't want to think, you can get sentimental over little non-living objects, right? But if it starts being like an empty box of cereal, it really start to evaluate where you're at with your headspace. How you doing? You know, talk to somebody. And also, if you know somebody in one of these things, maybe give them a checkup. Never wrong to say hello to a friend you haven't seen in a while, right? They're still in their house. They smell weird. We also found out that Nick's family is got a lot of hoarders there too. You're not a hoarder though. At least not yet. Not yet. Until next time, everybody, don't be hoarding shit. We'll see you next time.
I'm going to teach you how to make homemade duck sauce. Never be at a loss for duck sauce again. 3 tablespoons of apricot preserves, white vinegar. Now whisk this together and take your duck sauce and pour it into your jar, just like that. And there you have it. Homemade Chinese duck sauce.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to talk about fraternities. As the summer winds down, the fall air begins to blow in. High school seniors get excited to start a new year and head off to college. Going to college gives us numerous options for socializing and choosing whom to hang out with, right? One of the most popular routes for male students is joining a frat or fraternity. These organizations on surface appear modest and draw in wealthy members to fund their events and parties, right? Or hang out, maybe have a couple brews. However, in recent years, numerous disturbing and insane stories have emerged detailing what it's really like to be a part of Greek life. But in order to understand how it got that way, we first need to learn what are fraternities. Which, buckle in. Fraternities, also known as Greek Brotherhood, are organizations that offer students social and academic opportunities, if you want to say that. There's some that are prestigious. I think the vast majority, at least of my friends that were in frats at state schools and such, usually they're state school organizations where guys can be pals together and they can drink, right? I would say the vast majority of people just use it as an excuse to endlessly party for 4 out of 4 years of their college life, is what I would say.
And sometimes 6 to 8.
Sometimes 6 to 8. Van Wilder! Do you think people even are going to know what Van Wilder is anymore? Was that a deep cut now?
Yeah, feel like it. Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
Deadpool!
Dating back to 1776, the fucking year this country was founded, these organizations can be found nationwide, with each fraternity having hundreds and hundreds of chapters. To join the Brotherhood, members undergo a lengthy process that begins with what is called rushing. And rushing takes place during Rush Week and is a special time when the fraternities host meetups, cookouts, and gaming nights, and this allows members to meet potential new brothers and explain the rules and values of their fraternity. Do you think the Freemasons are a frat?
The ancient frat.
Following Rush Week, the fraternity will select people they believe will fit into their organization and conduct both formal and informal interviews. And after all that's complete, potential members will be sent a bid that contains an offer to join. That's not all. New members are also expected to pay dues. These payments can range from $2,000 to $1,000 per semester to maintain their membership in the fraternity. This doesn't include other fees such as housing, food, clothing, and various other charges that differ from chapter to chapter, from frat to frat, blah, blah, blah. Some fraternity houses are huge and luxurious with things like private chefs, cleaners, and game rooms, all which add to the cost of being in the frat. These are Nepo baby frats. And despite criticism of paying for friends, I don't do that. all of my employees I don't pay to have friends. They would hang out with me on their own.
Yeah, that check didn't clear for last weekend.
Some fraternities such as Sigma and Alpha Epsilon, Sigma Chi, and Lambda Chi Alpha have over 280,000 members nationwide. And once you accept your bid and pay your fees, you officially join the organization as a pledge. And during this period, you undergo further evaluation to determine if you're a good fit for the Brotherhood, right? You're part of basically a fucking army at that point.
Yeah, a little soldier.
Sigma Chi, yo, Illinois chapter, nice to meet you. Michigan chapter, dude. That's so sick. I go to a state school. I'm a business major. Hey, what do you major in? Business, mostly. Plan on taking over Pop's Chevy dealership when I get out of here, so trying to get, just a little bear trap for that later on. Any man going to a state school, they're a business major.
Or it's psychology. Women, psychology, men, business.
Or philosophy. I've seen some guys do that too.
To be like Jordan Peterson.
And I'm like, where do you work now? They're like, I'll work at a car wash. I work in my dad's car wash. Traditionally, this phase was meant for learning and bonding. And however, over the years, it has developed a bad reputation due to a new ritualistic practice called hazing. Which is primarily why I wanted to make this video, because we cover a lot of weird stuff on this channel, and hazing is one of the most cruel and weird pieces of culture known to man. It's also so oddly accepted. Being a slave and basically being tortured is accepted in a modern day culture. Hazing is a common ritual in which new members are subjected to humiliating activities such as embarrassing stunts or eating gross foods, or Limp Bizkit. It's not just a band name. Why don't you look up what Limp Bizkit is on your own? Play with your friends.
You taught me that.
However, some frats go too far and push their new pledges to the absolute limits. A Sigma Chi frat was suspended after forcing drugs on a new pledge during a hazing ritual. You like being drugged by your pals? By your brothers? Come on, dude. Do you want to be your brother or not? He's like, there are demons and shit hovering over him. He's like, on his back.
Do you think they're doing ayahuasca?
I like to think that they're doing ayahuasca. I also like to think that they're just like, here, I dip this menthol cigarette in bleach, smoke it. Dude.
Won't that make you blind?
I'd do anything for the Brotherhood. Oh, his eyes are just completely like black. Oh! One pledge was forced to stay inside the fraternity for a week as a part of his ritual, and at some point, some other members of the fraternity strapped him down, blindfolded him, and force-fed him cocaine. Dude, that's so sick, and we have to go to the game later. I'm meeting Chelsea at the game and we're getting fucking zooted at the game. Give me some of that Zaza. At the time of this incident, the frat was already under disciplinary suspension for previous drug-related incidents off campus, and members of the fraternity reserved rooms at a resort under the name UCF Finance Club. And during their stay, police responded to multiple reports of fraternity members engaging in loud, rough sex and smoking weed. Dude, I got so fucking high. I'm tanked, bro. After the hazing ritual was reported to the university, the chapter was shut down entirely. But some fraternities get creative with their hazing rituals in order to work around their university's anti-hazing policies. At Zeta Beta Tau, new members had to compete in a strange challenge as part of their hazing, coined the pig roast.
Do you want to guess what that is?
The pig roast. If I had to guess before, pig roast almost makes it seem it's like an Eiffel Tower where they like tie somebody up and butt fuck him and shove their cock in his face too.
Pretty close.
Let's see how close I got. Coined the pig roast, this competition pitted each member against each other with the goal of sleeping with the fattest woman they could find. Fat chicks. Should have saw it coming. Dude, ew, you want a porky pig? That's fucked up, dude. There might literally be nothing I hate. Well, I hate a lot of things on this planet, but one of them, add it to the list, is any man who goes to a state college. I can't stand it.
I went to state college.
I can't stand you, so it perfectly lines up. Planets are aligned. The challenge began with the frat sending out a group of pledges to local bars and parties to pick up women, aka fucking porkers. The larger they were, the more points that were awarded to the pledge. It was encouraged to sleep with as many women as possible so that you could stack up your points, right? In the event of a tie, whoever slept with the biggest girl won the competition. Members also got additional points for finding ways to humiliate the women after the exchange was over. Hey, Kelly? Yeah? You want to watch Barnyard? Does that count as points? They're like, no. He's like, has sex with the hottest chick. Dude, you're so fat. Am I zooted, guys? Is the huzz sitting right next to me or what?
What do you think they were doing to humiliate them? Just them and then calling them fat ass or like Porky Pig.
Probably. I know there's also the walk of shame where as soon as she walks out, everyone's like standing there like, oh my God, ew, you're fat. Maybe that stuff. Maybe that stuff. Or he's just like, hey, remember when I said I wore a condom? You should go kill that fucking thing quick. Dude, 2 points for Bryce. He fucking rules.
I almost got pig roasted in high school. By someone who's overweight. It was
A big fat girl.
She's like, man, I'm so horny. And then she opened up her glove compartment. She's like, I have all these condoms. And then threw them on top of me. And she's like, and I have a morning after pill just in case. And she wanted to f me. And I was like,
You said, sorry, no fat chicks?
Yeah, I just pretended to sleep.
Yeah. As soon as the big girl starts talking to you at the bar, you're like, oh my God, why aren't you looking at me?
Well, then my fear was, well, what happens if she like saw this as an opportunity? She's like, I'm gonna get mine.
Are you saying that she's going to take advantage of you, Nick?
Well, that's what. Then I thought, what would
She's too big to fend off. Help! I hope the sleep tactic works.
She was our DD, but she was more drunk than I was.
Dude, college, am I right? Dude, she was our DD, but I thought she was drinking cherry limeades and eating Little Debbie oatmeal cream cakes, but actually, it was just birth control and Budweiser. Her big fat leg comes over and you're just like, oh no. That's also such a guy mentality though, too. I guess I gotta do it. No saying no to this. I won't tell anybody, though. This fat girl will stay my secret. Also, I should have saved this for the end of this segment. Anyways, once you got done sleeping with someone, pledges were required to come back and describe the event in detail to confirm their points. It was sick. And I opened it up, and it was like, and it was just smelled like bacon, and it was so. She was making pig sounds. Dude, and they're like, dude, Trevor, yes, that is so fucking tight, man. Many female students on campus were disgusted by the behavior. God, wet blankets, right? When Cornell learned about When Cornell learned about the challenge, it launched an investigation and the fraternity was placed on probation for 2 years. In addition to the probation, an in-house advisor was required to be present at the fraternity at all times to ensure that such an incident would not happen again. First off, I just want to say that's a show waiting to happen. Cornsworth, could you just let us f these fat chicks? What if you hurt their feelings? Don't go out without this. Thanks, Cornsworth. No one told me that. Wouldn't that be sick?
Well, I was gonna say, is the guy just standing there at all times?
Hey! Well, yeah, what's he gonna do? That girl is comically large. Ask her to leave, brush your teeth, and go to bed.
Oh yeah, that'd be even more humiliating. You're not partaking in a pig roast, are you?
Yeah, he has his measuring tape. It doesn't even go all the way around. Daniel, tell the young woman good night and have her pig hooves off the wood in this house. He's making fun of you. He's going to finish in you, and he's going to laugh about it later with Steven over there. Steven's like, he's right. Cornsworth, you're such a hawk, man. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I love that. I would watch that show. Cornsworth, that's my sister. My bad. He's also sly himself. I didn't see her on the visitor log. Cornsworth.
I like that.
I like it.
What would you call it? Cornsworth?
Alpha Beta Cornsworth. In hazing rituals, members try to humiliate new pledges as much as possible, and these rituals can take many forms, physical challenges to public humiliations. At Yale University, the fraternity Delta Kappa Epsilon was banned off the campus for hazing ritual that involved obscene chants. What do you think it was? What kind of chants do you think it was? It was probably fine. One night, students awoke to see a line of blindfolded pledgers walking the campus screaming, "No means yes, yes means anal. No means yes, yes means and my name is Jack. I'm a necrophiliac. I f dead women and fill them with my semen." That one doesn't even rhyme.
They had the Jack and necrophiliac. That was
Jack necrophiliac, come. The frat received immediate backlash from women's groups on campus, and a petition was created to remove the organization from Yale's campus. What a bunch of fucking wet blankets, dude. It's a fucking joke. I would never fucking dead like chick. My girlfriend's very much alive. She's a fucking smoke show. No frat members were charged, but some students filed a complaint against Yale, and the school later agreed to make changes to prevent something like this from happening again.
They got Cornsworth.
That's season like 4 or 5. It's a new frat. Or every 4 years he changes. We're graduating. I just want to say I think I'm a better man because of you, Cornsworth. You boys make me very, very proud. He has one gift for him. It's like just a big busload of fat chicks. Cornsworth! He's like, have your fill. And he's like, you better eat up quick because there's no leftovers later. Cornsworth! And he takes like a huge fucking jewel pen. Because they learned something from each other.
Exactly. God, this is a good show.
See, exactly. Cornsworth learned how to let loose a little bit. And he calls his daughter. I haven't been home in how many years? Sarah, I want to come home. I can't tell if this is any good. At a college in Ohio, a fraternity was banned for performing such an insane ritual that it left one of the pledges permanently disfigured. Gamma Phi Gamma fraternity was hosting a hazing ritual at their house called the Gobbler House. When the pledges arrived, they were immediately blindfolded and brought down to the basement of the home. And at the bottom of the stairs, pledges were instructed to lie down on the floor, which had been flooded with up to 3 inches of water, and told them to act as if they were swimming. Next, they were told to stand up and strip naked and listen to the president of the frat read off a hazing script. All while this is going on, other members rubbed icy hot on the pledges' nipples, back, butts, and genitals. Following that, the pledges were force-fed sliced American cheese and told to the sheep, which was just a ball of stuffing. When they were done, frat members grabbed towels, tied knots at the end, whipping the ritual members. One member, Tyler Lawrence, was whipped in the balls by a towel and immediately fell to the ground in pain. After the ritual ended, Tyler was still complaining of pain in his groin and was taken to the hospital. He was immediately rushed into surgery because the hit from the towel had caused a testicular contusion and needed to be removed. Following the incident, the chapter was put on disciplinary suspension and was later permanently banned. Which I just want to say this is one thing that we need to say at least once in the video to make sure. Frats are some of the easiest displays of closeted homosexuals.
Oh yeah.
What if we just got them hard and they like, we're fucking this thing in front of us? Come out and just say it already, you know? All right, everybody come here, get hard. Let me put icy hot on your cock.
Isn't that just what boys do though? You just get naked?
That's just what boys do. They get naked and they whoa, and they put icy hot on their buttholes and their hard cocks. And we women that look like men. We women that remind us of our dads, big fat broads. That's awesome. Is that not the case? All right, your punishment is you have to kiss my balls. Get on your knees. You have to kiss my balls. You have to drink my. Whenever they do it too, they're like looking down, like. Oh, okay, I'll drink your. The guy's like. Yeah, we have to find some bearded girl and have sex with her. Next time we have sex with some fat broad, we have to put Old Spice Fiji deodorant on her and blindfold and have sex with her. Kind of just sounds like you just want to emulate her being a man. No, I'm just saying we'll put like a wig and like a fake beard on her. We'll have sex with her asshole. What? Can't tell if you're uncomfortable.
No, the imaging is... I'm just imagining it.
It's a fantasy of mine. Hazing has resulted in hundreds of deaths, and many of them related to alcohol. One death at Pennsylvania fraternity even led to the creation of a law aimed preventing future tragedies. In 2017, Timothy Piazza was a sophomore at Penn State, majoring in engineering. Business major. Engineering a business. Excited to be more involved on campus, he rushed with the local Beta Theta Pi chapter. He got a bid offer shortly after. The chapter he joined was infamous for a specific hazing ritual called the Gauntlet. This challenge involved making quick stops at drinking stations, ensuring that every drink was finished to get as drunk as possible. Unfortunately for Timothy, as he was completing the challenge in a drunken state, he lost his footing and tumbled down a flight of basement stairs head first. Fraternity members carried him upstairs to a couch and tried to revive him by pouring liquor on him and slapping in his face. Dude, wake up! Oh, these fucking lightweights, wake up!
Yeah, these fucking pledges, man.
He's like all contorted. He's like wrapped up like a pretzel. Dude, these fucking... The other guy's like, dude, put some Zaza on his face. I bet that'll wake him up. know what I'm saying? It's sick. It's like have a dead body on the fucking floor here. Yo, easy. We want to see those fat. We should have him fuck a fat girl. Yo, bring in the pig. I'm sure that'll wake him up. She'll sniff out a truffle real quick, man. Dude, yes! You're on it tonight, man! Eventually, he would wake up and stumble around, only to fall and hit his head on the ground repeatedly. Dude, look at him! Yo, Bambi. That's his fucking name, too, man. You're gonna fit in, Bambi. You're fucking cool. Oh, there he goes again. Little soldier. Where's your other woodland friends at? Yes! Timothy had suffered a major brain bleed and ruptured spleen from his repeated falls, and sadly, he died from his injuries, because those around him failed to call for help in time. All right, I guess we'll call the cops. Hello? Dude, even the Huzz and the Zaz's not waking him up. This is, like, fucking serious. I'm bummed. I think he's dead. Following his death, 19 members were charged with hazing, involuntary manslaughter, furnishing alcohol to minors, and tampering with evidence. All right, we'll just put him in a closet. Throw him back down the stairs and we'll say that he died then. Put him in his bed. Maybe he died in his sleep. That'll work. Do you see? That's why you're a fucking engineering for business major degree. I can't wait to own a car wash one day.
Whenever I used to drink, I used to fall down from laughing. I'd laugh so much that I think I'd lose oxygen and black out. Kind of like one of those, you know, those goats that they fall down when they get scared. That was me with drinking.
Right. Were you a frat or is that just a drinking story?
Just me.
Yeah, it's just cool. Just let people know. Okay. Timothy's death made national headlines around the country as hazing deaths were becoming a more prevalent issue. So, the Timothy Piazza anti-hazing law was passed to make hazing-related deaths a felony offense.
Fuck, dude.
Okay, like, people fucking ruin this country, man. There's probably some fucking fat broad who made that. So stupid, man. I hate this. Alcohol is probably the most common thing found inside fraternities. It's something that is easily accessible to frats and deeply ingrained in the culture. So, let's dive into the world of frat parties. Attending parties is an essential part of the college experience. You gotta fit in, you wanna socialize outside the class, you gotta go to parties. And when going to parties, make sure you choose the right one, or else you could cost you an arm and a leg. Or in the case of 22-year-old Karen Huber, the tip of her finger. That isn't nearly as...
That's not, yeah.
While attending a frat party with her boyfriend at the University of Texas, the president of the frat and her boyfriend got into a fight after Karen's boyfriend was caught pouring beers on other attendees. Dude, party foul. Karen attempted to step between the two men to break up the fight, and as she did, fraternity president punched her in the face, grabbed her hand, and bit off the tip of her pinky. Dude!
Party foul.
Time out! You can't go fucking werewolf on Karen! Oh, fuck. Babe, are you okay? She's like, blood all. Oh, God! After her wounds were treated, the fraternity president was arrested and was facing 10 years in prison with a $5,000 fine. However, the two parties settled for a payment of $440,000 to Karen, and the frat was shut down. People are not the only thing you have to worry about at these parties. College mascots are beloved symbols that represent the school and help boost pride among the student body. However, at UC Santa Cruz, two fraternity members carried out a deadly attack on their school's mascot. In 2003, the MTV show Fraternity Life was filming an episode on the Delta Omega Chi chapter at UC Santa Cruz. During filming, two unnamed fraternity members crept onto the main campus early in the morning and stole the beloved school koi fish, Goldie. The university received the fish as a gift in 1995 and was beloved by all who saw it. So, she went missing. Students were devastated to see their pseudo-mascot missing. But the mystery of the missing fish didn't last long, as the two members who stole the fish would eventually confess to their crimes. Like the fish was talking to them. Like something happened. They're like looking at it. It has a soul, dude. We have to give up. According to the confession, they went to the pond with a rake, using it to hit and scoop the fish out. After they had the fish, they took it back to their frat house where MTV was filming a kegger party. They then allegedly threw Goldie on a barbecue grill and ate her.
That's fucked.
Yeah, they're all full and it's like not post-nut clarity. It's like they were like, I was just hungry. I wasn't using my mind. I was fucking hungry, man. Low blood sugar. You know how it is. After hearing the confession, students and staff were outraged by the grotesque death of their beloved fish. And in the end, the two frat brothers were charged $650 to replace the fish they killed. That's it? To be fair, that's like a big deal.
It's your mascot.
If it's your mascot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's weird. It's like killing a fucking member of the school. I mean, it's not a human, but still. It's like if it was like a goat. We're the fighting rams or whatever the fuck it is, and you kill that. Isn't that not a...
It'd be one thing if they took it and it died, I guess, but they fucking ate it. I feel like...
I mean, they literally just... I bet you they didn't cut it up. I bet while it was alive, they threw it on the grill. For the fish, it was probably a pretty fucking gruesome death, I'd imagine. The parties that fraternities throw often cause issues for college campuses, but sometimes that doesn't satisfy the chaotic nature of certain members. Some members go a little further and pull insane pranks. Fraternity pranks have long walked the line between tradition and trouble. Often framed as harmless fun or brotherly bonding, these stunts can range from silly to sinister, and sometimes they spiral into serious consequences. Devin Nodis was a new pledge for the Pi Kappa Alpha chapter at the University of Southern Mississippi. For his initiation period, he was tasked with a scavenger hunt that took him all over the city of Hattiesburg, including the zoo. And at the zoo, Devin and other pledges were supposed to break into the zoo after hours, take a picture of the Chilean flamingo, and get the hell out of there. But Devin had other plans and wanted to prank his brothers. At 1 a.m., he broke into the zoo and hopped into the flamingo enclosure, stealing one of the birds. He then took it back to the frat, hoping to get some laughs, but instead was scolded and instructed to return the bird immediately. When the zoo reopened, staff counted the flock and noticed that one of the birds was missing, so they began to investigate. A CCTV footage showed a group of pledges, including Devin, inside the zoo, stealing the bird. Which eventually the bird was found around 8:30 a.m. and returned, only to be put down due to its injuries.
Fuck.
Another flamingo also died from presumably attacking Devin during the heist.
So Devin just like kicked this bird.
I think that it was probably attacking him, and then he probably was like, "F off," and punched it. Devin and his fellow pledges were quickly identified from the CCTV footage and charged with trespassing, grand larceny, and 2 counts of animal cruelty. He pleaded guilty to these charges and was sentenced to complete the regimented inmate disciplinary program. In addition to his sentencing, the fraternity chapter he was pledging for was placed on probation due to his actions. Just want to say real quick, fuck you, Devin, you piece of shit. Yeah, but I'm a business major, majoring in business. I'm gonna start like an animal rescue. I've learned. Full circle for me, Devin. That's called character development for me, Devin. Fraternities were originally founded to represent morals and academics among societals on college campuses. But over the years, the culture has nearly devolved into near complete degeneracy. Dangerous hazing rituals, deadly pranks, and destructive parties are all staples of Greek life and are part of the reason why so many young men decide to join. It's fun! What can I say? It's fun. I've never been, but I mean, you know, I get to get drunk? Woo! If you ever find yourself walking on a campus near the fraternities, just know that outside of the house might look nice, but inside could be filled with unimaginable horrors. Stay safe, everyone, and we'll see you next time. Yo, who wants to haze the Papa Meat House, man? Me! Business majors only. My dad owns a Toyota dealership.
Let's take one of his cars.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about the T-App disaster.
What?
There's a lot going on in the world. Recently, the #1 app on the Apple App Store, T, just suffered a massive data leak that exposed thousands of users' personal data. Data breaches occur online way more than you think, and in fact, your data has probably been sold hundreds of times already. But this data leak from this specific T app is uniquely bad, kind of funny, and pathetic. It's all these things wrapped up in one. Enough for us to be like, this is funny, let's talk about it. So, users of the T app had to basically submit pictures of themselves or their driver's license, passport, all that kind of shit to access the app itself. In 2025, more companies in the industry are moving towards the same requirements, putting way more people at risk. Data breaches happen all the fucking time, and now companies are just like, we need every bit of your information, but not only that, we need pictures of it. We need to hoard it together, which is, it makes sense, but good God. As additional information comes out about the leak, it seems that it was completely preventable, and the T app was lying to its users about its data collection. No. An app lying about the data collection? No, come on. This whole ordeal appears to be the tip of a larger iceberg that is going to be slowly revealed. It's just the start of something bigger, and I don't know if we are ready for it. So let's dive in and uncover what really happened.
Cheers. Motherfucking tea.
what exactly is the fucking tea app? What is it? Because when I first heard about it, I was like, is it just legitimately about tea? Which is dumb, but it's almost like tea. Tea's popular drink, long time. Get some leaves, throw it in some soup, you drink it. You know, I don't know. But tea app is actually a little gossiping ass app for little catty bitches, all right? Back in 2023, CEO Sean Cook created the app after his mother kept matching with criminals on dating apps. And I want to say right now, I feel Sean's pain. My mom's been through hell and back, right? Well, this is a tragically sad story.
It is sad. And, you know, I just say don't shoot your animals.
Well, I thought it was an accident. Was it not an accident?
No, I don't think so.
Better call that bitch Dante, because she has traversed hell and came back to Earth. Wanted to save his mother from online freaks, he created what is known as a whisper network, where women can share their experiences or stories about men that they've dated or encountered. Which, in theory, is cool, because you could be like, this guy, he shit his pants, and he was like squishing around my car. If I was a woman and wanted to know about, I would want to know that, you know? Because then if he's perfectly normal, I'd be like, why did you do that? Hiding something devious.
To be honest, I thought like Tinder and Hinge and Bumble had that for women. Like secretly women could like rate you, and then that way they could like see your score inside.
Well, first off, I don't know if a rating system is... I'm thinking about it. I didn't get any fucking dates back in the day. I had one date. I got one review and it's a star from a fucking crazy person. And now no one wants to date me. You know what I mean? That could be fucked up. I just thought it was something where it's just like messaging or whatever and be like, oh yeah, hey, it's a weird story. This guy just shit his pants on our date or something.
What if it was a one-off? If I shit my pants, I don't want women telling other women that I shit my pants.
Well, then it becomes every date, which this is kind of how it is anyways, but every date is just is basically a job interview.
Yeah.
So what happened with the shit your pants thing? Sick.
Drank too much chocolate milk.
Really, yeah, exactly. Drank a lot of chocolate milk and some cheese. I was just nervous. I'm sorry. But this app is not the first of its kind and is one of numerous groups where women can go online and share information. Apps like Are We Dating the Same Guy? And nationwide Facebook groups of the same name all offer the same service, except the T app has a slight twist. Basically, women can create profiles of men and explain why they're a red flag. Other women can chime in with their own stories and vote using red or green flags, like Reddit's up votes and down votes. That seems a bit.
That's fucked up.
Tiny dick. But he paid for the green flag. He had some money, whatever. You know what I mean? Can you imagine someone just be like, has a small dick and then like just ruined?
Oh yeah.
Oh, horrible.
Well, some women like that.
Oh, that's true. You know, be kind of fucked up. People would probably be looking through red flag categories. Be like, I don't like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, I like that.
I like them abusive.
Yeah, exactly. Chokes and binds. Further protections, such as being unable to screenshot within the app and requiring female IDs for sign up, ensured that it was an exclusive only women's club. Boo!
Jeez.
I don't know, we could keep that or don't keep it, I don't know. In theory, this system would allow women to stay away from catfish and predators, and as it grew in popularity, it seemed to do just that. But in late July of 2025, the app exploded in popularity and saw a 525% increase in its downloads. Platforms like TikTok and Instagram were used to promote the app, and tons of young women were instantly hooked, spilling all kinds of fucking gossip and tea like that. Isn't this, well, no, I guess it's not. I was gonna say, isn't this what Zuckerberg did? But didn't that motherfucker just be like, would you this one or this one? Yeah, probably. She's a dog. And like, whatever. So it's not really that, but let me ask you this, Nick, just to have it out there. Well, listen, I'm a local feminist.
Me too.
We all are. If men had an app like this, would it be seen another way?
They made it at a response.
How's the response been?
Oh, men love it.
No. Is it considered misogynistic?
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Okay. That's just a little double standard, all right? Because maybe I want to fucking be like, yeah, she dips Lay's chips in ketchup. Red flag!
She doesn't know what a chicken is. I had a date like that. A duck flew in front of our car, and she said, ooh, look, a chicken.
Start texting. Does it know what a chicken or duck? That's a chicken or a duck. Does not understand the concept of bird. That's only fair. That's only fair. Tea should be for both. You know what? Goddamn, I'm tired of it being teas just for the gays and women. Why the fuck can't I say tea? Tea. I want to drink some tea.
Spill the tea, sister.
I want to spill the tea. Let me spill the tea. The bitch dips her Lay's chips in ketchup, and she can't identify a bird. I'm not saying the two can't either. I'm saying can't delineate a chicken or a duck. Red flag. She smelt great, didn't know what a chicken was. That's what I mean. Is that not only fair? There's the and I just spilled the tea. It's all over everywhere. It's spilled it. That's all I'm saying.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSubs, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel. You can go to gamersubs.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart. It's too much for you. But also, GamerSubs right now has carbonated energy drinks. Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. And let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, GamerSubs is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to GamerSubs for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops of different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for GamerSubs for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Now, millions of women were sharing their experiences and gossiping about the men in their lives. While it might seem like a paradise, a lot of men were very upset with the app. And by a lot of men, I think it's just guys who have already a bit of hatred anyways.
Yeah, towards the female race.
Right? Which honestly, you know what? Every single man, I think they kind of do. I think there's something there. If you're a single man out there, I think there's a little hate in your heart. Just a little bit, especially because they couldn't join and see what was being said about them. And most of the female users of the app thought that the men reacting in this way were just being childish. So why did this anger so many people? Why did the app fucking make people so livid? It's understandable that an app for women. God. It's understandable that an app made for women could restrict men, but what's driving so many men to try and join? As it turns out, many users on the T app were allegedly making false claims about specific men. And furthermore, the core component of the app involves users creating profiles of men without their consent.
I'd hate that. Take my Tinder profile, and then when women see my Tinder profile, they're not gonna swipe.
They're fucking me up from getting some pussy.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, if there's not even a snowball's chance in hell I'm getting pussy, I'm gonna kill myself. It's what Matt thinks some of them guys are saying. Some of the men these women were discussing were definitely deserving of the criticism, right? Not everyone's a perfect little flower. However, there's no filter or fact checking for claims. So anything could be said about anyone with no consequences. And as soon as this was discovered, oh shit, men started gaining access to see what the was going on. Some ended up successfully getting on because guess what? There's a thing called Google and you can be like woman and just download a picture and fake an ID in your end.
That's actually what people are doing because the Britain law, you have to show like your face. People are using Norman Reedus' face from Death Stranding 2 because it looks so realistic.
And on TikTok, numerous men have made videos explaining their distaste for the app and the slander that has been said about them. One man found out through a friend that he was listed on the app where multiple women had claimed he was a fresh off the boat, didn't speak good English, and would stare at women until they got uncomfortable. They also claimed that he was a door knocker. What the f is a door knocker? But in reality, he owned a door-to-door home consultation service.
Well, that is my business. I door knock on people. I have a home service company, so I have to door knock on people. That's what I do for a living.
Oh, they're saying that he was a...
Yeah, he'd go up and knock on the door. Ew, creepy!
Yeah, he's a door-to-door salesman, which I would say that would make my pussy all dry too. I'll say that right now. I hate door-to-door salesmen, but still, I like how they're just like, oh, wait, you two, what? Are you a millionaire? No? Ew! Red flag! The lies have gotten so out of hand that the app was used to spread rumors of a serial killer in Detroit. That's so sick. It's so awesome. Shortly after the breach occurred, posts began to surface online claiming a serial killer dubbed the Teabag Killer was on the loose in Detroit and had already murdered 5 women. According to the post, women who had exposed men in their lives on the T app were found murdered with Lipton tea bags stuffed inside their mouths. See, I was like, I believe this, but I'm like, the Lipton tea, you got too far.
It's very Batman villain.
It's very, but that makes it awesome.
The Teabag Killer. This is what you get for saying about me, bitch. Yeah, I'm a door-to-door salesman.
Fuck you! Yeah. Do you think he like waits for them to get home? Like the lights are off, take out their purse to throw their keys in the thing. The light turns on, he's just sitting in the chair with a glass of tea.
Yeah.
Stooping it. Welcome home. What I will think would be cool though is that if the Teabag Killer, he kills him. I'm not advocating. I'm not advocating for women to die. I'm just saying in the Batman context, right?
Yes.
Batman context. If there was a serial killer, he killed somebody, and then when they're dead, he fills the dead mouth with hot water and then leaves a tea bag in it. So when the cops come, it's a freshly thing. They're like, and the mouth's all burned up.
Yeah, I like that.
It's kind of fucking sick, actually. The teabag killer. You know. The post continued by saying that a victim, whose identity was concealed by local news, had received a picture of a box of tea with her name on it. Supposed images of the murderer were also beginning to surface online. And it wasn't long before the story went viral, and women on the Tea app in Detroit began to live in fear and contact police with potential suspects, which is also kind of fucked up. I think I know who it is. It's like a completely fake person. I dated a guy, red flag, bird kind of thing. Yeah, he was upset that I didn't know what a chicken was. Next. Detectives quickly got to work and determined that the whole thing was a hoax, and the pictures and media association with the killer were all deep fakes of people.
If you're not looking, these deep fakes can be tricky to spot.
I stuffed their throats with tea bags.
None of it was real. But I just want to say again, it's fucked up to even assume that you're like, I think I know. How fucked up is that? Not only are all these men angels being shamed or defamed online without their knowledge, but they're also being doxxed. Multiple screenshots of people's personal phone numbers, emails, and social media accounts, and even home addresses were leaked on the app, putting many in actual danger. That's fucked up. Also, why are you sharing that? This is where I live. Seriously, don't go there. Within the app itself, users could pay for background checks and criminal records of the people they were talking about. I want to say that's kind of a fun feature.
I was going to say, background checks though.
A background check to be like, is this person a criminal? Because he's like, honestly, I can't wait. Yes, that's awesome. Just for fun, I'm just gonna do it. Pay the $5. Hey, so this guy actually strangles dogs. Our date's going to the pound. Why does he want to go to the animal shelter if that's her date? She looks at her dog. He's looking back up at him. If you thought that was bad, it gets even worse. The things that are said on the app are pretty fucking strange, honestly. In a private text conversation, a user was trying to warn another of how she would get her blood tested because a man she slept with had some sort of STD, right? Instead of being concerned, she was more interested in the size of his dick and ignored the blood check altogether. Yeah, but was it huge? Was it huge? She's like, no, but seriously, it's like rashy. I have like bumps. But how big was it?
Do you have a picture?
You have a picture of it and his address. Please tell me. A woman in Baton Rouge posted to the app asking if anyone knew of a man named Jaden, with the woman chiming in to talk about how they got eaten out by him. Hey, do you guys know Jaden? I like him. Yeah, he eats pussy good. Well, if it's Baton Rouge, it's like, I ate my pussy like a crawdad. Shucked and sucked, ladies. Right out of it. Come on. Hey, you know what? I'm texting him again. Jaden, you get your ass over here. Different man named Mookie came under fire after a woman asked for the tea on him, right? The replies were all over the place. One woman said that he had a small dick, his breath stank, and he couldn't hold his liquor. Uh-oh, Mookie. The reviews are in. Not good. Another user said he slept on a mattress on the ground, and others were asking for his social media.
Dick little, can't hold his liquor.
Can't hold his liquor, dick is small. I feel you, brother. Breath stank. I feel you, man, too. Need to brush my teeth more. Slept on an air mattress. I did that in college, too, buddy.
Nothing wrong. I don't know. I don't mind that.
I never really mind the whole. To me, if you have a bed frame, just storage. I don't have a lot of stuff. I just throw the bed on the ground.
Japanese people sleep on the floor. So.
And what's the most beautiful country in the world?
Japan.
Yeah.
So these women are CUNTs.
But people are not just commenting on men. Sometimes they impersonate other women. A woman posted a picture of the Tea app to her Instagram, asking others to report an account that was impersonating her and asking about her husband. How fucking creepy is that? Women are not the only ones impersonating each other. Men are now putting on wigs and getting access to the app.
All right, fellas, I'm in. I broke the barrier, bitch. I had to put on a wig and all type of shit, but bitch, I'm in, bitch.
Hell yeah. And it seemed almost inevitable that someone would eventually gain access. And now, all the women who trusted it to keep them safe have been exposed in a massive, massive data breach. On Friday, July 25th of this year, a user from 4chan hacked into the Tea app, downloading over 72,000 user photos, private DMs, and driver's licenses, only to then leak them all online. And a few days later, that same person would perform another hack and leak over 1.1 million private messages. These DMs included sensitive information like phone numbers and home addresses, along with topics covering things like abuse and abortion, all kinds of just personal shit, right? Once the breach hit the news, people began to dig into how this was possible and revealed that the Tea app had a lot of flaws. I mean, a lot. A lot of flaws. For starters, the hackers didn't even really hack into the app itself. All of the initial images and photo IDs were all publicly accessible through the website's URL. Wait, you could do that? That'd be me, but running an app. Wait, oh my God, they can through the .com? This was news to many users because in the user agreement, it stated that any photos uploaded during the verification process would be only temporarily stored before being deleted off the server. The T-App scrambled to fix the issue and remove all DM features on the app to ensure that they wouldn't be leaked in the future. Though they tried their best, it was already too late, and all of the leaked images and information had spread far and wide across the internet. The original hackers who hacked the data posted to a thread on 4chan. Threads would be taken down, but to preserve the images, the hackers would place the data into torrents and share it across the other online forums for the entire internet to access and download. The breach became such a problem that the FBI was eventually called in to conduct intense cybersecurity investigations to find out who was responsible for the breach and why. When all the women on the app realized their private information had been shared, they took immediate action. Griselda Reyes filed a class action lawsuit against the T-App, citing their failure to properly secure and safeguard personal identifiable information. Quote, shortly after the data breach was announced, internet users claimed to have mapped the locations of T's users based on metadata contained from the leaked images. Despite their initial goal on empowering women, T has actually put them at risk of serious harm. Once all of this information went viral, people began to make fun of the victims of the leak simply because they trusted the company with their information and IDs. Now, there are tons of posts mocking them as a form of public shaming. Oh, look how the mighty have fallen behind your golden veil of secrets. Now we see you. We see all of you.
Yeah, they posted their pictures.
Well, yeah, now it's just gonna be guys being like, oh, really? You're gonna judge?
That's what they did.
That's what they did. That's what they do. Immediately after the breach came out, someone who was associated with the leak created an online map with 13,000 users' exact locations pinned across the world.
Yeah, I saw the image. It filled up America.
Hackers were able to use this metadata found in the leaked photos and find the exact locations of where the photos were taken and even what devices were used to take the pictures, exposing thousands of women's homes to creeps and predators online.
Fun.
Someone created a game called T-Spill, which showed 2 pictures of women exposed during the breach and had you rank which woman was more attractive. Thanks, Zuckerberg. Literally, they just saw the Social Network movie and they're just like, dude, we should totally do that. Each photo had an ELO-based ranking system similar to those in many popular competitive games. The rank was determined by how many clicks each photo received. The shaming continued. My friends, women were referred to as foids, or female humanoids, an incel term that originated on 4chan for the purpose of dehumanizing and objectifying women. This term was tied to another large feature to the game, which was the foid leaderboard that showed what pictures the players thought were the ugliest or the most attractive. Good God, bro.
That's fucked.
You know what's fucked up though? I know the woman that was at the top of the prettiest though. They're just like, well, I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. I guess it's okay, I guess. The last and maybe the most insane feature of this game was the slide in their DMs button, which brought users to an AI chatbot website where they could create new chatbots using the leaked photos. However, the users of the app were not the only ones being mocked. The CEO, Sean Cook, who was responsible for the whole thing, was also under a lot of fire. Many thought it was ironic that a man was coding a dating app only for women and, for women's safety. A few people speculated that because the app required users to submit valuable biometric data, it may have received funding from even Mark Zuckerberg himself.
The Zuck man?
The Zuck, who I bet you anything participated in the T-Spill thing, just like my college days. I bet you maybe he's the one who did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Building his giant fucking bunker. Hey, is the end of the world happening? No.
No, I think that's just like a little shelter under, and it's like a
A
basement.
little shelter. What are you worried about?
No.
This is just a passion project.
It's a passion project. You sure? Oh yeah. Yep. These claims sound outlandish at first, but when you realize the direction that social media is headed, this is becoming a regular issue online. In October of 23, the UK passed the Online Safety Act, which looked to keep children safe online. And to do this, Parliament introduced multiple new online crimes such as cyber flashing and epilepsy trolling. The controversial part of the act was its requirement for certain websites to force users to submit photo IDs or facial scans in order to access content. Platforms like Reddit, Discord, Spotify, Blue Sky, and even Xbox all required some form of biometrics, and the public is not happy about it. When I hear people be like, we need a scan of your face, my ass thinks, I'm like, I feel like you're using my likeness for something somewhere else or whatever. It's one of those things where it's the impossible challenge of like trusting this company, even though you know like something is happening. It never win situation, I think, on both sides, both the user and the people trying to run it. And the US is following suit, with multiple states enforcing new laws that require Face ID to access certain adult websites. I mean, just this week, YouTube has begun to test AI age verification using scans of user faces. Even Rockstar Games is considering enforcing Face IDs to play GTA 6. As more and more companies turn to this new method of ID, people are slowly believing that both the US and the UK are going to turn into an Orwellian surveillance state. Since 2022, there have been hundreds of breaches with billions of people's precious data being stolen. And in 2025 alone, there have been 30 breaches with 16 billion credentials stolen. Only God knows what corporations and criminals are doing with this information. With the recent breach of the T app, it is never more apparent that companies don't care about you. They just want your personal data. You think that any of these they don't. No one gives a well, why aren't they helping? Because they just don't care. And there will be probably a cataclysmic ending to all this, so at least we get K-pop. At least we get the new trailers for stuff. We get Skibbity Biden. We get that at least. If you do plan to hand over your IDs on social media platforms, just know that there will be more than just your friends looking at your pictures. And also, here's another thing too, dude. Keep gossip and shit between your friends. You could probably do like a server or Facebook group of people that you know, where then it's just like, this happened, whatever, blah, blah. Have you any of you heard of him? And even if they haven't, at least you can have a place to conversate. But doing it with so many strangers and stuff, like a T app kind of thing, just feels a bit dastardly.
You never know
Doesn't
who's right either, who's telling the truth.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't even trust the person you're talking to, then how can you even accept the information they're giving back? I have no idea. And also, too, human beings are psychopaths. Not just men, but also women, too. Gotta fucking watch out, man. People are fucking crazy. And plus, you told me that Tinder is basically just like, it's just scams now. It's just bots, yeah. We gotta go back to the 90s where you could go into a coffee shop. Put up that clip to end this video. The way you meet your new future wife or husband should be like this.
Pumpkin spice latte, please. I want it freezing, though. Actually, I just want a regular coffee. Those white girl pumpkin spice lattes annoy me.
I'm in love. Name?
Senorita Awesome.
Senorita Awesome?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about bikers. Give one random clip of a biker.
I can smell the alcohol in your breath.
I don't give a I live here and I'm not operating. What?
Yeah. It's my dad. The experience of riding a motorcycle on an open road with the wind against your face is seen as one of the ultimate symbols of freedom.
Fade away the flame. Ooh, the red, white, and blue.
Oh, yeah. Across film and TV, motorcycles are seen as cool, rugged, and dangerous. Whether it's the stylish design of a bike, the slick leather jacket, or simply the element of danger that riding introduces to your life, there's clearly a lot to the allure, right? Sex, drugs, freedom. Nick, is there anything more American than a motorcycle?
Hot dogs.
I don't agree. To those who have never been involved with this community or learned about the culture, it's a very fascinating world to delve into. After all, motorcycle culture ties back to things like rock and roll and even organized crime. So let's look at everything the biking world has to offer. One more clip of a guy on a motorcycle. Before I get into this, you have any experiences with motorcycles, Nick?
I've always wanted to ride one. I saw.
Why don't you?
They're
fun.
Now I'm scared of them, but when I was younger, I saw House get a motorcycle. I was like, I want to be like Dr. House.
So because Dr. House rode a motorcycle, that's what made you be like, I want a motorcycle. And now you're afraid of them. You're frightened by them. Well, is it just the look of them, or is it just actually riding them you're scared?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm gonna get hit by a
car,
semi truck, and then
sure.
I'm gonna be alive on the side of the road.
I mean, listen. You're in a little bit of danger anywhere you go, right? But I will say, people who ride around because they think it's lame to wear a helmet while riding a bike. What are we doing here? I can even just sit there and be like, I flip off my motorcycle. At least I have a helmet. Sure, you fracture all your ribs, you puncture a lung, you dislocate all your arms, and you are just laying on the fucking side of the road like Gumby. But at least I can still speak. At least I can still formulate words.
There's actually, I think, some train of thought of people like, well, if I get in a wreck in a motorcycle accident, I just want to die. Like, I don't want to be paralyzed or, you know.
No hope at all? If I get in any kind of wreck, I just want to just kill me?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, maybe that's just the biker way. Let's find out. People who aspire to join this community first have to decide what type of ride they want to purchase. This is not an easy decision. And by doing some research online, you'll soon find out that there's a lot of infighting within the biking community, which I'm glad we're starting on this because it's a big deal. You either ride hogs or you ride the anime bikes. Also, my dad used to call it a rice. Is that racist?
I thought they're called like rocket pockets, pocket rockets.
You thought they were called rocket pockets? Is rice? You know, bleep all of this. Is that a racial slur? Because he's saying it because it's a, you know,
Asians.
Ooh. Don't get the wrong idea. Most normal people could care less about what people ride so long as they're not causing any trouble on the road. That being said, you'll definitely find some animosity between owners of sports bikes and Harleys. They're like, you know, hogs. Fucking
man's bike.
Because there is a difference. There's definitely, like, if you look at a picture of a man who rides a Harley, and this could be anywhere, I would say anyone who is ages like 40 years old and up, or 45 and up, that's like a Harley rider, right? All the new age people, they saw Akira, Nick. Saw Akira too young. Akira didn't ride a goddamn Harley. He rode a sports bike. It's not about loud noises, it's about going fast. That's the difference.
I want to be silent and going the speed of light so no one can hear me, but they see me.
If you're going the speed of light, would they see you?
No.
So you like the idea of weaving in between, or if you were in your wildest fantasy, would you be someone who's on a sports bike and you're going between the cars?
I want to follow all the rules. I'm going to stay in my lane. I would just go on empty roads and go 200 miles an hour.
You would 100% wrap your motorcycle around a tree. I mean, on a highway, listen, I'm not condoning people swerving around, but at least a highway, it's just going to be open road. All of a sudden, you're going to sit there, there's going to like be like a random sharp turn. No!
Have you seen the death wobble? Yeah.
Which, listen, let's talk about some of the differences. All right, so Harley riders are seen by many as being elitist and obnoxious about their love for their specific type of bike. Harley Davidson as a brand has sort of a cult-like following, and some go so far as to claim people who don't use them are not real bikers. So, first off, here's the thing. Very true. That's my father. My father down to a T. Also, another thing, that's every subculture on earth about anything. What I'm doing is good, everything else sucks. If you're diehard on something, that's gonna be everything you say. If you're a diehard football fan, you're gonna say every other sport sucks compared to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Even truck drivers will splatter Harley Davidson decals all over their car so everyone they pass knows they're cool as hell. So they're like, yeah, I'm in a truck, but at home, my fucking hog's waiting for me. Also, editor, every time I do this, put a loud ass fucking. People who ride motorcycles in general or bikes, they are people that have to peacock, they have to be seen. I've ridden a Kawasaki and I've ridden a Harley. Here's the thing, yeah, it's fun. Ain't that fun? Those people are peacocking. They want to be seen.
You don't want like a bad bitch behind you getting wet, getting the fucking cushions all soapy and sticky.
Wow. Got flashbang. My God, the answer is no. Well, it's also, I would rather be on your own seat. If there's a girl's getting excited on the back of the bike, where's that going? It's going underneath my deal. Now all of a sudden, my asshole, and my taint area is all wet from the slip and slide that's happening. Yeah, keep it in your own seat. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Keep it in your own seat.
I've seen videos of like the girl will ride cow style.
Yeah.
And she's
cow style. She'll ride in front of you where they're facing you. That was like that Kim Kardashian and Kanye video, remember that?
Oh yeah.
Giant Nazi warship just fly directly into the sun. Hey, we just want to give a quick shout out to Starforge PCs. They're a great little sponsor on the channel. I just want you to check out the new Chainsaw Man PC and PC bundle from Starforge. It has a Pochita desk mat, a power wall art, and a Chainsaw Man acrylic plate light. It's the perfect collection for fans and everyone looking to play games or watch anime at a top-notch level. While you're there, take a look at other great items Starforge has, like keyboards and accessories. So head on over if you're looking for something new, a new PC. They're a great company. Thanks Starforge for sponsoring the episode. Now back to the episode. Sport bike riders are slender and sleek, like an otter.
Well, they're going fast. They
like going fast, but they like the feminine kind of curves of it. You know, they like anime. They like the slender nature of things, being sleek.
They're like the modern day jockey.
That's why they're almost always, without a doubt, if there's a guy who has money and he's riding bikes, he 100, and this is not even a joke, 120% of the time, I'm putting that much money on it, owns a Ford F-150 King Ranch edition. All right, it's that common. And that's also the guy who puts the decals on it as well, which is, he almost feels like ashamed. He's like, yeah, I mean, this is a $150,000 truck, but I got my real loves back home. According to the more snobby Harley riders, sports bikes are not to be respected because they're not, quote, American made, and are more focused on technical performance than the biking lifestyle. Yeah, your bike can perform better than mine. But you know what? You can't get this fucking...
Do they have electric bikes now?
Where's the fuck did you just say to me, pussy? What the fuck did you just say to me, pussy?
That's what I would do with my e-bike, though. Have a speaker on it so it sounds like I'm revving.
That would be the funniest thing of all time, is getting an e-bike and being like, hello, fellow bikers. It had like a huge JBL speaker attached to it, and just go to YouTube and it's like obnoxious bike sounds as a... Harleys are typically for an older crowd, in their 40s to 50s, as you'd imagine. Most people at this age are just trying to enjoy a peaceful ride and aren't trying to get involved with the drama. Sadly, there are those who openly poke fun at the young people covered in full biker attire riding their crotch rockets. In return, many sports bike riders think Harley riders are grouchy old men that are desperately trying to live up to their grizzled tough guy aesthetic that the brand is known for. Something perpetrated by the things like movies like Easy Rider or shows like Sons of Anarchy or the very well-known biker group, the Hells Angels Outlaw Group. You want to know what fucking freedom sounds like? Sounds like this motherfucker right here. Let me kick this out. Oh! Yeah! I'll tell you why I'm harking so much on the Harley Davidson stuff. Listen to my dad talk about bikes, and he barely knows anything about them. It's one of the most infuriating and yet nostalgic things ever. My dad did everything he possibly could to make his bike as obnoxious
as possible.
Yeah, he had to have been disappointed in me. There's no other reason that a man would need to be viewed or to be seen with that machine other than I am just deeply unhappy with my living environment. My son is not fulfilling me. I'm gonna put it in loud pipes and Italian leather seats.
It's awesome.
That's why it's not hot. Fuck you. To achieve this, however, they're willing to spend a ludicrous amount of money for a noticeably slower bike. Sports bike riders feel that they get no respect from them, so they refuse to give it in return. There are many videos of Harley riders getting incredibly aggressive on the road, with most riders prematurely anticipating a tense encounter whenever they cross paths with one. That's what I love with Harley riders is they're sitting there and you'll be on the road. First off, they can never just have both hands. They're going down the road like this.
Are there some people who don't even put their hands on? They're just texting.
In many cases, passing a Harley on the road is a quick way to infuriate them and cause unnecessary confrontation. Many sports bike riders will upload videos of them getting cut off and flipping the bird for literally no reason. They simply don't want anyone to appear superior to them on the road. The peacocking there's a mutual respect, which first off, here's my thing. I don't like riding on the road with fucking motorcycles because I'm almost like I'm gonna be the statistic of the guy who fucking bashes into the back of one. I'm sitting there eating from a big fat disgusting fuck and I'm like, you know, eating a McRib. Oh, drop the thing. I look like the bike is like right here. My life's ruined. I've ruined someone else's life, but see, selfishly, I'm already like, well, there goes my life. Have you seen those things where people will be like, they get in a horrible wreck, they get up and they're like, I'm okay, and they just collapse because they got up and moved?
Oh yeah.
It's like organ failure or some shit. You know what you never get that in?
What?
Toyota Corolla.
That's true. That's
Can't
why.
pop a wheel in a Toyota Corolla.
Oh, ask the Saudis. They could do they could side.
And put Middle Eastern music behind whatever Nick's saying.
They could. Have you seen them? They get their cars up on 2 wheels.
Oh yeah? Ask the Saudis. You would be a great Harley rider, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe we gotta look for a bike for me.
Oh well, let's go. We in this video. We're gonna go look for a bike for you. We like, what fucking bike would fit this man? We're Harley Davidson. We're here to have Nick pick up a Harley. I'm getting Harley. If you look at this gentleman here, yeah. What kind of bike do you think he would be on? I'd be on like a Fat Boy. I look at him. He's a slender man. Feels weird seeing him on like a big. I don't see you on a big, like, I don't see you on that guy.
You know, I don't really know how to answer that question, man.
In one video, a Harley rider gets so upset after a man on an e-bike makes a mistake on the road that he circles back to pass him by again while swinging around a chain like a madman. Well, that guy is waiting to use that chain.
Oh, yeah.
You don't carry around a chain not to be like, well, there it is. You just let loose the demon. The man filming notices that the back of his shirt says, fuck you. I have enough friends.
He wants trouble.
I want to say, here's another kind of hunter's tip right now. Hunter's tip. If you have any meme shirts like that, throw them away. Don't wear them. Don't gift them. Usually it's younger people be like, this would go great on grandpa. He's like, look at that. He's walking around tucked into his jeans. I don't give a fuck what it says, bitch. That's the kind of person that's wearing this shit. Stories like these certainly make people hesitant to join in on the fun. Many people on the Harley community pages admit that while they've ridden for a long time, they feel discouraged from attending events because it seems that many of the participants treat it like an audition for a Sons of Anarchy background character and focus way too much on looking hard to the point where they side-eye and judge anyone that doesn't fit that vibe. Many are in complete agreement with this assessment. Other Harley owners admit that these people turn out for charity events and can put their energy to good use. Oftentimes, they're still incredibly insufferable as riders, which that was a big thing. Is I've seen that the more that I see bike riders, you know, I see them more for like charity shit. Bikers for
cancer.
Bikers for cancer. We need to get cancer back in those kids. In reality, there are weird loyalists in every subgroup of motorcyclists. Many sports bike riders, for example, can be just as infuriating. This debate has been had for ages, and tons of riders always chime in to explain how the drama is obnoxious and that they're respectful to everyone regardless of what they ride. There are plenty of people who have greatly benefited from taking the plunge and buying a motorcycle. At 52 years old, Michelle Hatcher was feeling extremely depressed and had no purpose in life. Jesus. Goddamn, do we know Michelle personally? That's some serious shit to fucking lay down there. Goddamn. Knowing she needed to make a change, she went out on a limb and bought a motorcycle to pursue a lifelong dream of living on the open road. And immediately, she claimed to have felt like a kid again, and all of her previous troubles had gone away. Not only was it a way for her to get out of the house, but it was also boosted her confidence knowing she was taking control of her life. A year after she started riding, she discovered the Make Your Mark charity, which focuses on bikers' mental health. Relating to their cause, she joined and immediately fell in love with it. She joined groups and met many others like her, and now advocates for bikers' mental health through her own story, which is pretty nice. For a second, it was reading that she's like, I just went on the open road and left my troubles. I was like, did she just leave her family? She's just like, bye-bye, woo! But no, that's a nice little pot. See, it's just, but you and at least it boils down to is people just need someone to talk to.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Group.
Any kind of, I feel like any kind of person where they're just like, man, I just fucking feel horrible. You need community. A lot of people are drawn to motorcycles for their look, but others, the base model is just not good enough. These people feel the need to add ridiculous modifications to make their rides more appealing. It's common for people to replace their motorcycle's stock exhaust with a third-party one, some with specific intention of making it as loud as humanly possible. My father. I'd be like, he was changing it one day, getting all fucking pissed off in the garage. It's like, what's going on? He's like, I'm changing this out. I'm like, well, what's the difference with it? And he's like, show me the old exhaust. The old exhaust was like really long and this one's really short. I'm like, that one looks shorter. He's like, it's gonna be fucking loud. People are gonna fucking hear this 2 blocks down. And I was like, cool. All the other like middle-aged biker guys come down, they're like,
You think that's like almost like a mating call? Like if you got a loud bike, other bikers be like, oh, we got friends.
I think it was my dad desperately being like, I should have never gotten married and got kids. Divorce! I want a divorce where she doesn't take half. You keep the kids and all that. I get the house.
You keep that half. You keep.
You keep. That's the half of myself I'm willing to let go. That's probably going to be a recurring theme in this. Is me trickling back and being like, huh. I feel like my father was probably very unhappy with where he was at.
That actually makes sense. If you want your bike to be as loud as possible, so when you scream, the bike.
Yeah, it covers the screams. Oh, there's Dad. He's just having fun in the garage again, weeping openly, 25 beer cans. He's trying to kill himself with the exhaust fumes. What are you doing here, Daddy? Close the fucking door! All right, Daddy, I love you. Yeah. Many bikers strongly discourage this type of stuff to avoid infuriating the general public. One man from a quiet neighborhood describes how his neighbor, who modified his Harley to be much louder, revs it in the garage for up to in his garage for up to an hour, even as late as 1 in the morning, so intensely that the vibrations shake his home. 1 in the morning. Oh yeah! Tyler, I know, baby. I know. Just hold on. Dad, go back to bed, Josh. Vibrates his old home. If I was a kid, I'd be horrified.
I was at my friend's house, and that happened to me. His parents' buddies came over to show out their new hogs, and for an hour straight, we were just sitting out there, and they're just like, yeah, hear this, and they were just revving for an hour.
That's all he did was just rev for an hour. I had a buddy. He lived down the street from us, and his dad just got divorced from his wife. And like this was, I mean, like early 2000s, it was so popular. American choppers made it popular. There was a huge revival in the early 2000s. But then it was like, then as soon as every man got a divorce, they got a Harley. And the guy was just like drinking alone in his garage and just like revving it as loud as he could. That's immediately what made me, I'm like, I bet you my parents are gonna get a divorce soon. If I ever show up to work.
Oh, with a Harley?
With a Harley. Just know there are some papers that need to be signed. One of the most common and well-known modifications is the long handlebars, or as they call them in the biking community, ape hangers. I'm not gonna call them that though. I don't know if I like that. These handlebars can range anywhere from a foot to nearly 3 feet long, is usually found on Harleys. Many bikers claim they need the long handlebars to ride their bikes, or else they have severe shoulder pain and numbness in their hands. That's diabetes. Ape hangers are also a popular choice for fatter riders since the handlebars help extend their arms and prevent them from hunching their backs. Others don't see the appeal because they say they look fucking stupid and it fucks with like how you handle your bike, but I don't know, look at this guy. Look at this guy. I love it whenever it's literally like almost like a BDSM swing. Their feet are fully extended like this and their hands are up, so they're just like, yeah, just going on a ride. Hey, let me go down to Costco real quick.
What are you getting at Costco in your motorcycle?
What am I getting on Costco with my motorcycle? I'm gonna get the 5th season of The Office on DVD and some Totino's party pizzas. That legit, like that was already terrible. I guess if you're hanging on it, you're not actually keeping your weight up, but
I don't think. I feel like my arm would be dead.
I feel, what's wrong with this?
I guess you hurt your shoulder. You're a pussy.
Oh, yeah, how is this? That feels wonderful. On your shoulder, you say being a pussy. Yeah. Well, only pussies ride with their hands down like that. Another ridiculous looking mod similar to ape hangers is the Extreme Rake. An Extreme Rake adds super long forks to the front of the bike, giving it more stability while sacrificing short turns. We don't need those. Though many classic choppers have made these modifications, many bikers don't recommend it. They're usually for more experienced bikers and only ever really appear in shows. They're not practical at all for the road and they're impossible to use off-road. Dude, have you seen American Choppers? That's what we do because it looks fucking badass. Remember Will Smith and the iRobot bike? Huh? Remember the Spider bike? Remember the 911 bike?
What?
There was they did like a firefighter bike for the 911 guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah. While radios are a standard feature in cars, radios and speakers on motorcycles are a controversial modification. Riding while listening to music can be a great experience. That is why so many bikers choose to buy helmets with built-in Bluetooth speakers. However, you know, some people want to feel the wind through their hair and choose to put a radio and speakers on their bike. And many riders despise this and find it infuriating to be stuck at a light listening to their loud music. That's like one of the only things I love about bikers is pulling up and listening to what a biker's listening to. It's almost never what you expect it to be. What would you expect if you pulled up to you're driving up to a car or whatever, and you see a guy sitting there and you hear music coming in? What music do you think is coming in? If you're like looking at it, you're like, oh, he's listening to music.
Motley Crue. Some like hair rock from the 80s, right? Something like that. Anything else? Radiohead.
You think that a biker would be listening to radio? Okay, sure, we'll say Radiohead. I've heard almost every time that I've done it, it's been disco.
Oh, disco.
I've heard ABBA numerous times. Almost to the point where I'm like, these motherfuckers are like getting together being like, you like ABBA too? Some writers are incredibly unapologetic about it, like a man that was caught sitting shirtless at a gas station, posting on his hog while blasting obnoxious music. This biker in particular noticed that he was being filmed and started stalking the car until he reached a parking garage, where he had to hide before the altercation broke out. That's another reason too. You gotta watch out when filming people. I hate feeling like I'm being a nuisance.
Yeah.
But also, I don't want to film the wrong motherfucker. There's like a 14-year-old out there who could kill us. They have a 3D printed gun. That legitimately could be a thing. There's a 12-year-old out there who has probably 3D printed a gun. You're sitting there filming whatever. You filming me, motherfucker!
That almost happened. Well, I don't think it was a gun, but where I was filming like a Walking Dead kind of just for fun, and I went to a very low-income place.
Question: you were filming a Walking Dead. What does that mean?
Zombie like background. It was for It was just for fun. I was trying to make a zombie. We could show some footage of it.
First off, get out what the fuck you're saying, but then also, I was filming a Walking Dead. It wasn't for anybody, it was for fun. So what you're saying is that you went to a poor neighborhood and filmed people and said they were zombies, is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Just the buildings, like a post-apocalypse. We were doing like tech scout.
So you went to a low-income neighborhood and said this would be the perfect spot for a zombie apocalypse. Now, Nick, do you think that's a bit insensitive?
Now, yes. Yeah,
right.
Saying it. But anyways.
How old were you when you did this?
Oh, I was like in my 20s.
Yeah, try to give you an out there.
I anyways drove by, and then these guys noticed us, and they walked out, and they were pointing. Anyways, they came up to the car. I was like, "What are you doing out here?" We're just like, "Oh, we're just filming for a zombie movie."
I think your neighborhood looks pretty dilapidated, like the apocalypse happened, and I think that'd be cool to film zombie stuff out here. Why are you mad? The music, according to a man who often attends Daytona Bike Week, is very often the same rotation. Tracks like Bad to the Bone, Sweet Home Alabama, and Born in the USA, which are the classics, right? Classic bike rider stuff. But I'm telling you, they're sprinkling in pop. That's a little spice, a little seasoning that goes on top of their classic rock, 60s rock, you know? Not all mods are just for looks or a few minor technical differences. Other more wild mods, like the Vibe Rider, helps passengers have a sexually euphoric experience on the road. Bet you didn't think we were going there, did you? If you've ever wanted to goon while riding your motorcycle, the Vibe Rider is the device for you. Built into the seat, the Vibe Rider is a remote-controlled vibrator that lets either the driver or the passenger control the vibration intensity for the low cost of $140.
See, this is what I need. Look at that girl. That's what I'm talking about.
So it's the thing, too, are they trying to sell to men, though, too?
Yeah, it's just like, get your girl on your hog.
I'm saying for the rider. If the rider's sitting there and he puts up his poop chute,
is
that something that can
This
stimulate? Can that stimulate your prostate, Nick?
Ooh, probably.
That's the guy going down the road. The little boy in the passenger seat of the fucking Winnebago driving by is just like hearing ABBA coming from the thing over. The company markets its product by having a booth at biker shows and rallies and letting riders test drive it. Ew.
Yeah, I don't like that.
What?
That was like when we went to that porn convention.
Yeah.
And they
It's
had
too
the
much.
little vibrator tester you could sit on it. I was like, you think you...
No, you did get whipped though.
That's true. We can't show that because that got us demonetized in another video.
Did it actually?
Yeah.
You know what? There's definitely a thing about people that are that openly sexual. I'm not that kind of person. I was just uncomfortable the entire time.
I didn't do it for sexual reasons. I just did it for...
I just want to say I did not fight you to get on that thing. I looked over, I was like, where is he? And I saw all of a sudden he's getting chained up on this thing. Film me! He's like completely on an X. He's like, I don't know, film me, man. You filming? On their website, they have multiple test demos videos that show women both young and old enjoying the ride and telling their husbands they need one. I think I'm gonna need one of these. My panties are ruined. I'm gonna need one of them. Most of the people we've covered are casual riders. However, the biking community contains much more die-hard members, which you can often find within motorcycle gangs and clubs. Motorcycle clubs are a way for riders to form a community for group riding as well as hosting community events. Often, they've centered around a theme. It could be based on a bike brand or even a group consisting exclusively of veterans. Harley riders, veterans, furries, One Piece fans. I'm sure there's a One Piece fan motorcycle group. Put it up. There are also outlaw motorcycle clubs or gangs that are essentially criminal organizations that engage in trafficking, drugs, money laundering, and even abduction. So make sure to really just when you tell people I'm in a biker gang. Are you in a biker gang or are you just have a club?
Yeah, make sure you're not joining the right kind.
Yeah, make sure you're joining the right thing. They're sort of like fraternities. You're essentially paying dues to hang out with a group of men. And similar to a fraternity, you can't just join, you have to go through several stages. This means spending time with the members, getting them to vouch for you, and so on, so on. And when you're finally in, you're rewarded with your club's 3-piece patch display on your vest. Not all clubs are joining just to look tough and boost their ego. Many of them are down-to-earth, passionate people who just want to make an impact in their community while sharing a hobby they care about. In fact, many motorcyclists love to give back to their community. The Patriot Guard Riders are a nonprofit group that rides alongside veterans' caskets in funeral processions in order to honor them as well as show their respect for their loved ones, which is just a nice thing to do, right? I've heard there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of family members left. Just shows respect and it shows that people, you're honoring a life that happened. On more than one occasion, people have praised the group for breaking up war protests taking place at veterans' burials. Baka,
Just kidding. Please don't just put that out. The BACA, or Bikers Against Child Abuse, supports children who are victims of abuse by welcoming them into their organization and assigning each child 2 members who act as protectors and resources for anything they may need. Kind of like a Big Brother program. While some of these stories are pretty absurd, most bikers seem to be pretty respectful people who are just trying to enjoy a relaxing hobby, as is the most case with everything we talk about, right? We have to keep reiterating this shit or else people fucking get pissed off. In most cases, you just try to mind your own business and not let the aggressive and performative weirdos ruin it for you. And of course, you can never control how some of these people react, so just do your best to be safe and not get engaged with the wrong crowd, guys. But hey, rev it up for all the homies out there. Row, row, row. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Wait, before we get into the video, we're doing a subathon right now on twitch.tv, live right now, all in order to raise money for a new production barn so we can do more sets, more puppets, bigger stuff. We're live. After you watch this, go watch, support the Barnathon. Twitch.com/MeatCanyon. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about freaks, or as we like to call people nowadays, TikTokers, or people on Instagram Reels. But before you had entertainment at the little tips of your fingers, we had a little thing in the world called freak shows. That's right. I mean, people I think take for granted how easy it is to see all of the abhorrent, terrible people, not even disfigured, just terrible people out there in the world, right? TikTok. Jack Doherty, that guy who messes with tourists overseas, Johnny Somali. We take for granted how crazy it is that at any time you can watch, I'll give you a link to this. I watched a guy on Instagram Reels the other day. He pulled out his tooth with a wrench. His 4 teeth left in his mouth. Horrible. You would pay money for that at a freak show, because back in the day, people actively looked for these things. People wanted to have some kind of weird attraction, some kind of crazy phenomenon they could see, something to break up the mundane nature of their day-to-day life. And that's where the freak shows came in. So today I wanted to go down the dark alleys of the freak show, really see what made people tick back in the day. Because I gotta tell you, if it's anything like, it's gotta be, there's no way it can be as worse as today, but we can at least see. So let's talk about the earliest freak shows, right? It feels weird too. A lot of this is just like obese men. They're like, what a freak! You have to pay a ticket to like watch a guy like eat a cupcake. They're like, oh,
he's 250 pounds.
He's 250 pounds since the Great Depression. How does he do that? You fat f. The concept of freak shows really began as early as the 1500s. These deformities used to be seen as a curse or an indicator of evil spirits, but eventually turned into public curiosity. So I like how back in the day, they're just like a woman with like maybe some facial hair, and they're just like, oh my God, there's a goddamn demon attached to that woman. Which, to be fair, if you're in 1500s, you'd probably think the same thing. You're just like, I don't trust her. Often, these exhibits showcase people with a unique number of limbs or those with dwarfism. For the time, this was surprising to see and would merit paying for the chance to witness it. We're talking about 1500s. The WWE with Andre the Giant, that was the 70s, and people would come out in droves because before the internet, it was all word of mouth, right? So you would have people be like, the guy's 12 feet tall, he weighs 4,000 pounds. And this weird childlike optimism would go in people's heads, and they'd be like, oh my God, he must be the biggest person ever. So the same thing applies with people with dwarves, or like people that are like, he's the Spider-Man, he has 8 limbs. I could see people being like, are you fucking kidding me? Here, take a chicken, whatever they're paying. I don't know what they're paying with back then. An early example of a quote freak was Lazarus Colorado and his brother Johannes, who hung upside down from his chest. This is a crazy image, dude. Good fucking Lord. His brother was a parasitic twin that did not speak and kept his eyes and mouth shut. Dude, if I sat there and I saw a guy, he's like, hello, I'm Lazarus. This is Johannes. And he's just like, he's alive, right? And he's like, he refuses to look at you. Look at me, Johannes. And he's just like, because of his condition, he was unable to make money unless it was in the form of showcasing his deformity or a freak show. Now, this is kind of a sick way. The first guy who's just like, yeah, I don't give a pay to see me. Look at me. It costs $1. Look at me. Spectators would note that Johannes would occasionally open his eyes. Like he's just upside down. He's just like, that'd be creepy. If I was a kid, that would scare the shit. If I was a 15th century, like Victorian child, I'd be like, hide behind my mom. The two of them even made an appearance with King Charles I in the early 1640s. At one point in Lazarus' life, he was put on trial for murder after smashing a bottle on the head of a drunken man, acting in self-defense. Dude, you definitely know that guy was just like, let me fucking pick at him, let me see his cock. Lazarus is like, God damn you, sir. I do think Lazarus is like a very well put together guy. You son of a... He was charged with a death sentence. God! Jesus. But it raised the question of whether or not it was moral to take the life of Johannes, who had done nothing wrong. Yeah, Johannes is just like, upside down. Death to Lazarus, but keep Johannes alive somehow. He's innocent. Look at him.
Yeah, that's a death sentence.
The death sentence to you. After showing records of the two of them being baptized, Johannes was deemed to indeed have a soul, leading to both of their freedom. So basically just like, fine, throw the freaks in some water. He has a soul. We'll let him live. It'd be funny if the next day Lazarus just busted another bottle over another guy's head. You son of a bitch. Hit him again. Or we can talk about the history of P.T. Barnum and his infamous freak show. Even if you haven't heard of P.T. Barnum, you've probably seen, I would assume, pictures, or this is like the most infamous freak show around. This is the world famous P.T. Barnum freak show.
Also Barnum and Bailey's Circus.
Barnum and Bailey Circus, you heard of that? I didn't. Nick just said it. I've never heard of that.
Really?
No. While freak show acts technically started in the 16th century, it didn't begin to see widespread appreciation and popularity until the 1800s. 200 goddamn years of Lazarus beating people with bottles and Johannes being like, Oh, do you think he could speak, Johannes?
He said he couldn't speak. His mouth was shut.
He had to feed the little motherfucker on his chest, right? Johannes, eat the gruel. And Lazarus has to lay on his back and like feed him up like that. It'd be a crazy session too. Can you imagine getting back shots from Lazarus and all of a sudden Johannes' hands are just like,
He's feeling a titty.
looking like Hector Salamanca, whatever, for Breaking Bad. Lazarus is like, look at me, actor. Look at me, actor. Okay, we gotta move on. Amongst those in circus industry, P.T. Barnum was known as one of the most influential of his time. You may recognize the name for the movie The Greatest Showman with Hugh Jackman that definitely no one saw. In the movie, P.T. Barnum is portrayed as a fun-loving hero that takes in people with unfortunate abnormalities and celebrates them. But in reality, P.T. Barnum was an incredibly selfish man that took advantage of people around him from the very start of his career. Of course, the 1800s fucking freak show runner is not a good guy. I like how people are like, what? P.T. Barnum wasn't a good guy? He's like, Dolphin Boy, get in the tank! He's like, I actually don't know how to swim. Get in the fucking tank! His name was Phineas Taylor Barnum, and he was born in 1810 and proved himself to be a natural entrepreneur. Before he was 21, he was publishing his own newspaper and running a general store, as well as a lottery business. How the f do you start that? Buy a ticket. I'll call some numbers later. Maybe you'll win. It's like, yeah, I trust you. He entered the world of entertainment at 25 when he bought the rights to the exhibit of an elderly African-American singer named Joyce Heath. She claimed to be the 161-year-old nurse of George Washington. Word? While many believed this claim was laughable, Barnum's impeccable marketing skills made her a cultural phenomenon. It's kind of interesting. The guy's just like, yeah, people will laugh at you, but like, there's gonna be some people who are like, really? Even today, if someone's just like, oh, I knew George, he was my neighbor, there's gonna be some guy be like, are you fucking kidding me? What was he like? Was he cool? You're like, it's been 200 years, sir. It's been almost 300 years.
Also, I think people would be like, oh, that's preposterous. I gotta buy a ticket to prove them wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go and mock them to their face. And it's just gonna be like probably like a 65-year-old woman who's just like, she wins you over. Hello. Oh, she's very nice. He had her working 10 to 12 hours a day. He had her working 10 to 12-hour days until she eventually died at the age of 80. Barnum exploited her to the very end, publicly displaying her autopsy for 50 cents to reveal her actual age as a final performance. What a dick, dude. 200-year-old woman, come see how old she really is. It's just like, she was 80. You got duped! The exit's right over there. In 1841, Barnum created the Barnum's American Museum in New York City, which began the golden age of the freak show. This is eerily similar to Zach Baggins. Is it not? He starts off as a ghost hunter and all of a sudden now he has a haunted museum. What's gonna be next, dude? What is gonna be next, actually?
What if he actually captures a real ghost?
I was gonna say he starts a brothel.
Oh.
Zach Bagan's Suck and Fuck Festival. You can come suck my dick if you want and get haunted. I don't know. The exhibits consisted of various items like taxidermied animals and fake historical artifacts. They were often referred to as dime museums. One historical artifact was a trunk of a tree that Jesus and his disciples supposedly sat under. He's like, that's it. I think he sat like this. Well, is it? Yeah.
How'd they get that from Jerusalem?
It's a dime. Yeah, how'd you bring that up from Jerusalem? Don't worry about it. The hawk guy helped me. It's like a guy with like covered in feathers. Another was known as Fiji mermaid. Rather than being the mummified remains of an actual mermaid, it was simply the torso and head of a monkey sewn to the back of a fish. I've heard of this one. The monkey thing, it looks rad. Looks very cool. P.T. Barnum's like a master. He's actually a master crafter, and they're just like, you should just become an artist. He's like, no! I'm a showman, you see. I have to make my money my only way I can. It's like impeccable work. P.T. Barnum, while incredibly talented, was very driven by greed and was often quick to exploit and deceive people for financial gain. He was commonly attributed with the phrase, there's a sucker born every minute. That's a fucking good phrase though, isn't it? For like a seedy, like, there's a sucker born every minute just for me to penny pinch him. His unapologetic exploitation can be highlighted with the biggest breakout exhibit, his Human Curiosities, consisting of individuals with rare conditions or physical deformities. This would become what is known as the Freak Show. The performers were marketed as freaks of nature or simply freaks. Which now we can finally get into the Freak Show acts, dude. Let's actually start looking at what these people are. Starting with General Tom Thumb. Born in 1838, Charles Stratton lived with pituitary dwarfism, meaning his body was unable to properly produce growth hormones. This heavily impaired his development. Hasbulla. Have you seen the video of Mike Tyson kissing Hasbulla? How creepy is that?
Did you see he got interviewed and he's like, I thought he was a kid. That's what I do to kids.
I don't know, man. That's how I am with children.
Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew it.
He's like 26 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a 30-year-old man.
He had stopped growing at 6 months old and only grew to a maximum of 3 feet 4 inches in his lifetime. It's kind of tall. Taller than Hasbulla, right? When P.T. Barnum was made aware of this man's condition, he saw an opportunity. He urged his parents to let him take Stratton under his wing in order to turn him into an entertainer. They're just like, let me take your baby, man, and I'll be able to produce gold with him. They're like, okay. I imagine the 1800s too, they're just like, you could have just walked in and grabbed him. Take him off my back, literally. He's on my back like a seed tick. Because of his abnormal height, finding a job was no easy task. So he took him up on his offer at only 4 years old. That's actually, I thought he was a full-grown man. He's just a child. How do you even know that there's something wrong with him? It wasn't the size of a goddamn, like a volleyball. Let me take your ball, child. 1840, how did he hear about him?
He must have been walking by.
Oh my good God. Look at you, little man. I'm 4. That's the strangest 4-year-old I've ever seen. He learned to sing and dance. He learned to sing and dance while dressed in elaborate outfits. He was also known for his impersonations of famous people and was regarded as a talented comedian. He had talent. He's just like, stop doing the Rockefeller impression and get back in your monkey outfit. God damn it. Under his stage name, General Tom Thumb toured with Barnum for 3 years and made a fortune from his success. He even joined Barnum as a business partner. Damn, this little sucker's getting in there. In 1884, Barnum even went on tour to Europe, bringing Stratton along to perform in front of Queen Victoria. Stratton passed away from a stroke in 1883 at the age of 45. It was reported that 10,000 fans attended his funeral. That's actually kind of sick. I mean, like when I heard the 4-year-old thing, I was like, that's crazy, but don't get me wrong, he exploited the shit out of him. But it seemed like they were actually like in cahoots with each other, or, you know, he got a good cut of the pie, hopefully. Which even the smallest cut of the pie would be pretty big for him. Okay. Next up, we have the Bearded Lady. One of the most iconic staples of the old school circus freak show was the Bearded Lady, aka Annie Jones. Born in Virginia in 1865, it was reported that she came out of her mother's womb with a chin covered in hair. Her money-hungry family sought to make money off of their daughter, sending her off to P.T. Barnum's New York exhibit before she was even a year old.
What is up with these parents?
P.T. Barnum was just, he's like goddamn Professor Xavier. He just is like getting like all these like wayward kids. And he's like, well, I have a school for you to be a freak in, my friend. My God, she was showcased in his museum and became a big hit. At a year old? I mean, behind a glass case, we were just like, ew. P.T. Barnum's just like, good girl, here's an apple. Everyone's just Johannes to me. Barnum offered her mother a weekly rate of $150 for a 3-year contract. Damn, that must have been good money, right? Holy
That's
shit.
a lot of money.
Annie would contrast her masculine features by dressing in extravagant dresses, and even honed her musical skills with the mandolin to elevate her performance. At one point, Annie helped Barnum out as nanny to his children. While she was caring for them, a phrenologist from New York kidnapped her.
I think that's a blood.
A fucking vampire doctor came in and fucking stole her. This man attempted to steal her and add her to his own sideshow exhibit. What? Desperate for the same success, he even claimed Annie was his child. I mean, she can talk. I mean, what? Unless they're all like Giannis. Feverishly braiding hair. Fortunately, things were settled in court and she was returned to her parents. Oh, good. How old was she at this point?
She was watching Barnum's Kid at 8 years old.
But she had like P.T. Barnum's just like, keep the whole house under, don't worry, we're in a bad part of town, watch my kids please. She's at 8 years old with a full beard. She was one of the first to campaign against the usage of pejorative word freak as a way to refer as sideshow performers. Sadly, she died of tuberculosis in 1902 at the age of 37. Damn, dude. It's kind of sick though, dude. All these people actually have some kind of like, they're well-adjusted, respectable people trying to make positive change. Both Stratton and Annie here had positive actions, even at such a young age. Being taken away from your family like that, are you fucking kidding me? And then P.T. Barnum's just like, what do you mean? Freak isn't derogatory.
That's what you are, you're free.
It's just what you are, you're a freak. If I was fat, would it be rude to call me fat? Which now it is, I guess. Okay, never mind. Chang and Eng, the original Siamese twins. Chang and Eng Bunker were born in Thailand in 1811, conjoined at the sternum with both of their livers fused together. Aside from this, they completely separate organs. Wow, the only thing combining them was just their livers? That's kind of f***ed, right? They had begun touring as a sideshow attraction with a man named Robert Hunter in 1829, going to Boston, London, and New York. They were very successful, and even got to perform for the Prince of Siam. The f*** is Siam at?
Siam.
What's Siam? God, dude, I don't know shit, dude. I'm dumb as fuck. Editor, I don't know. After that, they decided to buy a plantation in North Carolina.
What?
Investing a fortune in the importation of goods. They both got married and had 21 kids between them.
Oh my God.
Damn! I want to become a fucking freak, man. I need to get my life on track. Are you kidding me? Holy hell. Purchasing 18 slaves to take care of their massive family. Well, you know, it was a different time. You know. In 1860, they signed with P.T. Barnum in order to have a wax sculpture of them displayed at his New York museum. They worked together for only a short time. Chang and Eng struggled after the Civil War, no longer being able to rely on slave labor. Different time. Their plantation began turning very little profit, prompting them to consign themselves to the life of the circus with Barnum once more. He's just like, sorry, looks like you had to get rid of your helpers, huh? You want to go on the road? Chang Bunker died in 1874 due to cerebral blood clot after failing to perform an emergency separation surgery. Eng Bunker died as well 3 hours later. That is brutal, dude. All because they didn't want to do the surgery?
No, what happened was Chang died because of the cerebral blood clot. So then they were like, we need to cut you off because you're gonna die.
Oh, so they
with
failed.
him.
They failed to perform
Yeah.
it. So they tried to do it, but he died 3 hours later. I see. Cut me off of this bastard. Get him off. Or we can talk about Isaac Sprague. Sprague. I think it's Sprague, the living skeleton. Isaac W. Sprague was born in 1841 in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. At the age of 12, Isaac suddenly began to lose weight at an incredibly fast rate due to the lack of medical knowledge at the time. Doctors were unable to figure out what was happening. One doctor suggested that it was simply from swimming too much. To have that be a conclusion, he must have been in that fucking pool all day or in the water. Isaac! I'm staying out. When he was fully grown, he weighed about 43 pounds and stood at 5'6". Due to this thin frame, he was often low energy.
Maybe that's why he was in the pool.
Yeah, I don't have to walk, I can just float. I like to think that they're just like, you're 43 pounds and you're 5'6". He's like, throws a towel over his shoulder and just walks down to the beach. Like, God damn you, Isaac. He had been working for his father as a shoemaker as well as a grocer. However, at 19, his parents had passed away. He found that he was unfit for most other jobs and struggled making a living. In 1865, P.T. Barnum convinced Isaac to work with him, going so far as to offer $80 a week, which is about $1,300 today. I mean, I was making about $5,000 a month. A little over $5,000 a month.
Pretty good.
Not bad. Like a living skeleton. I could buy my own pool. Barnum created the stage name The Living skeleton, and in his act became incredibly successful. That is crazy. He's a very thin man. Nice face though. Damn nice face. It's kind of crazy. I don't see it now. My legs are too fat. Knees are just always so unpleasant to look at, aren't they? Like, especially on skinny people. I don't like it. Strangely enough, imitators were inspired to starve themselves and lose an unhealthy amount of weight just to gain the same level of success that he did as a sideshow act. Isaac eventually married and had 3 children who did not have any of the ailments as their father. I'm telling you, dude, they are putting us all to shame right now, aren't they? Holy hell. He attempted to take a break from the circus work to be with his family, but eventually had to return to make ends meet. It was known that Isaac heavily disliked the job, likely for the constant ridicule he received for his appearance. Yeah. I'd love to sit there and be berated the entire 10, 12 hours a day. Can I please? He had also become too weak to easily perform his job, to the point where he was forced to wear a flask of milk around his neck to make sure he had enough energy throughout the day. Pours in a little tub in front of him. He's like, Isaac, you're supposed to drink it, not swim. Okay. As the show began touring around the world, Isaac developed a bad gambling habit. The money that was meant to support his family was being used to feed his addiction. Can you imagine seeing the little motherfucker got like a blackjack table?
Hit me.
You have 19.
Hit it.
All right, that's a 24. Ah, shit. Gets up out of the table. You can't swim away from this gambling. Okay. In 1882, he was diagnosed with severe muscle atrophy. Harvard Medical School was fascinated by the rare case, offering him $1,000 or $26,000 today to study his body after his death. Not a bad deal. You give me $25,000 up front now? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Yeah. Isaac eventually died at the age of 45 in 1887 from asphyxiation after living his last several years in extreme poverty.
Dang, he just blew that money away.
He did, dude. I'm telling you, you gotta watch out. Now, hey, who doesn't like playing baccarat, right? Getting a little couple drinks, you ain't playing baccarat. Why not? But Isaac, I mean, can you imagine seeing that little shaky motherfucker at the table? A 2. People aren't even gonna know. People don't know how to play baccarat. Never mind, doesn't it? But tragedy struck this freak show. While the museum was very successful, a pattern of tragic events pushed Barnum to take his show on the road rather than being confined to a single building. He definitely just burned down his own thing for fire insurance. Let's see. In 1865, Barnum's American Museum was engulfed in flames, destroying the entire property. While no humans lost their lives, it was reported that 2 whales had boiled alive in their tanks.
Look at me. So he was SeaWorld.
His museum had 2 whale tanks. You know it was something too where they probably were just idle. They can breathe.
Just big enough to put them in.
That's what I'm saying. They're just sitting there like, they can't even move. They're just like, their fins touch the glass. He's like, well, at least they're breathing there. They gotta be happy, right? Hitting the fucking glass really hard. I love you! After it was fully rebuilt, another fire had destroyed the property in 1868, only 3 years later. The water used to extinguish the flames had frozen over, covering the building in icicles and inadvertently creating a dazzling spectacle. It does look pretty sick, honestly. Barnum decided it was not worth to keep rebuilding, opting to take the show on the road instead. It seems something like, is there an insurance scam there?
I bet he was a competitor.
That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, if people are starving themselves, some fucking anemic guy walking up, I haven't had a fucking piece of bread in 3 days. You, Barnum. But because of these fires and not wanting to rebuild, it ended up creating the greatest show on Earth. His new show was established in 1870. P.T. Barnum's Grand Traveling Museum, Menagerie, Caravan, and Hippodrome. You gotta shrink that name. Okay. This was thanks to the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, allowing circuses to easily relocate their animals and equipment, like the whales. P.T. Barnum was eventually approached by W.C. Coop and Dan Costello, agreeing to merge into a much larger production known as The Greatest Show on Earth. That's a great fucking name. Way better than Hippodrome. What the fuck is that? As circus shows began to become more and more popular, many other big acts were being discovered, not just by P.T. Barnum, but from circuses all around the world, such as Myrtle Corbin or the 4-legged girl from Texas. Corbin was born with dipicus, a duplication deformity that led to the growth of 2 extra legs and 1 extra pelvis. A whole other pelvis. Wow. It's crazy. I'll tell you what, dude, can I just say something weird? Pelvises are kind of aesthetically pleasing. Actual drawing them, like drawing them and stuff.
Okay.
You know, I don't have to fucking defend myself, dude. I said what I said and I meant what I said, Nick. You look disgusted there. Oh.
The bone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The bones.
Well, yeah, what do you think I meant?
I don't know.
You know, like when a girl has a nice pelvis, nice abs, you see like little bumps from the pelvis there?
Oh, okay. So, but you're not talking about just...
I'm not even having this conversation anymore. Well, this is going nowhere. Soon after she was born, her father would charge people a dime to come up and look at her. Hey, you, come here. Give me a dime. All right, have a good day. They got the attention of Barnum, who snatched her up and had her performing as young as 13 years old. I'll tell you what, Barnum finds a fucking way to find you, doesn't he? I like to imagine once again it was her like walking by like a fucking crab. Good God! She made enough money to retire at only 18 years old. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. The success of this attraction led many people to create fake prop legs in order to mimic the attraction. And she had a successful career, married, and had 4 children. It was said that different children were born from each orifice. Awesome. Hell yeah. Can you imagine that going out? Which path are you going to take? Pussy A or pussy B? So she had 2 pussies? Awesome.
This with the second pelvis.
That's sick, dude. Wonder which one she liked more. I hope this one comes out of pussy A. She passed away in 1928 before her 60th birthday. For a freak show life, that's a fucking good life. She worked for 5 years and she just retired. That's awesome. Good for her. Or Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man. I love the Elephant Man, dude. Have you ever seen the movie with Anthony Hopkins, the Elephant Man? I'm a human being too. You ever see that? All right. Joseph was born in 1862 and looked like any other healthy child. At the age of 3, he began to develop swelling across his whole body that continued to grow to alarming sizes. In his early years, he struggled to find a job after leaving school. Due to his disfigurement, he could not perform certain tasks and had to look extra hard for sustainable work. His dad helped him gain the proper license needed to become a door-to-door salesman, but would shock and scare off those that answer the door. First off, way to not have any intuition. So you look odd. Let's have you do something where you have to approach strangers and talk to them. Door? After being beaten by his father for his poor sales. God damn! You're not selling enough globes. I'm sorry, Dad. I did not want to buy it for me. He ran away from home. At this time, he was homeless and eventually admitted to the Leicester Union Workhouse, which helped out the poor by giving them work, food, and water. The conditions of this place were more so like a prison. His growing deformity took away his ability to perform any sort of physical task. In desperation, he offered to put himself up in a freak show. And soon, he was being paraded as a man that was half elephant, half man. It's so fucked up. You know, like, it's something too that I like to imagine they came up like, just like that. You're an elephant. All right. You know what I mean? He's like, okay. When human curiosity exhibits were outlawed in the UK, he was again desperate for work. He went to Belgium to find work, only to be mistreated even further before contracting a bronchial infection that soon took away his ability to speak clearly. Sound like a what a hand life has dealt you. With the help of Sir Frederick Trevis, a medical student, he was able to reduce his infection. Regardless, he passed away at the age of 27 from asphyxia. He had dislocated his neck due to the weight of his head and the lack of support from his neck. It was said he tried to sleep on his back like a normal person, which ended up taking his life. This is very sad. Once again, just a completely hand that life gives you. Also, to outlaw the freak show thing seems ethical because of human exploitation, but it sucks because you're like, this is probably the only way this man could have ever had any kind of like living, you know, any times a means of living. Very sad. I wanted to put a fucking damper in the room here. Gotta get my another Johans kind of moment here. Or we can talk about Fedor Jiftichu. Jiftichu? He was Jojo the dog-faced boy. Now we're back in it. Fedor was another one of the most famous sideshow performers. Born in St. Petersburg in 1868, he was brought over to the U.S. when he was 16 to work with P.T. Barnum, because P.T. Barnum always finds a way. He had a condition known as hypertrichosis, which is excessive growth of hair anywhere on the body. The story that Barnum conjured up to sell tickets was that he and his father lived in a cave in the forest before being captured by a hunter. In the story, his father was killed for being far too savage. The reality was his father died by drinking himself to death. Well, maybe the being a freak werewolf man might be a better way to go. Although Jiftichu was incredibly intelligent and could speak various languages, he was reduced to a dog that had to bark at a mocking crowd to make a living. A fucking bilingual man. Reduced to just being like, ruff, 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 and people were like, oh, God! He passed away in 1904 from pneumonia when he was 35, being mourned by fans and performers all over. I will say, I wonder if this had any influence on the Werewolf Man. Does this not look like the Werewolf Man?
It looks like the Wolf Man, Michael J. Fox.
Well, the Universal movie came out in the 30s, like the 20s or something like that, but Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf, you know, the first Werewolf Man. Or we could talk about Felix Wary, the Elastic Man. Born in 1858, he was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a rare disorder that gave him stretchy joints and skin resulting from very weak connective tissue. Oh, what the f does that even mean? This gave him an innate skill, allowing him to pull at his skin like he was made of rubber. He could even bend his fingers backwards. Ooh, can you imagine seeing that? He's just like... He was popular for his contortion sideshow attraction with Barnum and Bailey.
He's Luffy.
Oh my God!
This is literally just a real life Luffy. Makes me sick, dude. If I had a stretchy, if I was Elastic Man, you better hope I could stretch my cock. Would be the final. You have like a little pig, kind of tiny, and people are just like, haha, they laugh at you, and all of a sudden he's just like, oh really? People are like, oh. Would that not be the best way to end your show? Or Grady Stiles, the Lobster Boy. Grady Stiles was born in 1937 with leading to a deformity in his hands and feet that gave him lobster claw-like hands. He was unable to walk due to the shape of his feet. His father already had the condition and was part of a freak show, which led him bringing his children along to join the act. Stiles was known as a lobster boy at age 7, so his dad was the lobster man. This is kind of sick, though. His hands do look like lobsters. I gotta say, his getup's kind of sick too. They got that old boy splayed open though. Close those legs now. The past 6 generations of his ancestors had this same condition dating back to 1840. The condition seemed to be genetic, leading to a large family with similar appearances. They ultimately created a family circus group called the Lobster Family. The family gained amazing wealth for their performances. Oh, good. But Stiles struggled to cope with those that resented him and treated him with disgust. His answer was a turn to alcohol. Don't put that in. This would manifest into anger and violence, which came to haunt Mary Teresa, a carnival grifter that he fell in love with and eventually married. At one point, Stiles allegedly ripped his wife's IUD out of her body during a heated exchange before using his claw-shaped hand to choke her.
Oh my god.
An IUD?
That's to prevent
pregnancies.
So you went up there.
This would lead to a horrific event in which Stiles murdered an innocent man out of pure anger. Lobster Boy Angie. His daughter Donna wished to marry a man named Jack Lane. Stiles heavily disapproved, but Donna was eager to escape her dangerous family life and insisted on living with him. Stiles insisted that he would kill him if it were to ever happen. When things calmed down, Stiles and Jack arranged to meet to discuss the marriage. When they met, Stiles pulled out a shotgun and murdered him in cold blood. Reportedly, after Donna learned of his death, Stiles gave an evil smile and said, "I told you I would kill him." On trial, he claimed self-defense and used deformity along... Well, how could you do that? Like, are you kidding me? It was self-defense. After you just looked at your daughter, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used his deformity along with fake tears to garner enough sympathy to leave with only 15 years of probation. That son of a bitch. At home, the violence only escalated, but after his divorce, the kids were targeted the most. God damn, it still isn't ending. Teresa had already remarried and had children, but felt so much guilt over the state of her other kids that she returned and remarried Stiles.
Jesus.
Now fed up, Teresa and her son offered $1,500 to a sideshow performer to take Stiles' life. Sick. Ultimately, Stiles died at the age of 55 after being gunned down in his trailer while he was watching TV. He was hated by many, and only 10 people came to his funeral. Wow! The Lobster Boy. The Lobster Family. My God! Lobster Boy's a piece of shit. But then we usher in the era of the end of the greatest show in the world. In the 1890s, people became less interested in freak shows due to the ethical and moral issues with parading people's misfortunes for entertainment. Around this time, P.T. Barnum died of a stroke at 80 years old. In 1898, famous sideshow performers staged a labor strike during a UK tour in order to demand the removal of the word freak on all advertising materials. This event was dubbed the Revolt of the Freaks. Ironic.
Let's remove the word.
Yeah, freaks, and then we'll put the Revolt of the Freaks. There you go. In the coming years, medical advancements brought along a better understanding of what was going on with these people, which took away the mystery and magic of human curiosities. It didn't help that the animals held in captivity were mistreated horribly as well. The freak shows eventually died in the 1940s due to federal laws, prohibiting the discrimination of people with physical disabilities. Way to go. Barnum and Bailey Circus slowly evolved into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, which is still running to this day. Kind of crazy to think about.
I think they just canceled that.
Oh, they just... Okay, never mind. It just got canceled. Never mind, it is just gone. The circuses of today are not much better. I think it's still this weird area of animal abuse, you know, exploiting people. I think circuses, the idea of circuses are still very controversial, yet it still brings in crowds. Whether the ethics of it, it's still something that happens today. Personally, I'm just like, let's not chain up animals and do what, I mean, like, we have enough, the internet gives us all we need, which that leads me back to the internet. I sincerely believe that vertical content, as we know it, reels, shorts, TikToks, are the future and the mainstream way of the P.T. Barnum production now. Only this time there's no ringleader. The only ringleader is people's need for likes, notoriety, the need for attention, the disconnection people feel nowadays that they try to actively get online. That's the freak show. Even with the things we do on this channel, you could say is a freak show. The participation in weird events just to garner likes and clicks. It's a horrible thing, but people crawl out of the woodworks to be their own P.T. Barnum for themselves and raise their own kind of attractions. And my God, I don't see that going anywhere anytime anytime soon. It seems like kind of a thing that'll continuously evolve as time goes on. Now it's vertical content. What will be next? I don't know. But all I know is the freak shows of the past, the people who participated in those, seem to be much, much more respectable than the Jack Dohertys, the Jesse Somalis of the world that we have now. Johnny, whatever, doesn't matter. He's in South Korea, he's gonna die there. The freak shows were a thing of the past, and I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction by just having the freaks come out and parade themselves around for free. That's freak shows for you. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and hanging out with us today. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.